The golden throne is a symbol of supreme power, and no one in the world dares to refuse the will of the one above. But Li Guol is a special person. He is taking off his head armor right now, and flung it to the ground. Even though it was a symbol of his glory, Li Guol slowly removed the heavy armor from his shoulders. His ornate official hat followed, his tightly bound hair now unbound and flowing freely. Li Guol turned and left, ignoring the majestic palace in the distance. His two deputy commanders respectfully clasped their hands in a bow, seeing off their great general. Abandoning everything associated with his rank, Li Guol, barefoot, walked slowly. Light as a feather, he departed to the solemn shouts and respectful bows of his soldiers. At that moment, a eunuch rushed up, shouting, "His Majesty's imperial edict has arrived." Li Guol, having reached the city gate, suddenly stopped. His soldiers immediately knelt. He stood still, lost in thought, his dark, deep eyes sharp and intense. The elderly eunuch, respectfully holding the imperial edict, caught his breath before reading it aloud. "Advisor, you, my comrade in arms, who fought alongside me on the battlefield, who trained millions of the Empire's elite soldiers, Great General Li Guol, heed my command." Li Guol slowly turned, sat down properly, and received the edict. The elderly eunuch, seeing this, continued in a louder voice, "If I am the son of heaven of the Great Ming, then the Great General is the Great Ming's shining sword. Because of you, I stand firm on my throne. It would be a tragedy for the imperial family to lose such a loyal servant. Therefore, Great General, you shall be appointed as national preceptor and granted a full pardon. But if you choose to refuse the emperor's grace and relinquish the title bestowed upon you, the imperial family will not accept it. I command you to remain the undying sword of the imperial family and the Great Ming, even though your body may be frail. The truth is that you are, and always will be, my advisor and comrade in arms." Suddenly, Li Guol stood up, causing the eunuch to look at him questioningly. He immediately turned and walked away, leaving the eunuch startled. The elderly eunuch, flustered, reached out, pleading, "Wait, Great General." Despite his pleas, Li Guol's resolve only strengthened. He stepped out of the gate that had confined him for his entire life. Bathed in the pale golden light of the setting sun, a farewell to a lifetime of courageous service. As the sunlight faded, black hair began to sprout from Li Guol's scalp, and the wrinkles on his face gradually disappeared. The black spread from his scalp to the freely flowing bun at the back of his head, then stopped. Li Guol lightly raised his hand to examine the process. He wasn't alarmed by this reverse flow of wondrous movements. In fact, he found it intriguing. In the blink of an eye, the grey-haired general had transformed into a handsome young man. Looking at the clouds tinged with sunset hues and the ginkgo leaves swirling in the evening breeze, Li Guol felt a sense of aimlessness. Where should he go now? In the quiet space, only the clang of metal on metal could be heard, as a sturdy hammer repeatedly struck a glowing red-hot piece of iron, showering sparks. In the red-hot light, Bek diligently forged iron, his hands never stopping. His aging face a mixture of concentration and contemplation. Jianghu has 4 sacred weapons. The first is the dark soul of the blood demon god, the second is the infinite of the heavenly elder, and the third is the bone collector of the Biok clan. Finally, there's this man who brought a sword, Bek continued, looking at the young man in front of him. He looks like a nobleman barely out of his 20s, never held a sword in his life, I bet. A man claiming to be Li Guol had requested that 30 holes be drilled along the length of the blade. Thinking about this, Bek focused his energy, bringing the hammer down harder. Only one sword remained to complete the order. When he saw the sword he brought, the first 2 words that came to mind were unwavering, with purple and gold swirling harmoniously along the blade. It was a sword like a shining meteorite. Legend says its sharpness has remained unchanged for 1,000 years. Yet, Bek angrily threw the sword onto the table. He stood up, scowling, and berated Li Guol. Bek slammed his fist on the table. "You think a sword is just a piece of metal," he roared. "A sword is an instrument that can save lives and also take them. Cheap market swords, I'll let slide, but you dare drill holes into Murim's finest blade. Are you worthy of being the master? That bastard is only a dead-end blacksmith who would accept such a request." Li Guol didn't say a word all this time. He just calmly took out a bag. Bek saw him opening the bag, intending to take something out. He grumbled, "Even if you gave me a few yang of gold, I wouldn't drill holes in a sword." But seeing the enormous meteorite iron on the table, Bek was speechless. He nervously asked where he found this treasure. Li Guol calmly replied, "If it weren't for Chul Wong, I wouldn't have asked you." Bek was conflicted. With this amount of ore, he could forge a sword that couldn't be broken, even with holes. Bek looked at him suspiciously. Who is this brat? What is he? His requests are bizarre, and his composure is unnatural for his age. Bek raised his hand high, then brought the hammer down with great force onto the iron bar. He pondered, "He reminds me so much of that man, it's strange." The day the first sword was finished, Bek forcefully handed it to Li Guol. He gently stroked the blade, appraising it. "It's a good sword." Bek then put his hands on his hips and approached Li Guol. He stared intently and asked the question that had been on his mind. Why did you have me make 3 swords with holes, using meteorite iron, which is more expensive than gold? Li Guol answered succinctly. A gift. Bek pressed further. For whom? He calmly replied, I can't say. As soon as he finished, Bek lowered his head and looked at Li Guol's hands. Young hands, befitting his age, yet filled with strength, gently holding the sword. Li Guol noticed as well and hid his hands behind his back. Bek's eyes widened as he continued to stare at him. Seeing Bek staring at him, Li Guol silently glanced back. No matter how many times Bek looked, the young man resembled the man from his youth. With a mighty blow, the heated iron bar was shaped. Bek recalled his youth, his 20s, his youthful fervor driving him across battlefields. His world then consisted only of slashing and thrusting. And more slashing and thrusting, countless enemies, an endless tide. Bek thought nothing could stop this rampage. Then, on the battlefield, an enemy general appeared. He raised his heavy spear, weighing 1,000 pounds. His body coiled, preparing to throw himself backward. A whistling sound, the spear flew like an arrow, aimed straight at Bek, still full of fighting spirit. He was clearing out the surrounding soldiers, oblivious to the approaching danger. When he realized and turned back, the spear was already before him. A strong hand quickly intercepted it. The sharp spear pierced that hand, barely grazing Bek's nose. That hand squeezed tight, internal energy surging around it. The sturdy spear instantly shattered like porcelain. The man who saved Bek was a name that echoed across the battlefield. General Li Guol. Bek stared in awe at the tall hero before him. Bek thought, his name is the same as the man who saved me. Today, under a clear blue sky, Bek drank with Li Guol. Over the strong liquor, Bek told a story. When I was in the army, traveling across battlefields, I heard a story about a great disciple of a certain school. You know it, right? He poured himself a drink. Li Guol responded with a profound expression. Was that disciple the oldest? The liquor, white as goat's milk, its fragrance tickled Bek's nose. He casually admitted, yes. He continued, one day, his master suddenly ordered him to join the war with his fellow disciples. It was a sudden, clear sky battle, but this great disciple wasn't an ordinary man. He treated the others like brothers and said he was happy to do so. Then he went to the battlefield. When this great disciple arrived, he survived one battle after another, because he was waiting for the day he could return home. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't. Then one day another thunderbolt struck. Speaking of this, Bek paused slightly, closed his eyes. That person discovered the sect leader's reason for sending him to the battlefield. The leader wanted to pass the sect on to his son, and of the 2 apprentices, this one was the better. Terrible, Bek whispered. Li Guol lowered his eyes, holding his wine cup and listening silently. I wasn't there, so I can't say for sure, but how would he feel? His heart must have been shattered. For days after hearing that story, I couldn't speak. Using the alcohol as a crutch, he hesitated before saying, actually, I've been wondering if you are him. Because that person's name was Li Guol, he didn't show any expression. Suddenly, Bek scratched his head, feeling absurd. If he's still alive, he must be over 90. I don't know why I'm telling you this, someone barely older than 20, I must be drunk. If I ever meet him again, I will repay him for this kindness. I'm going now, the final sword will be finished tomorrow. Only Li Guol remained at the simple wooden table. The wind rustled the leaves, gently brushing past him. Li Guol, who had been looking down, slowly raised his hand. His palm bore a long scar. He mumbled to himself, the scar, you didn't forget me, did you? On the other side, the sword was shaped and plunged into a water tank, creating a sizzling sound. Bek saw Li Guol enter and informed him, the final sword is finished. He raised the sword, gesturing for Li Guol to examine it. Li Guol took the sword, weighing and assessing it. He couldn't help but praise it. Then Bek asked Li Guol a question, and he agreed to answer. He said slowly, I've been wondering why you made those holes in the sword. Could you enlighten this old man? He asked, placing his hand on his chest sincerely. Li Guol's face was obscured by shadow. After a few seconds, he looked up and said, let's move to another spot. In that moment, Bek's youthful memories flooded back. His inability to return to the sect left a hollowness in his heart that time hadn't filled. At that time, I had promised someone that I would spend my entire life repaying him. When he was young, he swore, I may be a slow blacksmith, but my skills might be useful to you. Please come to the Gong family forge anytime. I will repay you. Before leaving, he introduced himself. My name is Gong Bek. The place Li Guol chose to talk was a desolate, remote location. Li Guol and Bek, one old and one young, stood facing each other. He held the sword firmly, as if to prove to the world, and to himself, that a third-rate person could still challenge a first-rate one if he had the unwavering spirit. It was a legend about unyielding spirit. Bek watched him hold the sword, lost in thought. But why did he make those small holes in the sword back then? Li Guol completely merged with the sword. With each move, the sword described beautiful curves. Sunlight shone through the holes, creating a magical, shimmering picture. With a simple slash, the sword seemed to gather all of Ilwul's energy. Li Guol swung the sword so fast that after images were visible, the sword light glittering like glass. The sword energy cut through, seemingly effortlessly severing numerous tree trunks. Bek was instantly stunned by the sight. He understood, the 18 holes on the blade, to increase its chi. Li Guol gave a similar, offhand reply. Bek couldn't help but think, just half a swing created such immense energy, what would a perfect strike be like? He hesitantly offered, may I name this sword? Li Guol readily agreed. Bek, putting much thought into it, combined the character for hole with the word for thunder, calling it the Invisible Thunder Sword. Isn't that better than names like Heavenly Dragon Sword or Invincible Sword? Li Guol approved, Invisible Thunder Sword, I like it. He slung his bag over his shoulder, preparing to leave when Bek hesitated. You're leaving? Li Guol turned, momentarily startled. The image of Bek's bright eyes and sword-like eyebrows when he was young suddenly appeared in his memory. The young man that year gradually coincided with the old man in front of him. He was asking him where he planned to go. Li Guol, without a word, stepped forward and placed a small flag in Bek's hand. He advised him to let go of his burdens, to no longer cling to the debt in his heart. The two held the flag tightly for a long time. Then Li Guol released his grip. Bek, holding the flag in his hand, he cried loudly like a child. He trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. By the time Bek regained his composure, Li Guol was already far away. Bek knelt down and bowed to Li Guol's departing back, while he continued on his own path. At the Thousand Sword Academy on Xian Mount, snow fell thickly. To live is to raise one sword to the heavens, to die is for that high sword to completely vanish. Li Guol stood in the snow, sword in hand, softly murmuring, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Before him was the gravestone of Zhongping, the 20th disciple of the Heaven Sword Academy, who became a legendary swordsman in the battle against Qianyang. He raised his sword before the gravestone. I'm late, he said, I could only prepare this for you, please forgive the great pupil. Then he firmly pressed the sword into the ground as if nailing it there. The sword stood before the gravestone, buried up to the hilt. Li Guol exhaled warm breath, his gaze distant, as if recalling memories of war and bloodshed. Surrounding him were dozens of different gravestones, each marked by a separate sword. Li Guol poured liquor onto each gravestone. Quan Ok, Socheng, Yuelil, Hajian all had perished in the battle against Qianyang. He stumbled, muttering to himself, that battle took the lives of 15 out of my 30 brothers. Li Guol looked up at the cold snowy sky, constantly blaming himself. Where was I during that time? What happened in this world? He walked to the gravestone of his master, the 19th sect leader of the Thousand Sword Academy, Wu Qian, who had become a star in the heavens during the battle with Qianyang. His voice whispered a confession. If your heart had remained whole as it was when you expelled me, you wouldn't have fought to the death alongside those apprentices in the battle with Qianyang. Li Guol knelt in heartbroken sorrow on the cold snow. How could I understand you, master? Time passed. 6 years later, in the western part of Taihu Lake in Jiangsu, on the shores of Wui Mountain, there were countless inns and brothels, countless places to enjoy life if one had enough money. However, there was only one tea house. At the Muju tea house, guests would choose their own cups and teapots, and the tea leaves as well. They would brew their own tea. The price was determined at checkout. So Liang took a sip of tea. She curiously looked around. This is the Muju tea house. So Liang thought to herself, this is quite different from the rumors. She silently chuckled. According to rumors, this place was known for having over 100 women pursuing the owner of the Muju tea house. Remembering her sect leader's instructions, Nurim has held a grand assembly after 15 years, and they have sent us a message. So Liang, you are not to cause any trouble, understand? Clutching the letter, So Liang could only weep silently. She became serious. Although my mission is important, it's only natural that an elder of my sect should punish the man who has made these women foolish. So Liang firmly asserted, when night falls, his true nature will be revealed. It was late, yet the lamps still burned brightly. Li Guol approached, saying, excuse me, madam, much to So Liang's secret delight. She looked up and clearly saw the face of the person before her. So Liang was stunned. Indeed, he has an appearance that is too attractive to other women. How many young hearts has he stolen? She was interested in knowing his purpose. Let's see what you'll try to do with me. But Li Guol politely replied, I'm sorry, but we're no longer serving, leaving So Liang dumbfounded in disbelief. Li Guol remained calm. That's the rule of the Muju tea house. We close when the sun sets. So Liang panicked, pulling out her empty purse. She blamed herself for rushing and forgetting her money. So Liang was humiliated and close to tears. To have misunderstood him as a womanizer is one thing, but if he realizes I can't even pay, what will he think of me? She seemed to have made up her mind to face Li Guol directly. So Liang said softly, I'm sorry. Then she ran away without hesitation. So Liang quickly used mobility arts to run away, not forgetting to apologize. Leaving Li Guol alone and helpless, he naively scratched his head. Did I just get cheated out of my tea money? But he remained calm. Whatever, who cares if I just got cheated out of my tea money? 6 years ago, after handing over the sacred scripture and the invisible thunder sword to the sect, he had the good fortune to meet a fake monk at a Jiuhua temple. He was a grand master of tea, Gongye. There, he learned the art of oscillation, controlling his body and mind through tea. The Muju tea house was built to spread the knowledge of that monk to the world, and also to easily gather information through the discussions of its guests about the outside world. There was a buzz of excited chatter. Shahar of the Thousand Sword Academy had finally become the most beautiful woman throughout Jianbei. Everyone praised her profusely. She was not only beautiful but also skilled, having won a martial arts competition at age 16. If she were 20 now, she would likely be in her prime. Furthermore, it was said that Shahar was the one who captured the murderer who had caused chaos in Shaanxi. Li Guol smiled. It seems the Thousand Sword Academy is thriving. Then he noticed the letter So Lion had left behind. Li Guol pondered, a letter from the Murim Association to the sect leader. That girl is the deputy sect leader of a mysterious sect comprised solely of women. Seeing the words on the paper, he was stunned, frozen in place. The letter read, through the significant changes in the bloodline of the blood demon, we are here to consolidate the unity of Murim. We seek assistance from members from Zhengyuan and Luoyang. Li Guol muttered, the blood of the blood demon. It was late at night, but the Hanjin financial institution was heavily guarded. It was a manor led by Yo Sanghail, also known as the golden official of the court, the richest man in China. In the flickering candlelight, he was diligently working at his desk. Suddenly, Sanghail noticed the candlelight flickering in the draft. He immediately became extremely vigilant. Sanghail curiously looked up at the figure before him. Who are you? Li Guol emerged from the shadows. Only then did the old man see the visitor's face clearly. He didn't beat around the bush, going straight to the point. I want information about the calamity that befell the Blood Demon clan. Sanghail breathed a sigh of relief. I was wondering what would surprise me each time you visit. Then he calmly stood up, regardless, about the Blood Demon clan. Sanghail unexpectedly asked Li Guol, do you know that someone recently dared to touch the money of this golden official by jumping over the walls of our Hanjin financial institution? He questioned, is this related to the other matter? He asked another question, have you heard of the wordless sword? Li Guol seriously replied, I know of Dok Bai. Dok Bai, the wordless sword. 40 years ago, he was known as a chivalrous man, but since losing an arm, he began to kill, steal, and even rape, becoming a public enemy of the Jianghu. After stealing money from the Hanjin financial institution, he also raped 8 women in the capital, cruelly murdering 6 of them immediately afterward. The 2 remaining survivors went insane and could no longer speak. He also caused 23 incidents of damage at various taverns. Sanghail speculated, there are many rumors about why he left his hiding place, but I don't think he's unrelated to the recent activities of the Blood Demon clan. Li Guol deep in heart, the Blood Demon clan and Dok Bai, my arm tightened so much that the railing cracked. Li Guol painfully thought, in truth, even I want to punish Dok Bai as a martial artist. He pondered, but the missions of this world cannot be accomplished with simple kindness alone. Kindness demands reciprocation, and the wicked want to end that reciprocation. Li Guol was overwhelmed by conflicting thoughts. The process of breaking this chain is terrifying. What's different in the Jianghu? He realized, the price I pay to stay here isn't worth 1,000 gold bars. Suddenly, Li Guol fell into a trance. Around him was pitch black, only fog surrounding him. The unfamiliar scene caused Li Guol immense anxiety and unease. Suddenly, a whispering voice urged him to leave. Li Guol was even more startled when he recognized it as his master's voice. In the illusion, he appeared as a skeleton, grabbing Li Guol's shoulder. You must leave so that. In his shock, each word struck Li Guol's heart. The Thousand Sword Academy can survive. Then he saw the scene of the Huarian battle, soldiers fighting desperately. Li Guol's eyes widened as he stared at this scene, both unfamiliar and familiar. He saw himself fighting bravely and fiercely, one sword slaughtering in all directions. Each strike carried the unwavering will to kill the enemy. Blood stained the battlefield, but it didn't extinguish Li Guol's burning will to survive and fight. He saw himself shouting with determination, I will not die. Opening his eyes, the illusion vanished once more. Li Guol woke up on his small bed, cold sweat dripping down his face. Until he slowly sat up, he was still panting. For a long time I still could not regain my spirit because the dream was so real. Li Guol sat at the tea table, brewing tea, and trying to calm himself. He gently poured the tea into a small cup. Li Guol looked up and was suddenly stunned. Gongye had been sitting in front of him since when? It had been 4 years since the monk had taught him the tea ceremony. He didn't speak, but every word resonated in Li Guol's mind. I think many people have drunk and understood the teachings of the tea ceremony to soothe their minds and bodies. Gongye looked straight at him, his eyes sketching a figure. He silently kept something in mind. He used his special ability and witnessed an outstanding figure in the future through his clairvoyance. In the future Gongye saw a young man in a blood-stained robe. It was Li Guol, completely corrupted. Having said that, he turned to dust and left, not forgetting to say before departing, I only hope that's your future. Li Guol whispered, as if speaking to his master, but actually to himself, Master, rest assured. The tea in the cup rose high, like his resolve, I will never return. Li Guol vowed never to return to his former self, where he bathed in the blood of others instead of himself in the scent of tea. That night, the full moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival. All the people visited the Muju tea house to pray to the full moon. Everyone looked at the same moon but prayed for different things. Some prayed for good health, others for financial prosperity, and some for eternal love. Li Guol also looked up at the bright moon and made a wish, I pray for the Thousand Sword Academy's everlasting glory. Suddenly, a clattering sound attracted his attention. Li Guol quickly sensed something was wrong, his brows furrowed. The visitors were the wordless sword and his two apprentices. Li Guol keenly smelled the stench of blood on them. There were no other customers in the tea house, the three of them sat down at a table. I've blocked all possible sounds, so you can say anything you like. The wordless sword chuckled at his disciples, let's choose a place where we can hide for a while. Doc Bai's reputation is far-reaching, he wants to discuss this matter with his apprentices. One of them suggested, how about Hainan Island, we can stay there comfortably until, the other immediately interjected, that's out of the question. If we stay near their territory and cause trouble, they'll hunt down the master, even if they have to burn all the boats on Hainan Island. He schemed to the wordless sword. Master, we can kill two birds with one stone if we go to Shaanxi, startling him awake. This apprentice continued incessantly, the Blood Demon clan and the Jianghu alliance are fighting in Shaanxi, so it's always chaotic, the perfect place to avoid the eyes of the officials. Meanwhile, Li Guol pretended not to hear. The wordless sword asked another question, anything else? I don't know why Li Shue's face is so dark, the drunk apprentice, with a lecherous and teasing tone, said, the great beauty of Jiangbei, the non-electric sword, Shaha. We can avoid that girl. But the other apprentice objected, we can't go to Shaanxi either. He angrily scolded him, what is it this time? The wordless sword also seriously asked him, what is it that I don't know? That apprentice leaned in, intentionally lowering his voice, and replied, there's some trouble with the Hollowing Thunder Sword sect that makes the wordless sword disdainful. The Hollowing Thunder Sword sect is a third-rate sect called Heaven Sword or something, the apprentice explained. The Hollowing Thunder Sword sect has announced that they will hunt down the shadow assassin who caused chaos in Shaanxi. That assassin sought help from the Blood Demon clan after escaping prison, and they took in that villain, even though he is an enemy of Jianghu, piquing the wordless sword's curiosity about the reason. The apprentice quickly answered him, the Nam Wang, known for his ability to see everything across China, has declared two reasons. The wordless sword sneered, justification for the separation. The Blood Demon targets China, protecting the shadow assassin who has ties with the Hollowing Thunder Sword sect and the Thousand Sword Academy. The first reason is to cause chaos in Shaanxi, a peaceful region. The second reason is a sacred relic in the Thousand Sword Academy called the non-electric. It's on a different level than the stolen bone-collecting master of the bitch sect. The drunkard said something extremely disgusting. I'm glad the Blood Demon god is eyeing a piece of iron instead of a beautiful woman. Let's go after Shahar. The other apprentice, much more rational, said, actually, I just received news that the Black Storm cavalry has passed through the Yumen Pass right before Shaanxi. He concluded rationally, we must avoid Shaanxi. The wordless sword pondered for a long time. The drunkard also sobered up somewhat upon hearing about the Black Storm cavalry. Suddenly, Li Guol spoke, when did you hear that? The three of them were startled. The strongest reaction came from the wordless sword. He looked around for the speaker. The wordless sword raised his alertness to the highest level. Someone can eavesdrop on us even though all sounds are blocked. Even though he found it hard to believe, he still had to admit that Li Guol was indeed a master. There was no emotion in his eyes, his voice was cold. I ask you again, when did you hear that story? The man who was drunk just now is now the first to step forward. He sneered contemptuously at Li Guol. Without hesitation, he leaped forward to show off in front of Wordless. Master, let me handle him. His fingers expertly twirled the sword in his hand. He wielded the sword so fast that only after images were visible. I will show you the formidable power of a 5-star level. But in Li Guol's eyes, this movement was incredibly slow. Without blinking, he used his chopsticks to flick a piece of meat. The meat was cut in half, but it also successfully blocked the sword strike. To his utter astonishment, what is this? The meat, cut in half, not only didn't fall to the ground, but instead, as if possessing sentience, shot back at him with incredible speed. The wordless sword's apprentice wasn't particularly strong, yet he was terrified by the piece of meat. Why hasn't it stopped yet? But because of his earlier overconfidence, he was quickly knocked out, smashing the shop window. The other apprentice watched his companion fly away, terrified and incredulous. He didn't notice Li Guol approaching. 2 pieces of meat slammed into the other apprentice's eyes, terrifying him with the power of the realm of emptiness. Li Guol remained curious. When did you hear that story? But seeing his companion so badly beaten, he no longer dared to be arrogant. Trembling, he turned to face Li Guol. Under Li Guol's murderous gaze, he cried inwardly, he's going to kill me. With that thought, he didn't hesitate, prostrating himself and begging, please, great warrior, spare my life. Li Guol repeated, answer my question. He answered tremblingly, yes, about a month ago, please spare my life. Then, a hand reached out from behind. Li Guo coldly watched as the man was seized, showing no intention of helping. It was the wordless sword. He ruthlessly killed his own apprentice with a single palm strike. A violent windstorm arose from all directions, sending objects flying. The strong wind threatened to overturn everything in the room. Even the lush green tree was stripped bare by the wind. Li Guo remained unaffected, the windstorm causing him no harm. After draining his apprentice's life force, turning him into a desiccated corpse, the wordless sword's hair turned silver. The wordless sword approached Li Guo. Which demonic lineage are you a disciple of? He scoffed, a demonic lineage, but the wordless sword refused to believe him. Even pretending not to know is useless. The wordless sword roared furiously. The blood demonic heavens is known as the power of the 12 lineages, commanding the 7 great lords and the 5 protectors. The leader of the 12 lineages is the powerful blood demon heavenly god, before whom all kneel. He had revealed his full power. Finally, the moment of revenge for his right arm has arrived, so I must know which demonic lineage the killer is a disciple of. Li Guo was too lazy to listen to the wordless sword's rambling. He directly raised his hand, gathering internal energy in the air. The reverberation spread so widely that the wordless sword, previously furious, was now stunned stiff. He incredulously raised his head. What is this? He saw something had smashed through the roof of the inn. It emitted an incredibly dazzling light. The legendary thousand-hole sword slowly descended before the wordless sword. He stared, dumbfounded. Is it the thousand-hole sword? The wordless sword was terrified. He understood, the Thousand Sword Academy. When Li Guo opened his eyes flashed with boundless killing intent. His internal energy erupted with terrifying power, shocking the wordless sword. So young, and yet such powerful internal energy. He was terrified. Could this be the legendary master produced by the Thousand Sword Academy? Each hole in the sword absorbed Li Guo's internal energy, complementing each other. He swung his sword, its power like a thunderbolt from the heavens, a move that could decide the fate of the world. The wordless sword was filled with fighting spirit. I truly want to see what happens when the Thousand Sword Academy and the blood demonic heavens clash. He was completely consumed by the battle to the death. This is amazing. Li Guo's internal energy followed the powerful sword strike, like a violent storm, unstoppable. When the dust settled, the inn was in ruins and the wordless sword had turned to dust. Li Guo let the downpour soak him, muttering to himself, I'm leaving. It was still early dawn in Shaanxi. The architectural building was completely destroyed, its former glory gone. Li Guo stood silently in the lonely garden, his back filled with pain and burden. He looked at the scene of devastation and felt regretful. Was he too late? Li Guo resolved to use the art of tea, focusing his senses to understand what had transpired. The scene reappeared in his mind, a squadron of black armored cavalry charging at full speed. Each rider was masked, but their malevolent intentions were clear. Li Guo focused on the details, quickly realizing that these were Black Storm cavalrymen, but something felt amiss. But Li Guo noticed something even stranger. He couldn't sense the presence of any disciples anywhere. A carrier pigeon landed on Li Guo's shoulder. He opened the letter immediately. It read, having received prior warning of the Black Storm cavalry's attack, the Thousand Sword Academy had safely evacuated. They had split up to avoid the blood demonic heavens and relocated to Murim under the alias of Han Jin. Li Guo silently breathed a sigh of relief. I owe Han Jin a debt of gratitude, he thought. He quickly used his mobility arts to move swiftly, knowing there was no time to hesitate. The Human Pass, a great wall, stretched across the endless desert. This was the border between the outside world and Zhongyuan, a place where various tribes and bandits roamed freely. It was the last barrier against the blood demonic heavens invasion. A messenger rushed up to report to the Lord General. He quickly informed his commander, General, someone is attempting to breach the walls. The general looked down from the city gate. Suspicious, he quickly deduced. That to have moved so many troops across the desert required intimate knowledge of his army. You must be Kwok Chung, the Shaanxi province commander from 30 years ago, Li Guo shouted. Are you Kwok Chung of the Shaanxi province commander 30 years ago? He was startled. How come that? Who are you? Li Guo raised his head, confirming his identity. Calmly, he replied. Do you know Li Guo, the national duke? This stunned Kwok Chung. His eyes widened in surprise. The great general, but those eyes, that bearing. Kwok Chung couldn't deny the resemblance. Li Guo didn't want to prolong the conversation. He pulled a token from his pocket and threw it towards Kwok Chung. Kwok Chung caught it easily with one hand. The nearby soldiers were terrified. General, are you sure about this? But Kwok Chung resolutely ordered the gate opened, leaving them even more bewildered. Without an imperial decree, no one is allowed through. Kwok Chung bellowed, that man is the emperor's only teacher, the national duke Li Guo. The gate guards were startled into opening the gate. Li Guo passed through the gate. In the moonlight, he sped away. He muttered to himself, I can't stop the sunrise to prevent the night from falling. His resolve remained strong. Could I really fail to save the Thousand Sword Academy? I must find them. No matter the battle, taking the head of the leader will end it all, he thought. He told himself, I absolutely cannot be late. He flew through the silent night, the shadowy silhouette of the Blood Demon clan's fortress appearing in the distance. The closer he got, the more magnificent the fortress loomed before him. The two guards, oblivious to the impending danger, chatted casually. "There are birds in the desert, I never heard of that." They faintly heard a whistling sound in the distance but remained unalert. "I wonder what desert birds eat." A light breeze stirred. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Li Guol swiftly used his mobility arts to attack the Blood Demon clan's fortress. With only himself and his sword, he fearlessly charged into the Blood Demon clan's stronghold, ready to cut down anyone who stood in his way. By the time the guards realized something was wrong, it was too late. A sword stroke cleaved down, shaking the earth and sky as if to shatter the heavens. Chunks of earth and rock crumbled under the force of the blow. Li Guol calmly sheathed his sword, but showed no intention of stopping. He stood tall and proud, but a deep crater had formed around him, littered with corpses. The shrimp soldiers continued to pour out of the city. They asked him who caused it. Among them, there was one who seemed to be more formidable than the others. He praised Li Guol for his strong fighting ability. He arrogantly looked down on him. Unexpectedly, someone dared to single-handedly charge into the city gates of the Blood Demon god from Murin Zhengyuan. Li Guol didn't bother to argue about this issue. His whole body exuded a strong murderous intent. He just wanted to ask what was the reason you touched the Thousand Sword Academy. He remained unafraid and dismissive, saying, What kind of sect is the Thousand Sword Academy?" Li Guol was completely enraged, his eyes flashing with unconcealable killing intent. He had no intention of sparing him. "Black Storm Cavalry of the Blood Demon god, you will regret this." But he remained contemptuous, sneering, "Thousand Sword Academy, let's see, such arrogance, let's see how you die." He didn't know how terrifying Li Guol was, yet he continued to provoke him. Does a lion need a reason to hunt a rabbit? Li Guol was utterly enraged, his eyes murderous. "You call it the big fish eating the small fish." He laughed wildly. "That's why I'll kill you now." The soldiers also prepared themselves for battle, swords drawn. Li Guol calmly glanced at everyone, telling himself, "I can't let them hold me up here." He charged forward, yelling for Li Guol's death, but he didn't bother responding, simply channeling his internal energy and shouting, "Master of the Blood Demon god, I demand your presence." Immediately afterward, Li Guol's attack was unleashed, an unstoppable force. The insignificant soldiers had no power to resist, instantly reduced to dust. A corner of the city wall was shaken to its foundations by the aftershock of the attack. A seemingly simple move, yet its residual power could sweep across the land, causing the very heavens to tremble. The sword strike ended, and Li Guol calmly sheathed his sword. His back, proud and defiant, stood tall amidst the carnage. As Li Guol was about to advance, numerous shadowy figures appeared, yelling for him to stop. He commanded, without the slightest concession, "Summon the Master of the Blood Demon god." Sura Magoon coldly replied, "The Master of the Blood Demon god isn't here. Everyone here worships only the Demon god." He didn't take Li Guol seriously. The Demon god isn't someone you can just meet. Sura explained the process thoroughly. "First, you must defeat me. Then, you must defeat all 10 demon generals. After that, you must defeat the countless heavenly soldiers and earthly warriors of the inner court. Only then can you meet the Blood Demon god." Li Guol, hearing his rambling, lost his remaining patience. His killing intent surged once more. He quickly drew his sword, leaping to confront Sura directly. If it must be this way. The old man didn't even have time to react to Li Guol's swift and precise strike. A demon general, slain with a single blow, he died without ever expecting such an easy end. Sura's followers were terrified, involuntarily murmuring, "In a single move." Li Guol showed no mercy, his voice cold and warning, "Before he appears, I will deal with all of you." Then came a bloody blade. Sohan, one of the 10 demon generals, he was overly confident. "Let me avenge Sura the demon god, don't underestimate me." Licking his sharp blade, "Jiang who calls me bloody blade Sohan, that wretch, can he withstand one of my blows?" Li Guol only smirked with disdain and mockery. At that moment, a majestic voice echoed from the blood demon's side, "Retreat, he is not our enemy." They all respectfully knelt and chanted, 10,000 demons submit, blood rain returns, repeating the slogan twice. Only Li Guol remained standing, making him stand out. In the distance, a figure slowly descended from the sky, carrying an immense aura of power. Li Guol became serious. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. The appearance of the blood demon heavenly god, Bion Ilguang, made him realize that there was someone else under the heavens who could match him. The soldiers continued chanting incessantly. Li Guol and Ilguang stood facing each other. The soldiers and Sohan didn't dare to look up, chanting in unison, "We pay our respects to the demon god." Ilguang calmly faced Li Guol, casually asking, "Just to confirm, Thousand Sword Sect?" Li Guol questioned him, "The blood demonic heavens annihilated the Thousand Sword Sect and are hunting down its survivors, is that correct?" Ilguang remained indifferent. "This is the first I've heard of it." Immediately after, a soldier came to report the whole story to him. After hearing the report, Ilguang's expression changed, his initial indifference gone. He started to threaten Li Guol. "You defeated one of the 10 great demons so easily. You are indeed not ordinary. If you dare to invade my territory and cause trouble, you will pay the price for that." He didn't want to waste words with Il Guang. In his eyes there was only endless killing intent, ready to fight to the death. Li Hu yet declared to Il Guang, "If you touch the 10,000 sword sect, I won't let you off." He ignored him, bursting into a mocking laugh. Il Guang was ecstatic, quickly unleashing all his profound and interesting internal energy. Let's see what happens. The two streams of chi clashed fiercely in a dramatic struggle. The power emanating from their battle was enough to discolor the heavens and earth, causing the world to tremble. Neither side showed any weakness when they clashed. Il Guang proudly declared to Li Guo, "A god does what a god wants, I don't need to follow the desires of humans." In contrast, he silently told himself that proving his worthiness to the blood demon heavenly god, achieving his ambition, was the only way to save his junior disciples. Li Guo looked around, assessing the situation. This place is too cramped. With that, he leaped onto a nearby towering ice mountain. Clearly, he wanted to fight it out here. Il Guang's subordinate respectfully advised, "Demon god, you don't need to dirty your hands." But he ignored him. "This isn't something you can interfere with." With that, Il Guang also leaped onto the mountain, following Li Guo. From afar, their figures were indistinct. Once again, they faced each other, each occupying a rocky outcrop. Their auras clashed continuously, neither yielding. Il Guang couldn't help but admire. The hollow thunder of the Thousand Sword Academy truly does have holes like the rumors said. Li Guo, speaking sparingly, said, "You'll experience it now." Il Guang was even more excited, arrogant. "Let's see how you use that sword. My world's #1 soul-devouring sword finally has an opponent." The two swords clashed repeatedly, sparks flying. The impact shook the very mountains. Li Guo fought with increasing ferocity, wanting Il Guang to taste his power. He refused to be outdone, directly meeting his attacks. They clashed again. Li Guo resolutely muttered, "Finally, the unbending meets the soul-devouring sword." The battle was incredibly fierce. The collision of their terrifying power created a massive explosion, momentarily leaving the outcome undecided. The demon soldiers under Nai Guang were completely stunned by the sight. The two continued to fight intensely, unleashing countless techniques, evenly matched. Il Guang's subordinate had never witnessed such an intense battle before. He couldn't believe it. He was the captain of the Steel Blood Squad, Muyong, but he was utterly astonished. Could there be someone on the Jianghu who could match the demon god? Without hesitation, Muyong leaped into the air. He didn't forget to tell the soldiers to stay put. He himself immediately jumped towards where Il Guang and Li Guo were fighting, to the astonishment of the soldiers. Muyong's chi was far inferior to the other two, so his mobility arts required more momentum. The closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. The demon god had ordered him not to follow, but he had a feeling that. Muyong thought, this fight isn't just about the blood demonic heavens, it's a battle that will be recorded in the Jianghu's annals. He quickly and secretly hid behind a large rock. The sound of clashing weapons was enough to make him open his eyes wide in disbelief. He saw Il Guang and Li Guo fighting to the point where heaven and earth were discolored. In the dark night, the heavens and earth were brightly illuminated by the light from their violent clashes. Both went back and forth, neither gaining an advantage, neither deciding on victory or defeat. Muyong only dared to observe from a distance, but he was worried about being caught in the crossfire. The rocks around him were cracked by the aftershocks. On one side was Il Guang's heretical martial arts, on the other, Li Guo's lightning-fast techniques. Both had their own strengths. Muyong witnessed this earth-shattering battle and couldn't help but marvel. Is this truly a fight between mortals? The two swords fought relentlessly, and their owners fought with increasing intensity. When Li Guo swung his sword again, its precise power, like lightning, pierced through each hole, creating an unstoppable force. Muyong, hiding behind, couldn't help but be shocked. The sword could stand against the soul-devouring sword. He was even more incredulous. How could something like the hollow thunder of the Thousand Sword Academy stand against the soul-devouring sword? A crimson, blood-red surge of power rose from under Nai Guang's feet. He unleashed his trump card, the soul-devouring sword, which absorbed darkness and increased its wielder's power, the world's #1 divine sword. Li Guo didn't flinch. The righteous light on his sword never faded, shining in bright gold and purple. Could this be one of the 4 godly weapons, the unbending? The two did not linger and directly rushed into another round of fighting. Il Guang and Li Guo both tacitly acknowledged this death match. In the end, Li Guo's golden light overwhelmed the demonic power of Il Guang's heat energy. The radiant golden light illuminated the entire sky, forcing Muyong to hastily cover his eyes, unable to look directly. This technique directly caused mountains to crumble, the earth to shake, and heaven and earth to tremble. Neither of them fell, but both tacitly stopped, not continuing the fight. Muyong didn't understand, so, the victor had been decided. Il Guang and Li Guo looked at each other. Neither underestimated the other, neither could overwhelm the opponent. Il Guang was the first to sheath his sword. His sword-holding arm trembled slightly, not easily noticeable. Il Guang started chuckling, then laughed louder, full of arrogance and madness. It seemed as if the entire world contained only his arrogant laughter. Muyong then jumped down to announce the victory of the demon god. The soldiers became even more reverent, kneeling and shouting, 10,000 demons submit, the blood age returns. Il Guang still hadn't stopped laughing. The soldiers continued to hail him. Their awe of Ilguang's absolute power deepened. Truly the demon god, he wasn't injured at all. After he finished laughing, he seriously ordered all his subordinates to be silent. The people immediately fell silent, afraid of displeasing Ilguang. He emanated a powerful aura that suppressed all his subordinates, silencing them completely. Ilguang called out Patriarch Ma Zhou-hyuk, ordering him to step forward. He trembled as he stepped forward in fear, his voice stammering, "My lord demon god." Zhou-hyuk, the patriarch of the 12 demon veins, now trembled and knelt. "Great demon god, please grant me a chance." Before he could finish his plea, his head was severed. The patriarch died just like that. Before leaving, Ilguang gave instructions to Bloody Blade So-hun. He quickly appeared and knelt to receive the order. "You called for me." Ilguang said only 3 words, "Return it." So-hun still didn't understand. Ilguang explained, "Return the Thousand Sword Academy to its original state." Muyong and the soldiers were all astonished and incredulous upon hearing this. Ilguang didn't explain further, slowly proceeding into the citadel until, seated on the throne, he didn't show a single expression. Ilguang's eyes were full of contemplation about the battle just fought. He summoned Muyong. In an instant, he appeared, respectfully saying, "I have found it, my lord." Ilguang was puzzled. "You're so curious, why don't you ask?" Muyong dared not overstep. "Your presence here makes everything clear, my lord." Ilguang smiled slightly, but fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, revealing that the battle had not been as easy as it appeared. Ilguang scoffed, "My apologies, I've broken your trust." Muyong found this even more unbelievable. Ilguang didn't say much. "I will go into seclusion to cultivate, tell everyone to extend the second coming demon festival." Before seclusion, he gave Muyong a special instruction, also, go to Jianghu. He asked questioningly, "What do you mean, my lord?" Ilguang seriously instructed, "I need you to investigate someone's past." Muyong seriously obeyed his orders. Only Ilguang remained, walking deeper into his secluded chamber. He murmured the name Li Guol for a long time, as if to engrave it deep into his heart. On the other side, on the white snowy land, Li Guol remained in the same place, adjusting his breath until it was as calm as before. He also murmured the name beyond Ilguang, the blood demon heavenly god for a long time. All streams return to the source. I thought different martial arts schools were different, but ultimately their techniques are one. But today, that belief was wrong. Li Guol recalled the image of Beyond Ilguang, the blood demon heavenly god. He had to admit that Ilguang's internal energy was so pure that it was considered demonic. It felt like fighting against an absolute darkness. But because of this, his will burned even stronger, his gaze even more determined. It was, indeed, not over yet. However, Li Guol also had some success, being able to dominate with a half-second gap. Beyond Ilguang has promised to return Thousand Sword Academy. However, his journey is not over yet, but neither of them are willing to reveal it, and another covenant has arisen. Li Guol could only sigh. It was fate. Before leaving, he didn't forget to acknowledge me as a contemporary, someone who would always share his sword and the radiant heat. Immediately after, Li Guol's figure vanished into the silent night. As he moved using mobility arts, he reflected, even someone from Thousand Sword Academy, a great celestial war god, who lived by the Emperor's sword, had put everything down. Then he questioned himself, were all those efforts in vain, or was it a lack of willpower? The more Li Guol thought about it, the more he realized he couldn't forget everything. He concluded that he had to take responsibility for his own strength. Only by passing on Hollow Thunder and his swordsmanship to Thousand Sword Academy could he regain their past power and become an incredibly strong sect. That's a satisfying thought. Li Guol understood that the Imperial Guards had no choice but to share the fate of Thousand Sword Academy's prosperity. It was one of many sects whose fate wasn't tied to the powerful. If a protected sect made a pact, they'd be bullied by others. He became even clearer. Why overlook such a simple truth? That's why my life in the palace was longer than my life in Thousand Sword Academy. Suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, Li Guol stopped, not moving forward. 100 worries filled his heart. What should he do now? Gazing at the bright moonlight, Li Guol pondered for a long time. He had to make a decision. Elsewhere, on a mountain range, a squadron of Black Storm cavalry silently moved across the mountain. The leader carefully scanned his surroundings, not forgetting to observe the terrain. That was Jian Chang, the third commander of the Black Storm cavalry. He told his attendants, the pursuit of the Murim has changed direction. Jian Chang couldn't help but praise them. Thousand Sword Academy's camp isn't seeking help from the army instead of the powerful factions. That's quite clever, he thought. The entire Black Storm cavalry saw the sect leader and apprentices of Thousand Sword Academy hiding. Jian Chang clicked his tongue, showing his contempt. He ordered, let that Black Storm group go, then we'll leave. His attendants, of course, dared not disobey. The apprentices of Thousand Sword Academy huddled together around a crackling fire. Sect leader Wu No-il, full of self-reproach, said to Shahar, who was sitting on the commander's back, you've had a hard time, child. She was the Hollow Thunder Sword, the youngest apprentice of Thousand Sword Academy. Shahar couldn't bear to see her master blaming herself. She consoled him, it's all right, I've erased the trail of Manhwa sect and Zhongnan sect. It seems like the Black Storm cavalry is chasing after them. No-il breathed a sigh of relief. then we're lucky, we won't be pursued by them anymore. Shahar reassured him, Master, you should rest a bit, I'll go scout around, he said, moved, alright, thank you. Shahar looked around at the other Thousand Sword Academy apprentices, but they didn't pretend not to know. She understood they were hiding, but she didn't say anything more. Shahar resolutely turned and went to scout alone, the commander obediently following. One person and one beast slowly walked to the stream in the forest. Shahar's heart was filled with worries. She and the commander leaned down to the stream. Shahar sighed, letting down her neatly tied hair to relax a little. Although she appeared calm, she found it difficult to accept what had happened. Thousand Sword Academy had been destroyed in just one morning. Shahar sighed, if Uncle Lee Guol were here, things would be different. She murmured to the commander, that's right, you're tired too, aren't you, can you help me a little? It licked her face. Shahar's gesture of comfort eased her mood somewhat. Shahar quickly regained her composure, tying up her hair, everyone's lives depend on me now, this isn't the time to be weak. Suddenly, the commander barked a few times, making Shahar jump. What's wrong? She was worried, a feeling of unease arose, something had happened. Shahar and the commander hurried back to the resting place of the sect leader and apprentices of Thousand Sword Academy. From afar, she saw a large fire where everyone in the sect was resting. Shahar knew something bad had happened. Without hesitation, she drew her sword, ready to fight. When Shahar returned, everything around was engulfed in flames. She cautiously looked around, her heart filled with anxiety and disbelief. She didn't know when they had been ambushed. A gruff, old voice suddenly called out, don't worry, I've brought my apprentices. Shahar was shocked. Noel urgently shouted at her, Shahar, run. She couldn't bear to run away alone, she wanted to fight alongside everyone in the sect. The shadowy body killer let out a terrifying laugh. Shahar knew that the whole sect was behind her, as their hope. She didn't want to run away even more. She raised her sword with determination to advance without retreating. Her birth was like a sword in the blue sky. If you dare to come here, it's no different than entering a place of death. Shahar quickly unleashed his sword move, die, shadowy body killer. He reacted swiftly, leaping to avoid her attack. The shadowy body killer chuckled sinisterly, I wanted to capture you while you were still in one piece, but I suppose that's not going to happen. Luckily, Shahar managed to parry his sword strike, but she had to take several steps back to barely maintain her balance. But Shahar not only didn't retreat but launched another attack. Her swordsmanship remained fierce, the wind of her blade forcing the shadowy body killer to leap back to defend himself. This attack was almost flawless, but he keenly noticed it. You left an opening, he said. The Thousand Sword Academy apprentices, seeing this, cried out in alarm, wanting to warn their junior disciple, Shahar, to be careful. But the shadowy body killer couldn't have imagined that the weakness was deliberately exposed, leading him into a trap. Shahar quickly seized the opportunity to counterattack, leaving the shadowy body killer no time to react. His sword was cleaved in two. The shadowy body killer muttered incredulously, how is this possible? How could you withstand my power? Shahar didn't flinch, striking downwards. This isn't just a battle of strength, go to hell. A single strike ended the shadowy body killer. She breathed heavily, exhausted from the fierce battle. She didn't know when the Black Storm cavalry had appeared beside her. Confused, she asked, why didn't you help him? Aren't the blood demonic heavens allied with the shadowy body killer? Jian Chang smiled mysteriously, allied with a demon killer. He praised Shahar, not bad for someone so young. You even managed to elude the Manhwa and Zhongnan sects. However, she was most wary of the Black Storm cavalry. Shahar thought to herself, Grandmaster Wu Yang Chan passed away at the nunnery. He introduced himself proudly, my name is Jian Chang. Noel and the Thousand Sword Academy apprentices were even more horrified to learn that he was the leader of the Black Storm cavalry. He was extremely worried. If they are pierced by their spears, it's not only external wounds, but internal injuries as well. Noel knew the destructive power of their weapons very well. You might not die, but your fighting ability will be completely gone. He couldn't forget that dancing shadow god spear. It was the death sentence for thousands of powerful swordsmen. Even my father, a sword sect leader, fell to it. Noel silently resolved, Shahar is the hope of our Thousand Sword Academy. I have to hold him back, even if it costs me my life. The apprentices, following his gaze, understood their master's intention. An apprentice whispered, Master, if we hold them off, the Murim Alliance will find us. That will be all right. Jian Chang sneered, warning them, you'd better not ask for reinforcements. He boasted proudly, it's the same with Mount Hua and Zhongnan. I just pretended to chase them, and no one in the Murim Alliance dared to confront us. Both the sect leader and the apprentices of the Thousand Sword Academy were stunned. Impossible. Jian Chang scoffed mockingly. So relying on the army was a wiser decision, wasn't it? You're the sword sect leader of the Thousand Sword Academy, right? Not bad. Shahar immediately became serious. She removed her outer robe, adopting a fighting stance. She threw her robe on the ground in front of Jian Chang, a defiant challenge. He became interested, ordering, everyone, stand down. His subordinate couldn't help but urge him, Captain, we should hurry. Have you forgotten that we're outside the human pass? But Jian Chang ignored him. Are you afraid? Afraid enough to flee from the Murim Alliance? He questioned, or what do you think His Majesty gave me the hollow thunder for? His subordinate stammered an apology, but Jian Chang commanded. From now on, I'm no longer the captain of the Black Storm Cavalry, I'm just a martial artist. His subordinate was speechless. He brandished his spear, his movements so fast that only after images were visible. Jian Chang declared loudly to Shah, I will show you the power of the hollow thunder. She became even more serious, praising him without hesitation. Indeed, her sword glowed with tiny lights, its power continuously swirling and growing. Jian Chang wanted to test Shah, so he let her attack first. Shah didn't refuse, knowing that a spear versus sword fight was heavily disadvantageous for her. Shah made a preliminary judgment, no matter how fast that bastard is, to win, I must see the trajectory of his spear clearly. Without hesitation, she leaped forward, attacking Jian Chang. Shah's sword attack was as fast and powerful as thunder and lightning, tearing through the sky. Hope surged within her, I've closed the distance, if this hits. But Jian Chang didn't even move, he just gently raised his spear to block it directly. Shah was a bit stunned and dumbfounded because he was knocked off the beam. Jian Chang didn't even blink from beginning to end, the wooden spear remained intact, undamaged. The other 1,000 Sword Academy apprentices couldn't believe it, a sword knocked away by a wooden spear, and he didn't even bother to dodge. Sect leader No-Il was even more shocked, his mouth agape. Shah thought to herself, I've competed with top fighters from many sects in the Murim Grand Assembly, but this level is completely different. She had to admit, she sensed the presence of many Gu Pei sect leaders in this person, he was truly the pinnacle of excellence. Jian Chang sneered, full of mockery, such a fine sword, and it can't even cut a dead piece of wood. He launched a fierce counterattack, now it's my turn to try dodging. Jian Chang scornfully shouted, if you can't dodge, then just die. Faced with his fierce attacks, Shah inevitably fell into a disadvantageous position. She continuously retreated to avoid his attacks, unable to find a way to directly confront him for a while. In a moment of carelessness, Jian Chang's spear grazed her cheek. Shah, without hesitation, unleashed her signature sword technique, a whirlwind of a sword attack ready to sweep away everything. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. Shah continuously unleashed sword techniques to parry Jian Chang's spear attacks. He began using his ultimate technique, his long spear split into several sharp after images, easily confusing and disorienting his opponent. Shah struggled to parry each powerful gust of energy from the spear. She was busy dodging, but she keenly noticed that the spear after images were increasing. In a blink, Shah counted 7 different spear after images. She tried her best to find a breakthrough and seize an opportunity to attack. Shah wisely chose to temporarily avoid the spear's point, stepping back to create distance. She knew she needed to create space. But her plan failed as Jian Chang blocked her retreat. He smirked triumphantly. You're trying to escape my spear now, are you? Jian Chang's attack became even more fierce, making it difficult for Shah to defend. Luckily, she dodged a dangerous strike by a hair's breadth. No-Il rushed forward to protect Shah, swinging his sword at Jian Chang's back. But he didn't even glance back, his spear easily blocked the sword. No-Il was also shocked and incredulous at how easily Jian Chang blocked the attack. Shah knew he was in danger, so she immediately shouted a warning for No-Il to retreat. But he stubbornly continued to defend, giving Shah a chance to escape. Jian Chang coldly declared, don't even think about escaping. The spear's shaft slammed into No-Il's abdomen. The force of the blow sent him flying, his body slammed into a tree trunk. No-Il was injured and struggled to even stand up. Shah, panicked and worried, wanted to rush to his side, but Jian Chang raised his weapon to stop her, warning her to focus on the fight. Shah asked directly, what's the meaning of this? I know you haven't used your full strength, so I'm not your opponent. Surprisingly, Jian Chang just smiled mysteriously, the one who hasn't used their full strength isn't me. He demanded, you know the 1,000 Sword Academy's 5 swords have different techniques, right? So even if you die, you must fight like a swordsman. Is that such a difficult request? Shah was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. The 1,000 Sword Academy's 1 sword break mountain swordsmanship is a sword art. It's a sword technique with 18 moves based on Oa as the sole basis of the techniques, and Liu as the basis for connecting them. I've forgotten to use half of the 1,000 Sword Academy's swordsmanship. She understood Jian Chang's meaning. As he said, she was just wielding a simple sword like someone practicing the 5 swords based on flow. Shah expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Jian Chang praised her further. He ordered his attendant to bring the Mo Shong weapon. Jian Chang's subordinate didn't dare delay, quickly bringing the Mo Shong. He declared to Shah, this isn't enough to deal with this fight. She was determined to risk it all. Now is the time to unleash everything I have. I can use it now. My strongest technique, the 1 sword break mountain swordsmanship, 13th move. Each hole on the sword began to emit thunder and lightning. Shah had achieved the 1 sword strike becomes heaven accomplishment on her sword path. The sword becomes a sword, but it's not a sword. Technique guides the sword. The moment the boundary between sword and technique is erased, that sword will become heaven. Shah unleashed the technique, 1 sword break mountain swordsmanship, 13th move, 1 sword strike becomes heaven. The Black Storm cavalrymen who had witnessed the fight were all dumbfounded. Jian Chang was even more excited. He found this fight truly amazing. Shahar's sword was swung up, carrying the will of thunder to advance without retreat. Her figure was as free and easy as a swordsman, her face solemn as she followed the path of the sword. Shahar decisively swung her sword, the brilliant light mirroring her righteous spirit. Jian Chang refused to be outdone, once again wielding his spear to fight. He planted his foot firmly to build momentum, then dashed towards Shahar. She remained unfazed, continuing to display her swordsmanship flawlessly, never pausing. Jian Chang was extremely excited. Though unseen, he could sense the surging essence hidden within the technique. He eagerly wanted to try and break it. If unseen, he could destroy it as well. Jian Chang unleashed his trump card to clash head-on with Shahar. Take this, the Black Storm Blood Spear's stance, honed by thousands of masters. The clashing technique sent violent tremors through the earth and sky. Both landed, gathered momentum, and then leaped back into the air to continue their battle. The ground was shattered by the force of their impact. Jian Chang and Shahar's battle reduced the surroundings to rubble. Noel struggled to get up, his head throbbing. But more than that, he was overjoyed. This aura, its one sword strike becomes heaven. Shahar has mastered one sword strike becomes heaven. The light emanating from her sword was so blinding that Noel had to shield his eyes. He couldn't look directly at it. The fierce battle raised a cloud of dust, obscuring both figures. He stumbled towards them, repeatedly calling Shahar's name. She remained lost in the afterglow of her strike, her sword-swinging posture frozen. Jian Chang also stood still, showing no intention of attacking further. The spear that had clashed with Shahar's sword was twisted and broken. The remaining Black Storm cavalrymen were completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even Jian Chang was surprised by the overwhelming power of the strike. Is this truly the poison sect swordsmanship of the Thousand Sword Academy? Shahar remained silent, implicitly confirming. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon arrived. Jian Chang's attendant respectfully presented a letter to his master. In his hand was a small piece of paper, a letter from the blood demonic heavens. Jian Chang was busy reading the letter. Shahar remained where she was, sensing the aura. None of the Black Storm cavalry dared to approach. After reading the letter, Jian Chang was utterly surprised. Because Shahar remained in her focused stance, completely unguarded, which he admired. Even if she were to die instantly, she would adjust her enlightenment. But while she was concentrating on honing her technique, a Black Storm cavalryman circled behind her, intending to attack her from behind. But Jian Chang wasn't that cowardly. He raised his hand, signaling his subordinate to stop. At that moment, Shahar had just completed her understanding of the sword technique. Her figure stood tall and full of spirit. After successfully grasping the technique, Shahar let out a sigh of relief. Turning her head, she saw Jian Chang standing beside her. He asked, all cleaned up, making her jump. Shahar understood that he hadn't attacked her while she was unguarded, so she calmly replied. But Jian Chang's next words stunned her. Before leaving, he said, next time we meet, we'll decide the victor. The Black Storm cavalryman and Johyuk were extremely puzzled by his decision. Jian Chang didn't bother with words. He presented the letter, a direct action, showing no desire for argument. This is the demon god's order. Demon Johyuk shouted angrily, unreasonable, we've won everything, I can't. Before he could finish, he received a deep, clean cut to his back, dying with his eyes wide open. The attacker was none other than Jian Chang. He coldly and ruthlessly dealt with Johyuk. Then, in a low voice, he declared, it's the god's will, who dares to oppose? The Black Storm cavalrymen didn't dare to utter a word. They only silently sweated, but dared not show any discontent. Jian Chang put on his hat and directly ordered them to return to their sect. Now, the Black Storm cavalrymen obeyed him unquestioningly. The group arrived with fierce momentum, only to leave proudly, leaving the sect leader and the Thousand Sword Academy apprentices bewildered. Jian Chang silently transmitted his voice, your swordsmanship, I've seen similar Daoist techniques in the Thousand Sword Academy's swordsmanship. But then, the 4 words from the blood demonic heaven stunned Shahar. The Black Storm cavalryman abandoned the pursuit. Noel anxiously asked, Shahar, are you all right? She was relieved that everyone was safe, affectionately calling him Master. Shahar rushed to help him up. Master, are you all right? Noel still had the energy to tease. If I can still walk, then everything's fine, right? Shahar reassured him, I'm fine, Master. See, Noel curiously asked, what I just saw, was that one sword strike becomes heaven? Shahar nodded affirmatively to him. While channeling her strength she replied, yes, because I don't know how to explain it to you yet. In her hand flashed a golden light, seemingly small, but actually contained enormous power. Shahar was certain that she clearly felt it. Noel praised her profusely. Since the founding master of the Thousand Sword Academy, no one had ever mastered the 13th technique. If she could cultivate the remaining 5 techniques, though he didn't finish his sentence, Shahar was so moved she interrupted him. The injured supported each other. Noel, who was the most severely wounded, was carried away on the back of the war dog. Shahar curiously asked her master, the attack was foreseen, who warned us? Noel didn't know either. She speculated, I wonder if it was that person who warned us. Noel's gaze drifted to the distance. His ambiguous tone, without refuting, implicitly confirmed it. He was old, but his eyes were teary. I truly miss him whenever I think of him. Shahar curiously asked, can you tell me about that time, Master? She could confirm that it must have been a wonderful time, wasn't it, Master? No-Il pondered for a moment before beginning his story. He was a good person, and a rare martial arts genius. But he said no more, only reminding all the apprentices, let's leave this place. Shahar, relieved of her burden, walked away chuckling. The attack was over, leaving many unanswered questions, but above all, everyone was safe. The sky was exceptionally clear 10 days after the fire at the Thousand Sword Academy. No one in Shaanxi mentioned the Thousand Sword Academy, nor dared to look at the buildings that had been attacked by the blood demonic heavens. No one had forgotten the fear of the Black Storm Cavalry, which had once divided the Shaanxi Murim world. The masters and disciples of the Thousand Sword Academy were used to these looks. They only needed to survive and encourage each other to move on. Shahar cheerfully encouraged the injured. Come on, we're almost at the Thousand Sword Academy. The war dog observed something and barked fiercely. Suddenly, it dashed forward, looking ferocious. Shahar was surprised and called out loudly for the war dog to return. It continued its search, causing her to worry. Shahar turned around, unexpectedly hearing a familiar voice, and involuntarily called out, Senior brother. John Poong slowly approached her. Everyone around looked on. He rejoiced. You're still alive, Shahar excitedly replied. Senior brother, I'm glad you're safe. John Poong and the others greeted No-Il. He sternly asked John Poong, what happened? Where are my junior brothers? John Poong immediately knelt down. In an apologetic posture, he kowtowed, constantly blaming himself. I failed to protect the senior brothers, please kill me. No-Il said nothing, trembling as he looked around the room. They then surrounded the coffins. The atmosphere was filled with grief. Shahar didn't know when she started to tear up, unable to cry out loud. John Poong recounted in despair, the senior brothers stayed behind to save us. Then, 4 days ago, the blood demonic heavens suddenly stopped pursuing us. After that, we collected their remains and returned to the sect. After hearing the story, No-Il couldn't help but cry. His voice stammered as he revealed, the 6 hollow thunder swords of the senior brothers, they're all gone. He seemed to collapse, sobbing uncontrollably. Losing the senior brothers and junior brothers I've lived with for 12 years is already heartbreaking enough, but even senior disciple Li Guo's sword is gone. But we don't have time to grieve. I am the sect leader of the Thousand Sword Academy. Ending his thoughts, No-Il immediately drew his gleaming sword. He swung it and shouted, we will rebuild the Thousand Sword Academy. Today's tragedy will never happen again. No-Il's masters and disciples unanimously agreed. He didn't forget to urge them on. They have become heaven swords, so we will bury them in the ancestral graves. The souls of the 6,000 Sword Academy junior brothers who died in the blood demonic heavens raid ascended to heaven. Now, the Thousand Sword Academy only had one experienced sect leader and 16 young disciples. No-Il stood sincerely before the incense burner. Performing the ceremony, he slowly presented his words. I am forced to bid farewell to my 6 junior brothers. I pray that they all transform into heaven swords, and I ask you to take care of them so they may live in peace. Then, No-Il decisively burned the piece of paper in his hand. The burning ashes flew into the sky, causing him to ponder, born as a fragment of a heaven sword. So when it dies, the sword loses its purpose and also disappears. After the burial was completed, someone suddenly called out to No-Il in a panic. He directly asked John Poong, what happened? John Poong's face was pale. He told No-Il to quickly return and see. John Poong also revealed terrible news. Someone has stolen all the treasures from our Thousand Sword Academy's land. He didn't hesitate, immediately asked him to lead the way and everyone to follow. No-Il turned back. When Shahar was still standing there, she seemed to have some intention in mind and said she would go down later. He had no doubts and quickly turned away. Shahar stared at the graves, lost in thought. If I had a little more strength, could I have protected the masters? She suddenly pulled a book with striking features from her coat. Memories flooded back to Shahar. 6 years ago, Uncle Li Guo had given her 3 books and some other extraordinary items, only with these 3 books containing Uncle's dedication. Could we definitely rebuild the Thousand Sword Academy? Shahar hugged the book tightly, wondering what kind of person Li Guo was. She still remembered clearly. When she left the sect, Uncle was over 20 years old. Now, 70 years have passed. Shahar drew her sword, preparing to do something. She made a bold strike. Right now, she had only learned the 5th intention of the 13th move in the one sword break mountain swordsmanship. Shahar continued practicing with her sword, her mind wandering. She paused to rest for a bit. Her movements looked very skillful. Shahar knelt down, swirling her sword in a circle, wishing Uncle were here at times like this. She immediately pulled herself together. What if I faltered? The future of the Thousand Sword Academy depended on her. Shahar sheathed her sword, suddenly remembering the past. The image of Jian Chang appeared vividly in her mind. He was shouting, I'll show you hollow thunder. I know this isn't accidental swordsmanship. This technique isn't in the Thousand Sword Academy's swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship, I've seen similar blade techniques to the Thousand Sword Academy swordsmanship before. At the blood demonic heavens, Shahar always suspected that he didn't simply want a one-on-one fight with her. Her hand raised the sword, intending to draw it. Shahar showed a powerful energy surge around her. Did he want to see the one sword break mountain swordsmanship from the very beginning? The Blood Demonic Heavens blade technique was similar to the one sword break mountain swordsmanship, but the Blood Demonic Heavens had attacked the Thousand Sword Academy, and 6 Hollow Thunders had disappeared. Though I'm not sure, something is rising up. I absolutely must become stronger now. Shahar looked up at the sunset sky with its drifting purple clouds. The wind whistled through the cracks in the rocks. On that high mountain peak, it seemed someone was standing there. Li Guol looked into the distance, saying nothing, silently contemplating something. His eyes showed sadness, his mood blending with the chill of the night. That night, at the home of Don Wa, the Shaanxi branch head of Hanjin Xiaohu, located in Shaanxi, the lights shone brightly. He was respectfully reporting. It is said that there were no special incidents at the ancestral graves of the Thousand Sword Academy. However, the number of graves has increased 5-fold, and 5 bags of money have disappeared. Li Guol's face darkened. Don Wa quickly explained, I couldn't do anything to help the Thousand Sword Academy, so I spent a little money, and because I didn't reveal my identity, there were no problems. After listening, he bowed and thanked him. Don Wa stammered, there's no debt, I only followed my master's orders. Li Guol smiled warmly, I've met more kinds of people than you have, so I just need to look into your eyes to know you're not lying. I will remember this kindness. Don Wa couldn't help but feel amazed. This person only looked young, his words and actions were no different from a 70-year-old man. He suddenly put his hand heavily on Don Wa's shoulder. Don Wa, frightened and not understanding what was happening, couldn't stand and fell onto the chair. Li Guol kindly instructed him, don't be so obsequious when talking to me in the future. He quickly complied. Seeing Don Wa's respectful attitude, he couldn't help but chuckle. A strong gust of wind suddenly erupted from Li Guol's waving arm. He was startled, feeling something strange around him. Don Wa recalled the past. This peace is similar to the feeling of peace when I used on TUC, but the peace from him is pure. He said so, I just need to believe and follow. Li Guol politely asked, may I ask you for a favor? He didn't refuse but eagerly awaited his instructions. Li Guol held up 3 fingers, emphasizing each word as he instructed Don Wa to find 3 people. He thought he had misheard, his face was full of tension. It was now the middle of the night. The soldiers shouted, open the gate, the Black Storm Cavalry has returned. An advisor softly told the soldiers to retreat. Everyone has worked hard, they all replied in unison, wholeheartedly for the master. He turned to Jian Chang, I'll go report to the Heavenly Master first and then return. Do you want to come along? Jian Chang asked in surprise. The advisor laughed sinisterly. The gods and demons will explain why he restored the Black Storm Cavalry. The surrounding space was quiet, everything seemed to fall asleep. Jian Chang with a shocked face can't believe his ears. The advisor leaned against the wall, curious about his thoughts at the moment. He continued calmly. This all happened in a single day. Alone, he charged into the Blood Demonic Heavens, felling over 100 men with a single sword and reducing the Blood Demonic Heavens to dust. Ignoring Jian Chang's gruffness, the advisor calmly continued. Before that, the 10 demon veins stopped him, but with one sword strike he defeated Sura Magoon, and then directly confronted the demon god. The fragments of Sura Magoon's sword were later collected. It said they revealed his chi and martial arts, but even with all the pieces, the sword could not be restored to its original form. The broken end of the sword was melted, as if struck by lightning. So we should examine the sword first. The moonless night deepened the melancholy, and Jian Chang pondered with a heavy heart. Did the demon god have to intervene because he faced such an opponent? Someone ran towards him from a distance, out of breath. The person gave Jian Chang a piece of paper, seemingly very important. He quickly accepted it with a word of thanks. With the dim light of the torch, he quietly opened it to read, his eyes focused. The Flying Heaven's Bloody Sword, a martial art created 3,000 years ago by the patriarch of the Hyok Demon clan. This striding art, with its 18 techniques, became the most powerful among the 5 great blade techniques. Wu Lin later became the ultimate master of the Flying Heaven's Bloody Sword. Currently, the patriarch of the Hyok Demon clan is dead at the hands of the demon god. After reading, he decisively threw it into the blazing fire. Watching the paper burn, Jian Chang spoke. Wu Lin inherited the position of patriarch. I'm not dreaming. He gritted his teeth, hating the name Wu Lin. Inside the magnificent palace, Sadu's voice echoed, the Shaanxi incident is concluded. The case within the Wu Lin alliance is unremarkable. I want to emphasize, the court is not involved, the officials all obeyed the order. His face was pensive, troubled. Sadu questioned. We still haven't found the national master, a man immediately confirmed. Clearly, he has gone into hiding in some remote place, the old man sighed. He ordered them to leave. The officials understood and rose to their feet, bowing before departing. Now only Sadu remained, with piles of documents on the table. Bum Suk appeared unexpectedly. Why are you sighing, my lord? 100,000 imperial guards could hear that. The old man was startled and immediately asked why Bum Suk was there. Bum Suk only smiled, his expression enigmatic. He pulled up a chair and sat down without hesitation. The 2 men sat opposite each other, conversing in the dim light. Bum-suk reminisced, the first time I saw him remove his armor. Sadu coldly replied, I hope your reason for coming has to do with him. Then, boldly, he revealed that he had received news about Lee Guol. The old man was shocked, his eyes lit up. Is that information accurate? Bum-suk slowly recounted. He went to the human pass, and he revealed his identity to a merchant there. Sadu was excited. Unbelievable. Does he intend to return to the palace? His expression confirmed that the national master was in hiding in the mountains, but had become entangled in something that caused him to reveal his identity to the merchant. You've probably heard rumors about the Jianghu fighting in Shaanxi. I've held discussions about whether to deploy troops. Is from the Thousand Sword Academy. This time, they were annihilated by a sect called the Blood Demonic Heavens. Sadu found it strange. Then he must have intervened in Jianghu affairs, but he's the national master. Who would dare to provoke his family? Bum-suk scoffed. Knowing his character, he probably wouldn't reveal his identity as the national master. Sadu pondered. Of course, I immediately returned to relay the news to the Thousand Sword Academy. His Majesty is also searching for the national master. Bum-suk analyzed carefully. It's a Jianghu matter. We are generals of the Great Ming. It's beneficial for us to get involved. The old man agreed, and I also want to rebuild the Thousand Sword Academy. I will personally capture those Blood Demonic Heavens criminals and publicly execute them as a warning. He laughed. Even you couldn't traverse the human pass alone. Bum-suk turned serious. Actually, there's something I haven't told you, Sadu bluntly asked. What else are you hiding? He emphasized each word. His Highness has ordered that no mention be made of the national master's journey to the human pass. The old man stared at Bum-suk in shock, breaking out in a cold sweat. The northeast wind swept through every corner of the imperial city. Soldiers were urinating and gossiping. A soldier, his cheeks flushed from drinking, said something to the man beside him. He mumbled loudly. I say that young man Tyrone Feng, you have already gone through the Jade Gate management. Quickly cover his mouth. How dare you say that the general was forbidden to be mentioned? He still argued. It's just the two of us. What's the big deal? You're going to tattle. The guy couldn't help but yell at him. Then they got into a huge fight, neither one backing down. Suddenly, a tall man appeared where the two were fighting. He demanded to know the name of the man who went through the Jade Gate. A moment later, blood covered the ground. The soldier lay fallen. No one knew what happened. Muyong, with a ferocious expression, pondered the name Lee Guol. A quiet atmosphere enveloped an inn in Shaanxi. Dim light emanated from the lanterns. A group of people were gathered playing a game, with gold coins piled high on the table. Bakja held up his cards, laughing. Too bad, he said. Looks like luck's on my side this time. Then he slammed his 4 neatly arranged cards onto the table. Bakja gathered the gold coins, singing happily. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his, stopping him. A big man forcefully controlled Bakja. Frightened, he didn't dare resist, instead softly negotiating with the man. The man aggressively held a sword to Bakja's beard, threatening him. His face stern, he directly accused Bakja of cheating. Bakja looked around for help, but everyone ignored him. He suddenly caught Lee Guol's attention, his eyes lit up, and he tried to plead for help to buy time. Lee Guol coldly turned away. Leaving him in a tough spot, Bakja yelled out in frustration. A strong young man, and you won't help an old man in trouble. You don't care, you made this mess, so deal with it yourself, he said dismissively. Lee Guol spoke with hidden meaning. I don't understand why a lion would ask for help catching a mouse. Bakja, sensing his intent, became angry. You mean I'm the mouse and this old man is the lion? Casually, he used a card to block the man's sword. I wanted to play a little longer, but it seems I can't, he muttered, mocking the man while touching the coins. He stood opposite, accusing him. You always whine. You win because of skill, and you lose because I cheat. The man, hit where it hurt, became aggressive and tried to change the subject. Bakja calmly looked at the man, a plan forming in his mind. He flicked a card with great skill. The man couldn't dodge and was hit in the stomach. He gritted his teeth, furious. It didn't stop there. That small force sent the man sprawling to the floor, shocking everyone present. Bakja approached Lee Guol and loudly exclaimed, Don't I look like just a petty old man? Hearing this, the others scattered. In a low voice, he said, I've seen a dragon, but it looked just like a lion. Bakja seemed very interested in Lee Guol's words. He slowly poured tea and announced he was drinking tea. Bakja laughed and told Lee Guol to relax. He sat and observed him from beginning to end. Lee Guol sipped his hot tea. Finding Bakja amusing, he initiated conversation. I'm the omniscient, unparalleled in the Jianghu, he declared. In the peaceful night, Lee Guol asked, I hear you're a great genius, yet you want to become a demon. Bakja sighed. You mean joining the tournament? Guys like me just want to have some fun. They continued chatting for a long time, then he abruptly stopped. This is all vague, he said, somewhat annoyed. How old are you anyway? Lee Guol smiled mysteriously, piquing his curiosity. Then he revealed his exact age, leaving Bakja speechless. He still found it hard to believe, thinking Lee Guol was lying, and stated his own age. Bakja patiently probed further. Have you heard of the Great Bloody Drought? Remember the summer drought? His eyes held anticipation. He thought, that was 70 years ago. Rivers and wells dried up, the people suffered greatly, but that summer, there was a little rain. Unless you lived through it, you wouldn't know. Li Guol answered without hesitation. It rained, and if you ate wild ginger to survive that drought, you'd be younger than me. Adults even peeled pine bark to boil and eat that year. Bakja couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't believe Li Guol knew all that. Li Guol continued to walk on the deserted road. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Makes Bakja scared. Is the reverse flow of wondrous movements in legend really real? He quickly ran over, stopping him. Bakja probed, would you be comfortable traveling with this old man? Li Guol directly replied, I've only just begun. He didn't object. If you have that much time, then use it to relax a bit, he continued, speaking vaguely. Bakja voiced his thought, are you truly the reverse flow of wondrous movements? He received a vague answer from Li Guol, making him slightly suspicious. Could it be that the reverse flow of wondrous movements requires a special method or martial art? He flatly denied, the reverse flow of wondrous movements is not a state. Bakja looked at Li Guol appraisingly. You mean it's not a state of martial arts? He gazed into the distance. It's hard to explain, because I've never thought I'd explain it to anyone. Then he talked about the difference between the legendary body swapping and other states of martial arts as an example. After explaining, Li Guol turned around to bid Bakja farewell. Seeing him still watching, he hinted, don't you have something to do? A martial artist shouldn't be known in a place like this. You shouldn't follow me. Bakja chuckled lightly, expressing his desire to follow him. Li Guol felt surprised. I don't have many stories, but don't you have any plans? He softly replied, what you said changed my plans, so we'll travel together. He was still hesitant and unsure. Bakja immediately interjected, I want to follow you for the rest of your life. Li Guol said nothing, only looking at him with thoughtful eyes. He said confidently, I have traveled all over the world, interacted with the Murim Alliance leaders and defeated the demons of the blood demonic heavens. If we go together, no one can compare to us. Bakja continuously praised Li Guol for his extraordinary abilities, but he seemed not to care at all. He then stated firmly, with what you have, others will remember you. It's obviously something that attracts attention. Li Guol looked up at the sky, pondering, until now, my life has never been seen by anyone. Because my heart was moved, I became a senior disciple who treated my junior brothers like family. For the peace of the great Ming, I had to become the Grand Minister in the Imperial Palace. I never wanted anyone to remember my life. But an old man has come just to remember my life. Bakja said something that shocked Li Guol, even if something happens to the unbending, I will help you with that. He quickly turned back to look at him with dubious eyes. How could you know that? Bakja offered a condition, if you let me come along, I will tell you, but now that you've realized about the unbending, do you think you'll still need me? Without a word, Li Guol suddenly drew his small, sharp sword. He brought it close to Bakja's neck, wondering, should I kill him to silence him? Terrified, he revealed, isn't the unbending long gone? If it's a sword that suits you, it must be the unbending. Li Guol, having heard the answer, seemed to understand Bakja's feelings. He said nothing, but there was something thoughtful in his eyes. Then Li Guol turned away. He threw back a sentence, I was only joking, seeing Bakja was still confused. Li Guol urged, you are the first friend in this rebirth of mine. The next morning, the sun was still peaking below the high mountains. Gentle breezes swayed the trees on the Thousand Sword Academy's sacred mountain. On the way, the two of them continuously discussed laying the foundation for the Thousand Sword Academy. Suddenly, Li Guol stopped, staring ahead. This strange action puzzled Bakja. Someone was concentrating on practicing martial arts. With incredibly eye-catching sword moves, Shahar moved back and forth very quickly, unleashing decisive strikes. Bakja observed for a while. Feeling quite surprised, that's Shahar, the Hollow Thunder Sword. She's practicing on the sacred mountain at this hour. She felt someone watching her. Immediately stopping her movements, Li Guol and Shahar looked at each other. There seemed to be something unspoken between them. Bakja hesitated, thinking. Although it wasn't complicated, he couldn't tell Shahar that he was a senior disciple of the Thousand Sword Academy. He glanced over, sensing something was about to happen. Shahar's body unexpectedly emitted a surge of latent energy, startling them. She completely lost control of her limbs and flew towards Li Guol. He showed no concern whatsoever. Finally, Shahar's sword pierced directly into Li Guol's chest with tremendous force. The sun was gradually climbing to the mountain peak with light clouds drifting by. Shahar concentrated on her martial arts practice, the warm sunlight making her silhouette stand out. Shahar, with graceful steps, leaped high, dancing with her sword. Beautiful, she curved around, her technique looked very practiced. Shahar landed gently, powerful energy radiated everywhere. She seemed to have exerted a lot of effort in her performance, sweat dripping from her forehead. Shahar wondered, she could unleash one sword strike becomes heaven before, why not now? She thrust her sword forward, then a blinding blue light erupted. Shahar sadly realized, it must flow like black water to be unstoppable and spin like a whirlpool to avoid blockade. Anyone who has undergone the transformation can recognize the power of shatter mountains with one sword, the signature move of the One Sword Break Mountain Swordsmanship. From pages 1 to 10 of the One Sword Break Mountain Swordsmanship, even without combining smooth and hard movements simultaneously, it's not difficult to execute the techniques. However, from then on, the techniques are like oil and water, you must handle them simultaneously. Ultimately, the ability to use smooth and hard movements simultaneously determines the cultivation level in one sword break mountain swordsmanship. Shahar sighed. She had practiced smooth and hard movements daily for 10 years, yet still couldn't reach that level. She snapped back to reality as she noticed someone approaching. Shahar was quite surprised, staring at Bakja and Li Guol. His sword, with its intricate designs, captivated her gaze. A thought flashed through Shahar's mind. Li Guol's sword was the Hollow Thunder. Her eyes flashed with hatred. Clearly, he was one of those who possessed the Hollow Thunder, unforgivable. Without hesitation, Shahar leaped into battle, using the 13th technique of one sword break mountain, one sword strike becomes heaven. Li Guol's face showed no fear. Bakja was too frightened to speak. She secretly rejoiced at successfully executing the technique. A destructive energy enveloped him, but Li Guol didn't react. A loud explosion echoed, shaking the mountains and forests. Rocks and earth flew everywhere, the surroundings were in chaos. Shahar breathed a sigh of relief, blaming herself for her oversight. She should have asked about the Hollow Thunder's origins before attacking. She suddenly gasped, discovering something unbelievable. Li Guol was still alive, standing tall before Shahar. She was so astonished she couldn't speak. He said coldly, "There's no reason why the body can't become a sword." Shahar's sword still retained heat, its energy not fully released. Bakja observed them, sensing the tension. He quickly explained, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. My nephew isn't who you think he is." Shahar glanced at Bakja with suspicion. Li Guol coughed lightly and added, "My great-uncle had ties with the previous generation's sect leader, Wunyang Qion, of the Thousand Sword Academy." She began to understand but still questioned, "But that sword, may I ask why it resembles our sect's sword?" The sword Li Guol carried was a big question mark for Shahar. Bakja forced a smile. "A swordsman friend gave it to my nephew. You call it Hollow Thunder, right?" She didn't deny it. Observing the man before her, Shahar pondered, searching her memory. 15 Hollow Thunders sent to the Thousand Sword Academy were also received as gifts from Uncle Li Guol. They also had deep ties with Uncle Li Guol. Li Guol politely asked for some quiet time with Bakja. Shahar didn't bother them and left immediately. She walked leisurely towards the distant village. He scolded him. "That's a clumsy excuse," Bakja retorted unhappily. "Didn't you say you didn't want to reveal you're the uncle?" Li Guol slowly sheathed his sword, seemingly unwilling to argue. Bakja countered, "It probably thinks you and I have ties with the uncle. Its mind must be in turmoil, so leaving a bit of hope is good too." Li Guol remained silent, his mind filled with thoughts. They had arrived at the graves, the surroundings were peaceful. He reverently knelt before the cold tombstones. Li Guol bowed his head, apologizing before Bakja, an incompetent disciple who couldn't protect the sect. He poured out his heart, surprising Bakja. Li Guol clenched his fist in pain. "Between my new life and the sect's danger, I hope the Thousand Sword Academy was strong enough to protect itself, but it resulted in the loss of 5 Hollow Thunders. Ilguang is not the type of person to break a promise, even though in the blood demonic heavens it is clear that those are the schemes he experienced in the palace." Li Guol said this, suddenly looked up to the sky and looked. He raised his hand and shouted, "The blood demonic heavens sect master of the 10,000 demonic blades, and the imperial palace guarded by millions of imperial guards, for I know he is not as perfect as the Thousand Sword Academy." The wind suddenly howled violently at Li Guol's vow of revenge. "Later, I will return it to you." Bakja struggled to stay upright, not understanding what was happening. The tombs were also shaken by him. Swords suddenly fell from nowhere onto the ground. Li Guol's fingers gently manipulated those swords. The mirror beside him instantly opened. In an instant, the swords flew into it and settled neatly. The large mirror automatically closed its lid, and the ropes tied themselves around it. Bakja witnessed it all and couldn't help but admire. "That's the realm of void capture, not one, but 15 swords. I've never seen anyone with such power." Li Guol, now in a very good mood, told him to set off. Bakja was still dazed, not knowing where he was going. He looked in the direction Li Guol pointed and shouted, "You don't mean I have to carry that coffin, do you?" Li Guol calmly replied, "Of course. Does being 10 years older than you mean I have to carry it?" Bakja grumbled, dragging the mirror along. "I never thought I'd become a funeral undertaker at 90. He couldn't keep up and frantically chased after Li Guol. The sky was clear blue with treetops swaying in the wind. The leaves couldn't hold onto the branches and were swept away. The peace was shattered by someone's loud curses. Dan Hak stormed out of the house, looking rather foolish. Beck feigned weakness while continuously berating him. Then he threw the hammer in his hand. Dan Hak didn't dodge and was hit in the arm, his face contorting in pain. He plunged into the lake without hesitation. Beck on the shore continued to threaten, "Such good parasitic worms, today, I'll definitely fix your foolish nature." Dan Hak retorted loudly, "Are you trying to kill your son to vent your anger? Stop nagging me about your grandson." Then he quickly ran up the bank and away, ignoring his panting pursuer. While running, Dan Hak looked back. "I thought I was dead. Why was I discovered then?" Not paying attention to the front, he bumped into Li Guol. Dan Hak grimaced, holding his face and groaning in pain. He spoke up, attracting his attention and surprising Dan Hak. Bakja also turned to look at the person on the ground. Beside the small house was a stove, looking very old. A piece of paper hung on the door, neatly written, "Blacksmith Chul Wong is closed today." They sat opposite each other, without speaking. Dan Hak was still slightly sore, occasionally rubbing his shoulder. Bakja secretly judged that given the Infinite Supreme Sword School's reputation, Bek of Blacksmith Chul Wong should be highly respected. Unexpectedly, he was this polite. Li Guol broke the tense atmosphere. "Everyone, look up. Why are you making people so uncomfortable? Dan Hak, you too, look up." Bek respectfully said, "The general's kindness leaves me at a loss for how to properly respond." He pressed his head down and added, "My son and I find no inconvenience, so please don't worry." Li Guol laughed heartily, feeling extremely relaxed. Then he placed all the swords on the table. "Of the 30 hollow thunder swords you made for us, I've brought 16 here." Bek picked them up to examine, scrutinized them for a while, then questioned, "Aren't their blades dulled?" Li Guol looked at him proudly. "Everyone in the world will compare their skills to yours. Though buried for 7 years, they haven't rusted at all." Bek was astonished, unable to believe his ears. He immediately confirmed it was true. He then fell silent, lost in thought. Li Guol smiled mysteriously, as if knowing everything beforehand. He directly asked, "The thin and enforced light chain mail was also made by you, wasn't it?" Bek immediately admitted it. Thin and enforced light chain mail is a piece of armor worn from the upper arms to the knees with steel rings to reduce weight, but can stop swords or spears, each name, and was chosen by the Ming army as a defensive weapon. Li Guol raised an object in his hand, continuing to wonder, "Is this what the steel ring in the immortal armor is like?" In just a few seconds, he deformed the object. Dan Hak gaped in amazement, while Bek continuously confirmed. Li Guol placed a few other things on the table and curiously asked, "So, this trigger is attached to the ring of the Kangti Lian Huanjiao to detach it from the steel ring at any time, right?" He pondered for a long time. Bakja beside him explained the advantage of attaching and detaching the trigger to the ring of the Kangtian Huanjiao, its lightness. While it was indeed light, he said it was cumbersome. He then ordered Bakja to hold a sword to illustrate. The trigger unexpectedly flew into the air gently. Li Guol loudly ordered him to try and stop the trigger. As soon as he finished speaking, he controlled it to fly quickly towards Bakja. He concentrated on using his sword to block the attacks. Bek and Dan Hak watched intently without blinking. He couldn't believe it and turned to ask his father, "That trigger just flew up automatically, right?" Li Guol simultaneously threw out several more triggers. Bakja tried to resist. "It's void capture," he said. "He's not that skilled to do this." Then he launched 3 more triggers. With his skillful technique, he blocked Li Guol's triggers. Suddenly, Bakja's face turned pale, sensing something was wrong. The sword in his hand was now broken in 2. Bakja held it up helplessly, unable to believe a perfectly good sword had become like this. Li Guol calmly said, "If the sword can't withstand the attack of the trigger, take this opportunity to discard it. This is the Infinite Supreme Sword School, after all." The father and son were speechless, only nodding in agreement. He whispered, "I realize there are things even an unbending blade cannot protect against, if we can freely deal with this trigger." Li Guol looked at Bek and suggested, "Can you melt hollow thunder to make triggers for me? The more, the better," he agreed, but added, "To find a way to detach the triggers, I will need time." He seemed very determined. "Whether it takes 2 years or 10, I will wait, as long as you are alive." Bek solemnly promised to try his best. Bakja, seizing the opportunity, teased, "What can't be done with a sword like this?" Since rumors spread that blacksmith Chul Wong had refused all orders, 2 months have passed. After that day, Bek stayed secluded in the workshop, not taking a single step outside. Li Guol disappeared. Winter arrived, yet he still hadn't appeared. Bakja restlessly paced back and forth. Dan Hak suggested reporting the news to the Thousand Sword Academy. Bek scolded him, "Everything he does is intentional, don't talk nonsense." He angrily scolded him and then went elsewhere to calm down. Bek was lost in his thoughts. Luckily, he had achieved something during this time, while forging iron by heating it to high temperatures. A lodestone points a piece of iron north and south equally. So I could create similar magnetism in the metal. He used a hammer to shape the iron to his liking. Bek's eyes shone with determination, the request of the general, his lifelong benefactor. "So even if I die forging this hammer, I'll be happy." Red sparks flew everywhere. After a while, he plunged the newly forged trigger into cold water. Old age and fatigue did not deter Bek's will. Suddenly, someone offered a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Li Guol spoke first, apologizing for his long absence, his voice warm. A gentle breeze blew, enough to make one shiver. He slowly sipped the hot tea in his hand. Everyone was serious, awaiting Li Guol's words. He didn't hesitate, going straight to the point, touched the heart and controlled the vital energy in the 5 internal organs. They seemed to recite in unison, pierce the spine and expel all negative vital energy. Li Guol mentioned the tea would do all of that. All 3 of them were utterly bewildered, carefully examining the tea. He smiled and invited Bek to try it. He was the first person to see the results of the art of tea first. Bakja next to him looked at Li Guol uncomfortably. Did he transfer his power to him? Understanding his intention, he couldn't help but laugh. Jealous, then try making a single needle yourself. Li Guol emerged from the small house, his steps slow and deliberate. He walked to the riverbank, where the water flowed gently. A thought crossed Li Guol's mind. Last year, he'd heard news about the Thousand Sword Academy from Shranx's prefect, Manhwa. Their other swords still possessed flexibility, but the Hollow Thunder now lacked it. He suddenly smiled enigmatically, as if planning something. Bakja appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Sensing Li Guol's mood, he asked, thinking about the Thousand Sword Academy. He didn't answer, instead judging him in a low voice. Bakja casually mentioned, the Thousand Sword Academy's opening ceremony is coming soon. They've rebuilt the academy and recruited more people. Li Guol didn't comment, seemingly intending to visit somewhere. Night fell near the Shining Avian Horse clan. The space was very quiet. Jiang Wu ran desperately, pursued by terrified soldiers. The soldiers surrounded him, determined to capture him. Jiang Wu leaped over the wall, determined to deliver the message to the Biok clan at all costs. The Biok clan's four godly weapons were stolen, and I've found their whereabouts. Soldiers, carrying blazing torches, shouted, determined to corner Jiang Wu. He knew he was cornered and was extremely worried. Jiang Wu gasped, looking down. It was about 3 meters down, but he could land if it were desert sand. Even if I die here, after considering it, he seemed to have found his answer. Jiang Wu recklessly fled, surrounded on all sides. Song Jiok then appeared, ordering the soldiers to stop so he could deal with him. Jiang Wu opened a vial of something. His actions were suspicious. He fell from a height but showed no fear. Jiang Wu unleashed magical circles with a savage smile. Song Jiok approached him, causing Jiang Wu to flinch. He began drawing his sword, preparing for battle. But before he could strike, he was struck hard in the chest. Jiang Wu fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Song Jiok was there, calmly watching Jiang Wu lying unconscious. His eyes observed something, causing his eyebrows to furrow. Song Jiok seemed to recognize him, nothing surprising. He then ordered the soldiers to dispose of Jiang Wu's body. Wu Lin now stood alone, watching the dawn. Amidst the gurgling water, he seemed to anticipate the intrusion of strangers into the Biok clan. Song Jiok could only kneel and apologize. Time passed, he remained kneeling, feeling utterly helpless. Wu Lin's deep voice told Song Jiok to stand, saying, those greedy dogs aren't your fault. Hearing this, he stood up and quickly thanked him. Seeing Song Jiok still standing silently, Wu Lin asked him to sit down. He suddenly pointed to the table, probing, do you know what this means? Song Jiok glanced at it and bluntly countered, isn't that the patriarch's life? Wu Lin rested his chin on his hand, pondering, not denying his answer. Swords with intricate designs were neatly arranged on the table, from the Bone Collector to the Hollow Thunder. He picked up a sword, examining it. The Hollow Thunder is a very special sword, and so is the Bone Collector. They have something in common. Do you know what it is? Song Jiok, already knowing, answered correctly. They are peerless treasures. Wu Lin also agreed to add, the reason why it is called the Four Divine Weapon Sword is because it was forged from the meteorite that fell from the sky. There is not a single piece in the world. The demon god spirit, the Bone Collector here of Murim Alliance leader and the Unbending is wandering somewhere. But suddenly, the Hollow Thunder appeared, forged from a total of 15 meteorite fragments. He looked at Song Jiok questioningly, wondering where the meteorite suddenly appeared from. He didn't know the answer either. Wu Lin looked extremely calm, pondering the mystery. At this moment, a rough hand was shackled in the darkness. The body, weakened by magic, was reduced to skin and bones. Then Wu Lin instructed Song Jiok to keep the man alive for later use. He quickly obeyed, not daring to disobey. He suddenly remembered something and told Song Jiok to stop so he could give instructions. Wu Lin's face was cunning. Spread rumors among the Biok clan, he said, that the Thousand Sword Academy's Hollow Thunder contains meteorite. The four godly weapons are not the only swords forged from meteorites. Song Jiok clarified, in that case, I will spread rumors to the detriment of the Thousand Sword Academy. Wu Lin praised him and added, the Thousand Sword Academy was burned down by the Black Storm Cavalry. I hear they've rebuilt a relatively decent sand hall. It cost them a considerable amount of silver. Try linking this to the Black Storm Cavalry suddenly returning to the demon god's command. Song Jiok shrewdly suggested, would it work if the blood demonic heavens secretly supported the Thousand Sword Academy? He laughed happily, agreeing with his idea. Let's use this opportunity to enact infinite. Interesting, isn't it? Song Jiok then took his leave, promising to complete the mission. He turned and left, pondering how to proceed. Wu Lin sneered, certain that infinite would be his. Wu Lin also didn't forget about the Dark Soul. He glanced at the pile of swords on the table, as if he had a plan. Elsewhere, the wind howled across Jingmen Mount, with its towering boulders. Bakja pondered and said, the tiger bamboo sword is 72 years old this year. Li Guol interjected, 10 years younger than my master. They continued their lively discussion, ignoring Dan Hak struggling under a heavy load. Bakja confidently stated that he and Il Kwong were the strongest masters in the past. Li Guol laughed gleefully, making Bakja slightly embarrassed. He didn't dare say more. At that moment, on the snow-capped peak, piercing winds howled incessantly. Il Kwon confidently declared, "You ask if there are still masters like me. I also want to ask if there are still masters like you. I can count on my fingers 3 such people, one who fought me 100 moves in Yunnan's Forest of Peaks, one who fought thousands of moves on Mount Tai, and one whose skill rivals my heavenly blood demon art here on Jingmen Mount." Returning to the conversation, Bakja wondered, "You've met the tiger bamboo sword, what will you do? Just a martial arts competition?" Li Guol smiled lightly, "Not a competition, not a sword discussion, maybe just tea, I don't know yet." Hearing this, he looked at him with disdain and didn't bother to say anything more. Bakja was quite curious, aren't these iron armor and helmets heavy, 16 pounds, but Li Guol didn't seem to care. Dan Hak pleaded, "Two elders, can we rest a bit before continuing?" Bakja immediately shouted, "We're carrying the same weight, be stronger." They had now reached Jingmen Mount in Yunnan's Forest of Peaks. The scenery was magnificent. Dan Hak, as if seeing such scenery for the first time, exclaimed in awe. He suddenly remembered someone, Qiang, who had secluded himself here. Bakja vehemently disagreed, "Not seclusion, don't you think it's self-imprisonment?" Dan Hak ignored this and wondered, "But how can we get over there?" Suddenly, a young woman emerged from the house, surprising him. Her beautiful appearance attracted the attention of all the men. Ryo looked over to the other mountain, and couldn't help but be surprised when she saw them. She was careless and her foot slipped from the rock. Ryo was extremely panicked, falling straight down the deep cliff. Dan Hak and Bakja's mouths dropped open, their faces drained of blood as they shouted. Ryo was scared, closed her eyes and was helpless to do anything. At that moment, Li Guol unhesitatingly flew down after her. He flew as fast as he could towards her, regardless of the danger. Li Guol concentrated intensely on rescuing the person in front of him. Li Guol spread his arms and plunged into the air with a determined gaze. His eyes followed Ryo's free fall below as she screamed in terror. Li Guol shouted loudly and stretched his arm forward. From inside his sleeves appeared countless tentacle-like strings that continuously stretched out. These threads quickly intertwined, forming a solid structure. In a short while, a large cloth formed beneath Zhuge Ryo. Thanks to the cloth's support, she landed safely without a scratch. Dan Hak and Bak, from atop the cliff, watched this with astonished eyes, shouting in unison. Ryo, on the other side, stammered as she looked at the man suspended in mid-air. The next second, she fainted on the cloth from exhaustion. Li Guol slightly pursed his lips in thought. Then he scooped Ryo up in a princess carry and gently launched himself back up to the cliff. She had completely lost consciousness, her head tilted back. In a flash, Li Guol landed before Dan Hak and Bakja. He calmly carried Ryo, passing the two. "Let's wait until this young lady wakes up." A moment later, smoke rose from the remote, desolate mountain. A kettle of water was boiling over a blazing fire. Dan Hak offered a steaming cup of tea. "It's cold, drink this tea." Zhuge Ryo woke up, politely accepted the tea and thanked him. Then she raised the cup, gently blowing on the tea to cool it before drinking. Dan Hak couldn't help but drool, mesmerized. Even her way of drinking tea was elegant. Then Li Guol coldly spoke, "I hear bamboo sword is ill." Ryo immediately set down her tea and slowly recounted the events of the previous year. A master with a black sword had come looking for her father. At the mention of the black sword, Bakja was startled, the owner of the dark soul phantom light. According to Ryo, the first duel between them was incredibly intense, with countless sword techniques and skills that made her feel as if she were being torn apart just hearing about it. And then that man, the blood demon heavenly god, my father, here. Ryo covered her mouth and coughed violently. Dan Hak immediately became frantic, while Bakja just stroked his beard thoughtfully. He seemed to have noticed something. "The young lady doesn't look well, what happened?" Zhuge Ryo clutched her chest and gasped, "My father lived his whole life in resentment, all because of the blood flowing in my veins." After hearing this, Bakja nodded. So her mother was a daughter of the Jaegal family. At this, she immediately looked up in surprise. "How did you know?" He immediately smirked mysteriously. "My introduction is a little late. In Jianghu, I'm known as the man who knows everything in the Murim." Zhuge Ryo immediately clasped her hands respectfully and introduced herself. "The children of the Jaegal family are all talented, but there's too much yin energy in our bloodline. It seems the rumors about the doomed fate are true." Bakja commented, and she continued, "In the end, my father fell ill. Even though I urged him to take medicine repeatedly, his condition didn't improve. I really don't know how I'll live without my father." At this point, Ryo couldn't help but burst into tears. Dan Hak also choked up with sympathy. How could such a lovely girl not survive? Li Guol, on the other hand, had turned completely grim and remained silent. Then he suddenly turned to ask, "Do you have a way?" Having said that, Li Guol immediately looked up. "We'll go see Bamboo Sword." Soon after, at his old, dilapidated house. Seeing Ryo had been found, Bamboo Sword sighed and thanked them. He bowed politely. "It was my duty." He coughed. "Because of my useless pride, I lived in seclusion and neglected my illness. I couldn't even do anything about my daughter's illness. What else can I say?" At this point, Bamboo Sword suddenly turned to Li Guol and asked an unrelated question. Have you ever known what love is? He replied coldly, not yet. Bamboo Sword recounted his life story. He truly loved Ryo Ryo's mother. That woman was the purpose of his life. But their relationship met with fierce opposition. Bamboo Sword was just a swordsman. Nobody would care if he died. So he resolved to become someone recognized by everyone. And the girl Bamboo Sword loved agreed to wait for him. Until they overcame everything. 20 years had passed. Hearing this, Li Guol let out a soft sigh. Bamboo Sword continued, my love for Ryo Ryo's mother in that 1 year felt like a lifetime. She left behind Ryo Ryo and passed away. The next few years he was able to live thanks to that happy memory. Every time he saw her, Bamboo Sword would think of her mother. This alone was enough to make him happy. But on a rainy day, Bamboo Sword suddenly missed Ryo Ryo's mother so much. Was her mother really gone and no longer here? At that moment, he was like crazy. You had put down your sword for so many years, and now you picked it up again and were swallowed by it. At this point, Ryo Ryo buried her face in Bamboo Sword's chest and sobbed. Li Guol understood and agreed to do his best to help with any request, like that intense love. Hearing that, Bamboo Sword gently closed his eyes and whispered, I'm about to leave as well. How could I have the right to stop you? That's my wish. After saying that, he whispered to his daughter, who was washing her face with tears, advising her to find someone who could bring her happiness. After saying all that, Bamboo Sword left peacefully. Ryo Ryo collapsed onto her father, tears streaming down her face like 2 rivers. Seeing this, Li Guol only bowed his head in somber silence. A moment later, at the entrance to Mount Di, a clear stream gurgled its way through the crevices of the rocks. Before Ryo Ryo left, Li Guol was still uneasy. Are you really alright, young lady? You really won't return to the Jagal clan? Hearing that, she smiled faintly, saying she didn't want to be a burden and wanted to stay on this mountain to find a way to cure her illness. Li Guol was worried about her trying to cure herself. Then he asked Ryo Ryo if she wanted to learn martial arts. She smiled and said she would practice swordsmanship according to the techniques left behind. Hearing that, he nodded slightly and asked no more. Seeing this, Juga Ryo Ryo bowed slightly to take her leave. Li Guol watched her back. If fate allows, we'll meet again soon. Ryo Ryo immediately stopped. She turned around and smiled. Until the day I die, I will not forget. After saying that, Ryo Ryo turned and left, her figure gradually disappearing behind the slope. He smiled approvingly, while Dan Hak behind him wept sadly. The very next second, Bakja loudly urged them to hurry to the opening ceremony of the Thousand Sword Clan. Late at night, inside the Mo Yong city of the Murim Alliance, the servant bowed respectfully to Huan Du. You've waited a long time, please, come in. He pondered the events of 10 years ago, after the Bone Collector was stolen by the Blood Demonic Heaven's demon thieves. The status of his Biok clan had severely declined within the Murim Alliance. Thinking this, Huan Du clenched his fist and stepped inside, determined to retrieve the Bone Collector. A voice came from inside the large room, inviting him to enter. As soon as Huan Du entered, Murong Cheon, who was sitting at a desk, immediately looked up. I apologize for keeping you waiting, I've been very busy. This man was the young patriarch of the renowned Murong clan. Huan Du quickly apologized for his impoliteness in coming so late. Hearing this, Murong Cheon changed the subject and asked what he wanted. After that, Biok Huan Du immediately reached into his clothes and took out something. With a serious expression, he presented a scroll to Murong Cheon. He quickly opened the scroll and examined its contents. After reading it, Murong Cheon stroked his chin thoughtfully. The meteorite was melted by the hollow thunder of the Thousand Sword Academy. Could melting the Bone Collector also create the hollow thunder? He posed the question to himself, then decided to re-examine the matter carefully. A moment later, Murong Cheon picked up the scroll. It stated that a new city had been rebuilt after being destroyed by the demonic invasion a year ago, and questioned the sudden reappearance of the Black Storm Cavalry of the Blood Demonic Heavens. A second later, he decisively dropped the scroll onto a candle, causing it to quickly be consumed by flames. After destroying the letter, Murong Cheon rested his chin on his hands and looked at him coldly. An anonymous letter. Huan Du explained that a masked person had given it to a servant for delivery that morning. Hearing this, he nodded slightly. That sounds plausible. Isn't this aimed at the Thousand Sword Academy? But when Huan Du agreed, Murong Cheon awkwardly denied it. Even so, it's best to check for signs of rebellion first. Would the Thousand Sword Academy really not face difficulties if it fell into the hands of the Blood Demonic Heavens? After saying that, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Murong Cheon walked to the door, and only then did he agree, mentioning the Thousand Sword Academy's opening ceremony in 4 days. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, feeling that 4 days was rather short. He continued, mentioning that the Blood Demonic Heavens could also use the Thousand Sword Academy's opening ceremony to stir up trouble in Shaanxi. Hearing this, Murong Cheon turned slightly and smiled meaningfully at Huan Du. If you and I attend the opening ceremony together, it will be very interesting, wouldn't it? He immediately understood and respectfully bowed his head in thanks for such great help. But before his joy could last long, Murong Chion's following words startled Byok Hwondu. Furthermore, with the approval of the Senate, we will secretly deploy the Demon Slayers. Hwondu couldn't help but widen his eyes and stammer, even the Demon Slayers. Seeing this, he remained calm. It's all for the safety of the Orthodox Murim path. Go and prepare. Early the next morning, at the entrance to the Murim Alliance, Murong Chion arrived with So Lion on horseback. Byok Hwondu had been waiting, and all the Demon Slayers were ready. Hearing that, he nodded slightly, and hummed in satisfaction. Right after that, Murong Chion turned to look at So Lion again, hearing the volunteer to go together. The junior palace master of the House of Fair Mother, So Lion, sighed softly, knowing the answer yet still asking. Seeing this, Hwondu immediately coughed, reminding him of his status, but Murong Chion simply chuckled it off. Then, he clasped his hands, first complimenting her beauty as being just as rumored, then thanking So Lion for agreeing to cooperate this time. Hearing this, she nodded slightly. I only care about the Thousand Sword Academy, not men. Having said that, So Lion calmly rode away, leaving Murong Chion speechless behind. In contrast to his ease, Hwondu was visibly displeased with So Lion's personality. Murong Chion bowed his head slightly, hiding the interest on his face. I wonder when the opportunity will come. How interesting. Thinking this, he also spurred his horse forward. 8 years since last we met, I definitely need to find Shahar. At the same time, on the second floor of the Ankang in Inshangxi, the Steel Blood Squad leader, Muyong, sat by the window, bringing a cup of tea to his lips. After the opening ceremony ends, I can retire. Suddenly, he turned his head to look in another direction and paused. His hand holding the teacup lowered slightly. If I synthesize the information Muyong has gathered from various places over the past period, the man named Li Guol originated from the Heaven Sword team, joined the army, mastered imperial martial arts, was both a Daoist general and a Daoist, was appointed Bao Guogong, suddenly disappeared, then 6 years later appeared at the Human Pass, infiltrated the blood demonic heavens, and then clashed with the demon god. Thinking this, he sighed wearily. So much information, but I don't know where Li Guol is now. Suddenly, Muyong noticed Dap Woon opposite him slurping noodles. He buried his head, concentrating on his noodles, unaware of the gaze fixed on him. On the other side, he silently assessed the man, about 30 years old, in the prime of his life, but such a pity. Then Muyong continued his interrupted train of thought. When he was in hiding, an old man with white hair and a young man with black hair appeared at the Human Pass. He brought the steaming hot tea to his lips. Could he have become a master thanks to the legendary reverse flow of wondrous movements? After a moment's thought, Muyong finally looked into the distance. Tomorrow, everything will be resolved. A moment later, Dap Woon exhaled, placing his empty bowl down. He looked out the window. Actually, Dap Woon's true identity is an embroidered uniform guard of the Imperial Palace. After receiving orders from the palace to go undercover, he had been infiltrating Shangxi for a year, his only mission. Dap Woon still vividly remembered the scene when he was given the mission to find Bao Guogong Li Guol's location. He crossed his arms, deep in thought. At the same time, I heard that the Thousand Sword Academy is about to hold an opening ceremony. It's been 3 days since Bao Guogong hasn't slept, guarding and protecting the gate of the Thousand Sword Academy. In the same second floor of the Ankang Inn, at this moment, 2 people shared the same thought. Where is he, after all? Dap Woon and Muyong simultaneously turned to look out the window in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Bakja Inn, Li Guol, startled and turning his head while concentrating on his noodles, was curiously asked. He slightly raised his head to look upstairs. I sense someone is looking for me. At this moment, Li Guol seemed to catch something outside the window. He looked at the people chatting happily and couldn't help but sigh. Such skill. Bakja followed his gaze and stroked his beard, voicing Li Guol's thought. It's amazing how quickly the Thousand Sword Academy has been restored. Still have assets, huh? He nodded slightly, smiling. Someone helped me. He looked around curiously, wondering where that person was, when suddenly Li Guol sensed something. His eyes instantly flashed with a cold killing intent. The very next second, Li Guol stood up grimly. Bakja also stood up in confusion. What's wrong? His next word startled Bakja. I smell the blood demonic heavens. I'll handle it and be right back. Not long after, Muyong closed his eyes, appearing to be fast asleep. Suddenly, a finger gently poked his bare eyebrow. In a moment, Muyong regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyelids. Immediately afterward, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Oh my god, you've been awake for 3 nights. Stop it. Muyong, still panicked and not understanding why he was buried in the ground, heard a gentle voice. Shifu. Looking at the figure blocking the sunlight, whose face he couldn't see clearly, he spoke uncertainly. The blood demonic heavens. Muyong was sweating, gritting his teeth, struggling, his facial muscles bulging. I've been kidnapped, an iron and blood captain of the blood demonic heaven clan, how audacious. But when the shining sword point was right before his eyes, along with another Shifu, he immediately froze, looking at the person in front of him. Muyong stammered in panic. Then, he proactively lowered his head, allowing the sword to pierce his glabella. Blood started to ooze out. Muyong gritted her teeth and asked Li Guol to kill her once and for all. But the next second he pulled his sword back. I remember this voice was one of Beyond Ilguang's shadows, right? Only then did he dare open his eyes and look up at the person above. The moment he saw Li Guol's face, Muyong involuntarily exclaimed as if he knew who he was. Li Guol wasn't surprised. You know a lot, haven't you reported it yet? After saying that, he gently turned, forcing the man to promise to keep his whereabouts secret and not return to the divine blood. Hearing this, Muyong only pressed his lips together and stared intently at Li Guol. As he turned away, the man loudly called out, "A shadow of the demon god like me wouldn't pathetically beg for my life." Having said that, Li Guol immediately drew his sword, which was surrounded by lightning. Seems like a happy life for that guy. On the other side, Muyong had also sprung from the ground. "I know you're someone with power on par with the demon god, but..." His clothes tore with his movement. "I'm the second in command in the divine blood. You think I'm that easily fooled?" A long, sharp sword appeared from Muyong's sleeve. At that moment, Li Guol also gently turned around. It was unknown when he had gotten behind him. The two quickly clashed. Puffs of smoke mixed with dazzling lightning flashed in the air. Soon, Muyong was gasping for breath, sweat pouring down him. Yet, his sword tip was being gently held by Li Guol with only 3 fingers. Muyong's face gradually turned pale. The demon god was truly, to this guy. A second later, his sword tip was snapped, as easily as breaking a crisp cookie. Muyong immediately retracted his hand into a defensive posture. Li Guol gently swung the hand holding the broken sword tip. In the blink of an eye, the sword tip flew straight into his throat. Muyong's body immediately collapsed, his head hitting the ground with a thud. Even at this point, he still mustered his remaining strength, gritting his teeth and begging him to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, something descended quickly like a bolt of lightning. Li Guol grimly watched Muyong's blood spray into the air. He looked indifferently at him, as if pondering something. A starry night, only the second floor of the large building was lit. Shahar held a book in her hand. Finally, tomorrow, the Thousand Sword Academy would be reborn. There's no reason for a body to become a sword. The image of Li Guol appeared in her mind. A year ago, Shahar had met the young man holding that sword. She walked to the large door and looked outside. Tomorrow, would they meet again at the Thousand Sword Academy's opening ceremony? Early the next morning, as the sun emerged from the clouds, the crowd moved forward, chattering animatedly. The grand building stood majestically against the clear blue sky. Inside, Bakja and Li Guol were sitting by the window, enjoying tea together. He turned his head to look at the scene outside. What luck, I was worried the Thousand Sword Academy's opening ceremony wouldn't be well attended. Hearing Bakja say that, the Murim Alliance Dan Hak immediately shuffled over to take a look. He pointed out 3 people riding towards them in the distance. Bakja introduced their backgrounds. They were all members of the 100 members of Murim, the leader of the Murim Alliance, Murong Cheon, and Byok Hwandu. He didn't know So Young in the back at all. Li Guol wanted to be sure that 3 members of the 100 members of Murim had really come at once. Bakja smirked and let out a breath. This is just a formality. Only 1 or 2 people need to come to create an atmosphere. Yet, we see Shahar, the #1 beauty of Jiangbei. He mumbled in agreement, then wondered if the 100 members of Murim had any other special bodyguards. Hearing that, he immediately leaned out the window to see clearly. Bodyguards, I only see those 3. Li Guol wasn't surprised. The northern stronghold, that's enough. Bakja was still looking into the distance. Isn't that excessive? Can't you see anything? He coldly glanced in that direction. First, let's observe, what's their purpose? Outside, the Thousand Sword Academy sect leader, No-Il, was respectfully introducing himself, announcing that the main hall had been renovated and a fence built to protect the Thousand Sword Academy. Thank you, fellow practitioners, for coming to share our joy. And to all those who contributed to our Thousand Sword Academy, I'd like to introduce our esteemed guests from the Murim Alliance. He gestured towards Murong Cheon and the others. He immediately clasped his hands politely and greeted, I am Murong Cheon, the junior patriarch of the renowned Murong clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience below the stage immediately erupted in cheers of approval. He stated 3 reasons why he was here today. 1 was to support those who rebuilt the Thousand Sword Academy without succumbing to the brutality of the blood demon god. 2nd, to meet the renowned swordsmaster Shahar, the victor of last year's martial arts tournament. Murong Cheon bowed as he spoke, surprising her. Shahar quickly and politely bowed in return. When Murong Cheon mentioned his final point, his 2 companions glanced at him expectantly. For a trifling matter, Murong Cheon smirked slightly. As he finished speaking, several shadowy figures leaped from the rooftops of adjacent buildings. Simultaneously, more figures appeared on the opposite rooftops. In an instant, they surrounded the attendees, causing panic. No-Il, Shahar, and others were stunned, unsure of what was happening. Murmurs of protest arose from the audience. The Jianghu wasn't entirely under the Murim Alliance's control. Could the Murim Alliance be trying to obstruct the Thousand Sword Academy's reopening ceremony? Faced with the criticism, Murong Cheon calmly bowed, apologizing for the intrusion. However, he continued, I've just received alarming intelligence. He then turned to sect leader No-Il, requesting an explanation for 2 perplexing matters, leaving the sect leader dumbfounded. Murong Cheon unceremoniously requested to examine the Thousand Sword Academy's relic. John Poong immediately flared up, arguing it wasn't the action of the orthodox path of the Murim Alliance, but the sect leader quickly stopped him. The sect leader then unhesitatingly presented the sword. Receiving the sword, Murong Cheon immediately drew it, revealing that it contained a special material called black iron. No ill heard of this for the first time. It wasn't that Murong Cheon was wrong, but the sword was a bestowed relic. Murong Cheon stroked the blade, nonchalantly thanking him for his honest answer. I will now share some insight into my concerns, he said. To my knowledge, aside from the 4 godly weapons, no sword shines brighter than the hollow thunder. This immediately sparked discussion among the onlookers. He then mentioned the loss of the bone collector from the 4 godly weapons. John Poong immediately recognized this as a conspiracy. Shahar replied incredulously, the Murim Alliance. Only then did Murong Cheon address the main issue, questioning how the Thousand Sword Academy obtained the hollow thunder. So Liang stared at them thoughtfully. Abandoning his sanctimonious demeanor, he shouted, before or after the bone collector disappeared. Murong Cheon's firm voice rang out, please answer, when was the hollow thunder sent to the Thousand Sword Academy? No-Il was momentarily speechless. While knowing it was highly improbable, he had no way to refute it. The truth was, Uncle Lee Kuol had left the hollow thunder before departing. Considering this, No-Il hesitated before answering truthfully, after the bone collector disappeared. This answer immediately shocked those around, while suspicion flickered in the eyes of others. The two who knew beforehand showed no surprise. Won-Do even smirked slyly. Soon, rumors spread through the audience that the Thousand Sword Academy had forged the hollow thunder from the stolen bone collector, which had previously been stolen by Du-Ma of the blood demonic heavens. This led to speculation of a connection between Du-Ma and the Thousand Sword Academy. Witnessing this, John Poong, unable to contain himself, gritted his teeth, wanting to draw his sword. If this continued, the Thousand Sword Academy would be implicated in the theft of the bone collector. Shahar, remaining calm, quickly stopped him. There must be a way, she said. Having said that, she slowly approached Murong Cheon and No-Il. Shahar looked at his meaningful smile. What is the reason? She asked. Her gaze turned cold. Are you repaying those who have wronged you? Shahar bowed her head slightly, trying to recall when the Byok clan's bone collector disappeared, and when the hollow thunder and the one-sword break mountain sword technique were passed down at her sect. Although these events had happened long ago, she could remember the time when she was just a naive girl. The day the hollow thunder arrived at her sect. At that time, the Byok clan was pursuing Du-Ma, the thief of the bone collector. Returning to the present, she stepped in front of Murong Cheon and requested to speak. Shahar then turned to the audience and asked how many days it typically took to complete a sword. Receiving the answer, at least 3 or 4 days, she nodded in satisfaction. 15 hollow thunders would take over a month, she stated. With that, Shahar turned coldly to Won-Do, pointing out that the bone collector's disappearance and the hollow thunder's arrival were only 10 days apart, demanding the exact dates. Byok Won-Do froze, momentarily unsure how to react. He silently looked to Murong Cheon for help. Meanwhile, Shahar loudly reiterated Murong Cheon's words about a concern, stating that if this information proved false, the Thousand Sword Academy would not offer any resistance. Byok Won-Do was forced to concede. I won't confirm the dates. It's far more serious that the Byok clan failed to secure the divine item. Having said this, he quickly shifted the focus to the battle with the Thousand Swords, reminding everyone of the blood demonic heaven's arson attack on the Thousand Sword Academy and their abrupt retreat. Shahar was startled. Before Shahar could react, Won-Do began questioning the Thousand Sword Academy's funds used for reconstruction. Obviously she did not expect this, immediately stuttering, unable to form words. He didn't wait for Shahar's answer but quickly reached into his shirt and took out a roll of paper. Won-Do unfurled the scroll, announcing that his investigation revealed the need for approximately 1,000 gold nyangs to construct such buildings and reform the sect. At this point, his tone turned sharp. Where and how did the Thousand Sword Academy obtain these 1,000 gold nyangs? As soon as he finished, the 3 from the Thousand Sword Academy simultaneously spoke up, claiming it was all a legacy from Uncle Lee Kuol, impossible to prove otherwise. Seeing their silence, Won-Do pressed on, declaring that intelligence from the Murim Alliance indicated that the blood demonic heavens had provided the funds. Hearing this, Shahar couldn't help but loudly protest. That's utterly absurd. No-Il was also displeased, but remained calm. What evidence do you have that the blood demonic heavens funded the Thousand Sword Academy? Won-Do smirked triumphantly. Instead of destroying the Thousand Sword Academy, let's make them submit. Isn't this to establish a branch of the blood demonic heavens in the central region of the Murim Alliance? Hearing this, Murong Cheon stroked his chin in thought. John Poong on the other side had reached his limit and wanted to charge forward. If disemboweling myself can prove we're not connected to the blood demonic heavens, I'll do it. Murong Cheon immediately waved his hand, signaling his men to advance. They quickly surrounded John Poong and the disciples of the Thousand Sword Academy. Won-Do's voice boomed, labeling them as pawns of the blood demonic heavens, ordering their disarmament and arrest to his Murim. The Thousand Sword Academy disciples were instantly caught in a dire predicament. From below came angry roars. How can a sect that lost its sect leader in the Qianyang battle, like the Thousand Sword Academy, build such structures and maintain itself with the blood demonic heaven's help? Bio Kwon-do, uncaring, repeated the order, urging the Murim Alliance forces to disarm the Thousand Sword Academy disciples. At that moment, Murong Cheon turned and tried to persuade Shahar to drop the hollow thunder. You can also clear up these injustices in the Murim Alliance, can't you? She nervously bit her lip. If we're dragged away like this, everyone will die. Having made up her mind, Shahar decided to confront them directly. She had to survive to clear this injustice. Noel turned to her. We'll make a path, just run and don't look back. His eyes were full of expectation. You're the only one who can avenge us, Shahar. We can't let this happen. We'll have a fight. Hearing this, she hesitated, slightly biting her lip. At that very moment, Murong Cheon loudly ordered his subordinates to subdue them. Swords flashed, pressing against the necks of the Thousand Sword Academy disciples. Jeonpung also narrowly escaped having a blade pressed against his face. Shahar was also surrounded by 3 swords, with no escape route. 2 swords pressed against her neck, but she showed no fear. Her eyes held a calculating gleam. It's foolish to underestimate demon slayers, those trained for 100 years to confront Black Storm cavalry. Hearing Murong Cheon's nonsense, Shahar glared hatefully, her voice strained as she called out his name. Murong Cheon ignored her, turning to instruct Hwon-do to apprehend everyone. Suddenly, those around them looked up to the sky and shouted, something's coming down. In the clear blue sky, a dazzling bright spot suddenly appeared, rapidly approaching. Only a figure could be seen, rushing down at incredible speed, surrounded by lightning. In a flash, Li Guol landed on the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The demon slayers immediately showed fear at this immense energy. Bio Kwon-do roared angrily, it's the blood demonic heavens. Hearing this, Li Guol turned around with a dark expression. A second later, he unleashed a powerful burst of energy, sending the surrounding demon slayers flying. This spectacle left Noel and Shahar speechless in astonishment. Others, except So Lyong, couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Murong Cheon and Bio Kwon-do's faces turned ashen, as if they had just lost a fortune. Li Guol strode confidently towards where they were gathered. Jiang Qiang, witnessing this, silently watched without attempting to intervene. Shahar, seeing someone approaching them, looked up. Seeing Li Guol stop before him, Noel couldn't help but ask who he was. Li Guol's face seemed to suppress countless unspeakable emotions. His eyes held affection as he called out Noel's name. When Noel was a passionate young trainee, he had heard his name called in the same way. At that time, upon hearing that voice, he immediately turned around to search. It was indeed the senior disciple, cheerfully walking from afar. Decades had passed, yet Noel couldn't forget the senior disciple's powerfully attractive voice and dependable presence. But this young man, he trembled as he stood up. Noel looked at Li Guol in confusion, wondering why this person's voice was so familiar. But he quickly denied his own hope. This young man in front of him could not possibly be a senior disciple. Thinking of this, Noel wanted to step closer to Li Guol. What did you just call me? On the other side, Murong Cheon's eyes widened at the scene. Confronting the Thousand Sword Academy in this situation wasn't easy, not to mention the demon slayers. There were also numerous observing eyes from the Jianghu world at this opening ceremony. After some hesitation, he decided that escape was the best option. But the situation remained unchanged. Murong Cheon smirked confidently. The power of 50 demon slayers here can overwhelm the Noel sect leader. Thinking this, he urged the demon slayer deputy commander, Jiang Qiang. But Jiang Qiang calmly told the demon slayers not to act rashly, because the culprit was likely the blood demonic heavens, leaving Murong Cheon stunned. He remembered Jiang Qiang always saying he would never do anything wrong, even if it meant death. Then, Murong Cheon stroked his chin, looking at the human time bomb with a calculating gaze, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Li Guol moved decisively. He solemnly declared he would prove he wasn't the blood demonic heavens. The entire space instantly fell silent, like a still life painting. Murong Cheon and Bio Kwon stared darkly at Li Guol. So Lyong, rarely showing emotion, smirked with interest. Noel and Shahar were speechless with shock. Jiang Qiang broke the silence. Proof, what do you mean? Li Guol coldly declared that the Thousand Sword Academy was his sect. As soon as he finished, Murong Cheon yelled, that's not enough proof. But Noel on the other side resolutely knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with tears as he bowed towards Li Guol. Noel stammered, Grandmaster, it's you, isn't it? As soon as he finished, Jeonpung also fell to the ground in shock, eyes wide, Uncle Li Guol. Shahar on the other side was completely speechless, only able to let out sobs. Faced with this situation, he simply stood there without denying it. Seeing this, the surrounding guests were instantly in an uproar. At this moment, Murong Cheon abruptly interrupted, pressing the sect leader for the source of the funds, the Thousand Sword Academy. Please clarify this young man's identity. He didn't hesitate to use the demon slayers as a threat. If this isn't clarified, this matter cannot be resolved peacefully. Murong Qion darkly calculated that even if the Thousand Sword Academy was cleared of accusations, he could still escape responsibility, but if this information reached the Biok clan, it would all be over. At this moment, Li Guol calmly exposed Murong Qion's plan to escape. I'm not senile. Is the Murim alliance a halo you created for yourself? As he gritted his teeth in anger at being seen through, So Liang stepped forward from behind to greet Li Guol. He glanced over at the sound but didn't immediately recognize her. Understanding, So Liang bowed respectfully, introducing herself as the palace master of the House of Fair Mother. I have committed a disrespectful offense, unaware of your renowned status as a disciple of Da Sung. As soon as she finished, those around were shocked by her identity, and no longer suspected Li Guol's connection to the blood demonic heavens. Seeing his plan about to fail, Murong Qion angrily bit his lip. Then, he relentlessly targeted No Il, demanding the source of the funds used to rebuild the Thousand Sword Academy. As Murong Qion was speaking forcefully, Li Guol suddenly interrupted. That's enough. He smiled, kneeling to support the old man. Tears still welled in his eyes. He saw senior brother Li Guol nod slightly. No Il, I will help. He moved closer, gently repeating, your senior disciple will help you. No Il couldn't help but tremble as he uttered the long unheard words, senior disciple. Having said that, Li Guol calmly turned and walked towards the hall. After walking a short distance, he suddenly stopped and knelt on the ground. Then, in everyone's gaze, Li Guol respectfully kowtowed. His voice resonated clearly. The 19th disciple, Li Guol, pays his respects to the ancestors. As soon as they heard 19th, the surrounding guests were in an uproar. Wasn't it more than a decade ago? Someone recounted a story they had heard. During the Thousand Sword Academy's golden age, there was a young senior disciple known as a peerless martial arts genius. As the guests were discussing excitedly, Murong Qion stammered, demanding silence. He stubbornly shouted, the Thousand Sword Academy cannot provide the source of the funds. Surrender. In the name of a third-rate sect from Shaanxi, how dare you deceive Mo Yong? As he spoke, Murong Qion frantically searched his clothes. Jiang Qian immediately guessed what he was looking for and exclaimed. Murong Qion produced the Shining Murin Union's orders. Mobilize everything belonging to the Mo Yong family. The Demon Slayers will suppress the Thousand Sword Academy. As soon as the order was given, Jiang Qian and Demon Slayer behind him simultaneously bowed to receive the order. In less than a second, they had tightly surrounded the people of the Thousand Sword Academy. At the same time, the outsiders who came to attend and those who had left Thousand Sword Academy were also scared away. Obviously, the most prominent figure, Li Guol, was also surrounded on all sides by the Demon Slayers. His eyes shone brightly, his entire body enveloped by a powerful energy source. So Liang witnessed everything, standing to the side with her arms crossed, watching the drama unfold. At this moment, No Il also drew his sword and ordered Zhorn Pung to protect everyone. Shahar also raised her sword, ready to fight at any moment. Faced with this tense situation, Li Guol calmly raised his head, took a deep breath, and accepted it. After all, wouldn't this moment be very interesting for the martial arts schools? Thinking this, he raised his hand and lightly beckoned. The sword of a spectator was suddenly pulled out of its scabbard as if by an invisible hand. Then, it spun several times in the air like in Doraemon's Anywhere door. Finally, the hilt flew straight to Li Guol's hand and rested there. As soon as he grasped the sword, Li Guol immediately channeled his internal energy and roared, ordering everyone to retreat. Seeing this scene, No Il couldn't help but worry, muttering his senior brother's name. Jiang Qiang also sensed the danger and immediately assumed a defensive stance, preparing for battle. The two ringleaders, Murong Qion and Biok Huandu, also watched the unfolding situation with tension. Li Guol growled darkly, come, I will show you the power of Thousand Sword Academy. In that situation, a dry leaf appeared, floating in the air, carried by the wind. It slowly descended. And finally, it drifted into the tense atmosphere. Looking at the sword hilt, everyone was awed by its majestic appearance before the demon slayers of its owner. Jiang Qiang found it very difficult to judge the opponent's abilities. Li Guol coldly drew his sword and praised him, excellent sword. However, Jiang Qiang suddenly looked at him with a deep gaze, compared to your sword. His whole being ignited with anger as he taught the man that what he saw was not everything. But the opponent stubbornly insisted that both swords were equally good. Seeing the man giving orders to his subordinates, Li Guol only grunted a few times. Then suddenly, the crowd surrounded him in a circle. Li Guol, unafraid, declared that he would show them the power of Thousand Sword Academy. Immediately afterward, Jiang Qiang forcefully gave the killing order to the demon slayers. But Li Guol was no less impressive. He created a current of energy to separate himself from the outside. A sudden gust of wind arose, causing those around to be slightly frightened. In that situation, Shahar frantically called out his name. Hearing her gentle voice, Li Guol's spirit gradually calmed down. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Qiang's group rushed forward to attack him. But Li Guol maintained his calm demeanor. Conversely, No Il was extremely agitated, calling out to his senior brother. On this side, the subordinates simultaneously slashed their swords downward. But from the center, a very dazzling golden light shone. The light, carrying immense power, flung them upward. Then, an explosion sent the people flying like objects. Chi pressure suddenly flattened the entire scene. The unfortunate soldiers lay collapsed on the ground. And naturally, their comrades suffered the same fate. Even Jiang Qian himself was thrown back several feet. Both Murong Qian and Huandu were terrified. Meanwhile, Shahar suddenly noticed something strange. Her mood fluctuated violently the longer she looked. It was. In the thick smoke, a dark shadow gradually appeared. Li Guo, full of power, just used the move one sword strike pierces heaven. The small hole on the sword's body caught Shahar's special attention, because it represented the power of the one sword breaks mountain technique, one of the 18 forbidden techniques. She gently approached and called him uncle. The sword was swung in the opposite direction. Another person saw the small hole and exclaimed, "The poison sect swordsmanship of the Thousand Sword Academy. Truly worthy of the name, one sword strike pierces heaven," Jiang Qiang immediately said. "He's undeniably strong, but the demon slayer may vanish, but it cannot be defeated. Kill everyone in the Murim alliance, then face 100,000 righteous Murim practitioners, then let's see how you and the Thousand Sword Academy can hold your heads high." Despite the threat, he simply smiled gently. Li Guo responded strongly, "But what if I and the Thousand Sword Academy can still stand tall? Otherwise, wouldn't everyone have died in vain?" He was about to say something else but was silenced by a sudden change. Then Jiang Qiang looked at his reflection. "The Thousand Sword Academy truly suffered great losses during the Battle of Qianyang. I know very well that we lost disciples and even the previous sect leader. I know, but the Murim Union's orders are extremely strict, even if it was a shameful and erroneous command." He gently advised him that they should both try to understand each other's perspectives. Then Li Guo turned to Murong Qian and asked, "Do you think the same?" Even now, his nerve was incredible. No, wasn't all this caused by the Thousand Sword Academy's silence? He slightly tilted his head back, saying, "No more words are needed." Immediately, Li Guo's fighting spirit was restored. He struck with his sword, unleashing lightning, and declared, "The Thousand Sword Academy returns today." His arrogant words resonated deeply with many. On the other side, his subordinates received the order to attack. Li Guo alone awaited their attack. His eyes shone as if he didn't consider them worthy opponents. His internal energy transformed into faint rays of light. As planned, Li Guo decided to reduce their visibility first. Then he unleashed the art of tea first with his whole body. Rocks and earth were flung upwards by a powerful force from below. Then air surged violently from the ground. But as it reached his hands, it transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Li Guo's hand moved slightly, and the smoke followed, swirling. It was like a pet clinging to its master's hand. But the reality outside was terrifying. A massive wall appeared, encircling the panicked crowd. Jiang Qian, without hesitation, prepared to attack. "What is this?" At the same time, Li Guo swiftly swung his sword backward. The white smoke, passing through, caused the crowd to be thrown into disarray. Shahar was terrified, not knowing what technique could distort space like that. The sharp blade was enveloped in golden light. Next, he silently recited the technique in his mind. One sword breaks mountain, second technique. His subordinates were flung into the air and crashed to the ground. Li Guo seemed to transform momentarily, then invoked one sword strike becomes heaven. Jiang Qiang's identity was the deputy commander of the demon slayer of the Murim alliance. His victories as deputy commander were the pride of the orthodox path. Upon first entering Murim, Jiang Qiang's warm heart had grown cold due to the weight of responsibility. Therefore, the feeling of helplessness, being trapped and unable to escape, was haunting. But in reality, Jiang Qiang was terrified. With a single sword strike, he could cleave space. Who exactly is this person? None of my subordinates seemed to be seriously injured. He single-handedly subdued 50 people. This overwhelming power was exactly like the first time I met the alliance leader. A chilling feeling. But why do I feel so refreshed? This person is not the blood demonic heavens. He is worthy of being a respected swordsman. Just then, Li Guo walked up and asked him if he wanted to continue. Jiang Qiang stretched and explained, "If possible, not in these circumstances. I wish to test my strength in a more proper place." Then, for some unknown reason, he smirked. Seeing Jiang Qiang bowing, his subordinates were slightly surprised. A man like him, yet he humbly said, "Demon Slayer, I apologize for the impropriety." Li Guo's gaze at his opponent was unusually bright. And naturally, people like Shahar were even more terrified. The bloody rain finally subsided. Li Guo briefly watched the demon slayers depart. Then he gently reminded them to continue the opening ceremony. Noel quickly and respectfully bowed, obeying the order. Shahar said nothing, looking at him with a complicated expression. Li Guo continued, "We can't let Murong Qian and Huandu leave like this. How should we handle this?" According to Shahar, those two are members of the 100 members of Murim, so, hearing that, he didn't want to say anything more. But he still wanted to resolve the matter, yet Noel hesitated slightly. Senior disciple has already acted many times, so, Li Guo gently reassured him, "It's all right, continue with the ceremony." He lazily raised his hand high. After the battle, he wanted to stretch to relax. Then Li Guo shot straight into the air. His speed was too fast, leaving only dust and smoke behind, a somewhat ostentatious display. And so, the serene appearance of the sect was restored. But then discussions arose. What's going on? Where did the demon slayers, Murong Cheon, and Hwon-do go? So Lion, her face slightly flustered, sighed. Noel slightly raised his hand and cleared his throat. Once finished, he softly spoke, please excuse the disruption, the Thousand Sword Academy's opening ceremony will continue. In the distance, a figure moved lightly among the mountain ranges. Dap-woon was extremely urgent, continuously using mobility arts. But one thing overshadowed all the difficulties, he had found him. None other than our Lee Gwol. He moved even faster, but even the reputation of the embroidered uniform guard's fastest legs was eclipsed. Dap-woon was slightly unhappy that the distance wasn't closing at all, but he was still relieved to have arrived. Thinking the opportunity had come, his feet moved even faster. Then, even his body disappeared, he continued to move nimbly. Behind Lee Gwol, a voice called out, please stop. Please, let me say just one thing. But he coldly said, we'll meet again when fate allows. Despite hearing that, Dap-woon still pleaded, if I don't complete my mission, I can't return, please. Lee Gwol frowned after hearing his words. Then he dashed quickly through the cliffs. Finally, he chose a place to land. But the two people he carried were thrown violently to the ground. Both of them groaned in pain. After a while, Dap-woon jumped down. He panted and asked, do you state Preceptor Lee Gwol? I am Dap-woon, subordinate of the leader of the embroidered uniform guards, Bum-suk. Lee Gwol had heard of his reputation, but what he needed was to know what was going on. The other cautiously put his hand into his shirt while searching. Shortly after, he produced a scroll, something that Lord Bum-suk insisted must be delivered personally to the national master. An angry shout echoed, still clearly audible. This is an imperial order. I want to see Lee Gwol again, therefore, even if it means turning the world upside down, he must be summoned. After hearing the truth, he seemed slightly displeased. Finally, Lee Gwol requested that word be sent that he would arrive soon. After receiving the order, Dap-woon slightly opened one eye. In that single second, the person in front of him vanished. He stood up from the ground, deep in thought. But in his heart, Dap-woon was thrilled to have seen him in person. Then, the cloak was flung off. Dap-woon watched it fly away, feeling somewhat sentimental. Life in Shaanxi was quite interesting, wasn't it? The sky quickly transitioned to the purple hues of twilight. Murong Cheon awoke to a splitting headache. But seeing Hwon-do unconscious beside him frightened him even more. Lee Gwol suddenly asked, awake now? Hearing this, he hesitated slightly and replied, you are. He didn't answer but only demanded that they not tell a single lie from that moment on. The wheel of time turned back to the Murim Alliance leaders' assembly 8 years prior. Servants everywhere whispered and giggled about Murong Cheon's handsome appearance. He pretended not to hear the women's teasing remarks. After a while, he couldn't bear it any longer and sighed, every year is this hard. Just then, Hwon-do approached, flattering and teasing him. Indeed, the young master of the Murong clan always attracted attention. As they laughed and talked, they began pouring fine wine. Hwon-do curiously inquired, wasn't this righteousness assembly specially held for the 5 great clans? Actually, if the bone collector weren't in the Byok clan, I wouldn't have any connection with the people of the 5 great clans, it was all out of necessity. Murong Cheon shook his head and replied, don't say that, haven't we been friends since childhood? He smiled gently for a long time, lost in thought. Then Murong Cheon confessed, I do it for the family's position, but I don't want to be bound by such flawed thinking. Like just now, those people only paid attention to me because of my status, you are different from them. But in his heart, Murong Cheon was very proud that no one could see through his schemes. At the same time, they both looked in one direction without prior arrangement. A jade sword unexpectedly fell. With that, the winner was declared to be Shahar of the Thousand Sword Academy. That year, she was only a 16-year-old girl. Murong Cheon felt as if they had been standing there forever. He gasped for breath as if he had just experienced a panic attack. In contrast, Hwon-do calmly commented, Thousand Sword Academy, it's not surprising to find such talent in a third-rate sect in Shaanxi, is it? Unlike the young misses from other clans, she cared for nothing but martial arts. As Shahar turned away, Murong Cheon remained in the same posture. In truth, Shahar was the first girl who made his adolescent heart race. Returning to the present, Lee Gwol's face was dark. He coldly asked a different question, when will we receive the intelligence and deploy? That question seemed to hit the mark, as he considered it his chance of survival. Murong Cheon immediately replied, we still can't deploy, I received a letter to that effect 10 days ago. After the Byok clan's bone collector disappeared, it was the Hollow Thunder's turn at the Thousand Sword Academy. It's unclear what resources the Thousand Sword Academy used to rebuild. This is very suspicious, this is the content of the letter. I believe the Thousand Sword Academy in Shaanxi cannot contend with the blood demonic heavens. Lee Gwol remained silent. Not getting any response, Murong Cheon asked, if Thousand Sword Academy fails and becomes a branch of the blood demonic heavens, wouldn't everything become a misfortune? So I need to clear things up before the opening ceremony can take place. Of course, I have to use some of the Murim Alliance's power. Isn't it someone who can destroy the blood demonic heavens plot? Murong Cheon wanted to explain further, indicating he hadn't intended for anyone from the Thousand Sword Academy to be harmed. It was all for the Murim and the Thousand Sword Academy. Hearing this, his deep eyes glanced at him briefly. Immediately, Murong Cheon was frightened and trembled under the pressure of that intense glare. Li Guol suddenly said nothing and walked past him. It turned out he was checking Huan Du's condition. He pressed firmly on an acupressure point on his neck, then tapped another nearby point twice with his index finger. Finally, Huan Du reacted. The first person he saw when he sat up was Li Guol. He didn't have time and directly gave orders, stating that the time and intelligence about the Murim Alliance had been transmitted. When Huan Du sought help, he met Murong Cheon's gaze. He stared intently at Huan Du, who only felt fear. It's unclear if the communication was successful, but he confessed that the news had been transmitted for 4 days. A powerful hand swung closer and closer. It precisely gripped Murong Cheon's neck. He was thrown to the ground by the force of the arm. However, the hand continued to tighten its grip. Furthermore, Li Guol's face no longer held its gentle appearance. He channeled power into his fingertips. Die. Even while performing this brutal act, he showed no hesitation. Murong Cheon finally spoke the truth. For 8 years, she rejected my affections, even though I tried to forget her. Bit by bit, but everything related to her in the past feels like yesterday, forever etched in my heart. There's no way to ease this pain. How can I ever see her again? Now, everything is hopelessly entangled. Li Guol displayed a cold expression, but his eyes flickered constantly. That question echoed in his mind. Have you ever loved? In the end, he didn't want to kill the man in his grasp. Murong Cheon wept with relief at escaping death. Conversely, he just stood there, looking at him. Finally, Li Guol casually admonished him, a man shouldn't speak of death so lightly. Murong Cheon was sobbing, but immediately stopped. As if driven mad, he desperately wanted to know his true identity. Li Guol calmly advised him to untie the knot in his heart and not harm the Thousand Sword Academy. Finally, he left the two of them on the mountain path. Murong Cheon kept repeating Li Guol's words, the knot in his heart. Then, kindly, he helped Huan Du up and supported him. Let's go. Let's all return to the Murim Alliance together. That night at the Thousand Sword Academy, No-Il stood alone, exuding a stern and unapproachable aura. Then, suddenly, he seemed to notice something. It turned out Li Guol and the others had arrived. I'm back. The missing banner hung in the sky above the Thousand Sword Academy. No-Il greeted him warmly. Brother, you're back. I'm so sorry to have caused you so much worry, but Li Guol shook his head and inquired about the opening ceremony. Fortunately, it ended well. Next, No-Il turned to the two people with him. Welcome, you can stay as long as you like. Seeing him use such formal language, Dan Hak quickly waved his hand. Please, don't use honorifics with us. Beside him, Li Guol was about to ask where the others were. No-Il honestly said that I have something to tell him and even my father left a message. Hearing that, Li Guol suddenly felt a little worried. Master. Unable to wait any longer, No-Il said, let's go, senior brother, the other two will be taken care of by the disciples, so don't worry. When the two had gone far, Dan Hak, still very curious, spoke up, but that old man. But there was someone he wanted to see more, the beautiful Shahar. Of course, his attitude deserved a punch. Meanwhile, Li Guol and No-Il went to a private room. He immediately got to the point. After the Battle of Qianyang ended, I went to clean father's room and found this. The object placed before him appeared to be a diary. He then became very sorrowful because after he left, he had resented his father for a long time. No-Il's tears welled up. That person was. Li Guol flipped through the pages, confirming if this was what his master had left behind. Suddenly, he couldn't speak anymore, overwhelmed by shock. At the top of a blank page was a single line, I'm sorry, Guol. He was stunned, his mind filled with thoughts of his master. But he couldn't guess what the person ultimately wanted. The confession read, I'm sorry, Guol, that day, I deceived you. That lie was still vividly imprinted in his mind. In truth, there was no other choice but to let Li Guol leave. To protect both him and the sect even though he didn't have long to live. Writing this, his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Then, he forcefully gripped the pen, writing his name, Guol. The founder of the Thousand Sword Academy was the demon. That truth seemed to shake his mind and emotions. Li Guol couldn't help but suspect that the founder of the Thousand Sword Academy was the demon. Demon was one of the names used for the heavenly demon, the greatest warrior god in Jianghu history, being said to touch the heavens. Currently, the blood demon heavenly god is called the demon god, but even that pales in comparison to the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon always called himself the heavenly demon, and no one in the world could deny his unique existence. He continued reading the diary. Guol, if you were the unparalleled martial arts genius of all time, you would have achieved great success with the one-sword break mountain sword technique. Therefore, I had to let you go. To protect the Thousand Sword Academy from those who worship the heavenly demon Grandmaster. Even now, those people are still eyeing the Thousand Sword Academy. If they realize our sect's origins stem from the heavenly demon, our Thousand Sword Academy will become their prey. Their eyes can see through the heavens, their ears can hear anything, there's nowhere they won't search, so don't return to the Thousand Sword Academy. Therefore, you must live and maintain the existence of the Thousand Sword Academy. Forgive your weak master. The existence of the old school, raising disciples, was for the glory of tomorrow, but I could only teach my disciples until today. Even if I live in cowardice today, I only live for today. I only live for today. I'm sorry, Guol. And also, I apologize to you, no ill. Please forgive your incompetent master and father. Li Guol was moved, wanting to call his master one more time. Then, the diary was returned. He looked up and recounted that during his visit to the ancestral graves, he had some suspicions. But his master, for the sake of his disciples and the Thousand Sword Academy, bore the burden alone until his dying breath. No ill was deeply distressed. I resented my father so much. He too was immersed in his own dark shadows. Night clouds had rolled in, obscuring the moonlight. A low voice called from the courtyard, "Junior brother." No ill replied in a low voice, "Yes, senior brother." He only asked if he wanted to, but the words were somewhat ambiguous. The tombstones of the predecessors made him reflect, the words, "Not for today, but live for tomorrow." As a leaf gently fell onto the grave, no ill seemed to understand. "I hope you'll help me in the future, senior brother." Looking at the moon, they both reminisced about the time spent with their master, a short time, but a happy one. Li Guol smiled and carried no ill everywhere. They also played around and dragged each other to the stream near the sect gate. No ill cheered, while Li Guol skillfully caught fish. At that time his body was strong, training tirelessly. The vigor of youth made each sword move a sharp cut. After training, although slightly tired, the body would feel refreshed. A child like no ill looked on with immense admiration. Morning quickly arrived at the sect. 5 days had passed since Li Guol appeared at the Thousand Sword Academy's opening ceremony. No ill, the sect leader, had heard rumors from the Jianghu. The story goes, 50 demon slayers suddenly arrived. Several incidents occurred, such as the sudden disappearance of Huan Du and Murong Qian from the 100 members of Murim. Yet the world seemed strangely calm, as if nothing had happened. He silently told himself to stop worrying. No ill had to live for tomorrow, so. At the nearby courtyard, someone curiously asked, "Are you planning to return to the Murim Alliance?" So Liang said that she had to report back to the House of Fair Mother and that there were many other things to do. She affectionately said, "I will visit often, Shaha, I will miss you a lot." Li Guol politely thanked her for helping the Thousand Sword Academy. So Liang replied somewhat shyly, "Well then consider it as a replacement for payment." Hearing that, he didn't say anything more and simply nodded. Next, she expressed gratitude for being taught the art of tea first. Li Guol quickly advised her that if she practiced diligently, it would benefit both her mind and body. So Liang's last words were very brief, "So everyone stay safe and take care of your health." As she turned to leave, a voice shouted her name. Dan Hag brought a horse and said that he would be the one to escort So Liang all the way there. Naturally, she turned away in dislike. But he still tried to persuade her, "No matter where, even to the Murim Alliance, I will take you." The truth is she was very angry. Then So Liang let out a soft breath to calm down. She actually requested, "Then please take me to the Murim Alliance. But I'm thirsty, could you get me a glass of water?" Dan Hag immediately sprang into action. "Please wait a moment, I'll get it right away." Seeing him leave, she felt a little happier. This time Dan Hag's figure truly disappeared behind the courtyard. Seeing the opportunity, So Liang immediately mounted his horse. Then she continued her farewell, "Everyone, have a nice day." As soon as he said he would go for real this time, So Liang galloped off. Everyone was slightly surprised but politely waved goodbye. After a while, Dan Hag happily ran over, "So Liang, I brought water." Noticing something was missing, he stopped. "Where is she?" She clearly said she would go to the Murim Alliance with him. This time the story turned to a transaction. In the future, for those escorting travelers from Shaanxi to Hubei, I would like to rely on the manpower of the Thousand Sword Academy. No ill bowed and replied, "I hear you've helped the Thousand Sword Academy a lot. We'll accept this entrustment and do our best." He explained that Sang Heil also wanted a good future relationship. Everything settled, Du Huan respectfully took his leave. He turned and left. Li Guol calculated and guessed that everything was arranged, so it was time for the main task. He implicitly asked, "We talked about the suspicious letter sent to the Murim Alliance, right?" Bakja stroked his beard and interjected, "Regarding that matter, we first need to investigate the history of the Biok clan. How did the Biok clan become so powerful and famous in the Jianghu in such a short time? Actually, before their appearance, the Jianghu was famous for the 3 great gods. That is the unbending. The next treasure is the soul of the blood demon heavenly god. As for the last piece, it belongs to Murim Alliance leader's infinite sword." Soon after, the bone collector appeared. At that time, the owner of Infinite, the Murim Alliance leader, and Biok Swan Huan fought to a standstill. At that time, the Jianghu had no choice but to acknowledge the Biok clan's bone collector. No ill nodded after hearing this. Indeed, a remarkable past. Bakja continued, explaining that Huan's suspicion of Hollow Thunder was proof he hadn't found the bone collector. Hollow Thunder, unlike the four godly weapons, was not entirely made of SatTHCH, presumably a type of metal, which was enough to arouse suspicion. Li Guol agreed with Bakja, believing the leaker already knew everything and sent a letter to the Biok clan. He was a little frightened, so they knew about Hollow Thunder and the four godly weapons. No ill seemed to have grasped the key point when he heard the words know very well about Hollow Thunder. Li Guol didn't wait to explain. They were the ones who stole the 5 missing swords of Hollow Thunder. The scene shifts to a peaceful place, a stark contrast to the previous tension. By the stream, Shahar sighed softly alone. She didn't understand why Li Guol remained silent. At the ancestral mountain tomb, he had concealed his identity and taught her. But then, he remained silent after entering the sect. Shahar complained dejectedly. She had many questions, and didn't even want to hold her sword anymore. Seeing this, her commander quickly came to comfort her. Shahar smiled reassuringly. I know I've never been like this. Then she remembered someone, the Alliance leader. Is he safe? This time, the story revolves around the Generalissimo. In the room, a voice suddenly asked, General, still no news. The only response was a simple, forgive me, my lord, we haven't heard from him since he arrived in Shuangxi. Wanqi slowly turned to find his subordinate. His gaze was icy, yet held an unclear intention. Wanqi's reputation was one no swordsman in Nurim could ignore. He is the owner of Infinite, one of the 4 godly weapons. And as the wielder of that sword, he is called the Sword Ruler, and also the Nurim Alliance leader. In the Jianghu, it could be said that only Wanqi is the only opponent who could confront the Blood Demon Heavenly God. Wanqi pondered over the letter, which stated that the Thousand Sword Academy might fall into the hands of the Blood Demonic Heavens, clearly a lie. There must be another story hidden behind the letter Murong Qion brought. Yet, the Senate approved Murong Qion's request for the Demon Slayer without any objections. That's why I sent the general. You're the only one I trust here. General, could you also be in league with the Senate? After some thought, Wanqi ordered his subordinate to prepare a drinking table. In a place like this, wildflowers still secretly bloomed. Wanqi strolled along the path with his retainers. Lost in thought, he glanced sideways. A moment later, a table with wine and 2 dishes was set. Wanqi didn't touch them, just staring intently. He truly didn't want to touch them. Even the wine cup irritated him. The 2 attending retainers exuded an indescribable pressure. Finally, he picked up the wine cup. Wanqi closed his eyes and drank the prepared wine. The story in Hubei's pleasure district unfolds simultaneously. Even at night, people flocked to the brothels, keeping the street brightly lit. Men with a little extra money could call for a courtesan. The 1000 best house in the district was also quite famous. Hearing a call urging him, Ilwul replied, I'm coming. The ghost standing next to her kept telling her over and over again that today there was a very important guest who had specifically named her. They had passed over the young girls to choose someone who was no longer young like her, so she had to pay attention to treating them well. Ilwul gave a slightly forced smile and replied, of course. Then she followed the 2 men. Reaching a certain room, he invited her inside. As the door opened slightly, Ilwul transformed into a cool and elegant lady. But when she slightly raised her head, something strange appeared. Therefore, her eyes narrowed in surprise. Inside the room were some very unusual people and a man with his face hidden. The man kept gazing into the distance, making it impossible to identify him. But Ilwul, very professionally, bowed and said, Thank you for coming, sir, my name is Ilwul. Following her soft voice, Wu Lin turned around. She had expected a normal encounter, but Ilwul was truly frightened. She hadn't expected the host of the banquet to be wearing a mask to conceal his identity. But when asked to pour wine, Ilwul obediently complied. As she poured the wine, she heard a question. So, does that mean Wanqi drank poison? Can the remaining poison in his blood be burned out? It seems he drank the wine more than 2 hours ago. But Song Jiok quickly received an explanation. Wanqi was stalling for time. Ilwul panicked, wondering in her heart, what are they talking about, the Alliance leader and poison? Meanwhile, she was called back and asked, You say your name is Ilwul, of course, you're a courtesan, and she honestly confirmed it. The other person suddenly lifted her chin with their hand and praised her name as beautiful. Wu Lin's hand lingered on her face for a long time. Then he lifted her chin so she could look outside. Isn't the moon beautiful? The light of the full moon reflected in Ilwul's eyes. As she dreamily replied, Yes, the other person removed their mask. The mask fell. It seemed he no longer wished to hide his identity. Ilwul, standing behind him, vaguely said, The moon is truly beautiful. She seemed dazed, only repeating how beautiful the moon was. Wu Lin slightly curled his lips in satisfaction. He ignored her and returned to the main topic. What is the relationship between Wanqi and the upper house? Song Jiok began to explain. The Battle of 1,000 Swords was different. The upper house always maintained a peaceful demeanor, but took a firm stance when dispatching demon slayers. It was due to the conflict then that the upper house is trying to bring Wanqi down. Hearing this, he still didn't understand. Those old men seem to prefer peace. Isn't death their ultimate wish? The wine cup in his hand became a target of his frustration. The blood demon heavenly god is the same. Stagnant water becomes foul. His anger remained, his irritated voice mixed with the sound of shattering glass. Only a blood storm will do. Wu Lin frowned, then let out an evil laugh. As for Il Wol, she remained lost in her reverie. The moon is truly beautiful. The conversation continued late into the night. The sounds continued to echo from the Tianba pavilion until now. Wanqi still believed that the poison in the wine was administered by someone from the upper house. Song Jiok quickly replied, Chiol Yun, the commander of the Demon Slayers, is currently missing, and Jiang Qian, the deputy commander and Wanqi's right hand, his whereabouts are also unknown. Now, it can be said that Alliance leader Wanqi is completely isolated. Wu Lin glanced meaningfully at Il Wol. 3 people are enough. Let's see what happens if you touch the infinite sword. Song Jiok felt a shock run through him. He hesitantly probed, you mean take the infinite sword? He gently swirled a new cup of wine in his hand. No, as I said, just touch it, even if you can take it, leave it where it is. Don't ask me how, ask why. Suddenly, Wu Lin stopped speaking and walked to the window. His plan was to push the distrust between the upper house and Wanqi to the limit. Until then, there was no need to rush. Song Jiok pulled his veil back and replied that he understood the order. His subordinate sitting next to him had also heard the instructions. They immediately used mobility arts to leave first to examine. Next, Song Jiok also went to greet Wu Lin. Then he quickly moved according to the plan. Only Wu Lin and Il Wol remained in the room. He asked her the same question. The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it? She softly replied, yes. Wu Lin suddenly leaned close to her and made a strange sound. He stood admiring the moon with the beauty, exclaiming, it seems even heaven is on my side. Currently, following the order to strengthen defenses throughout the Murim Alliance, everyone is on high alert to make that night in Murim as bright as day. Under the watchful eyes of 3 elite guards, including patrolling martial artists. It seemed infiltration was impossible, but the intruders were very cautious and tenacious. Their destination was none other than the most heavily guarded place in the Murim Alliance, the 14th floor, where the Murim Alliance leader was present. Thus, they performed a series of difficult mobility arts techniques. Hearing the commotion, those below reported an intrusion. The next second, more people spread the news, intruders in the east, and intruders also detected at the south gate. Swords from both sides began their work. After eliminating a group of people, the man said, they came from all directions at once. Are they trying to break through the Murim Alliance? When the forensic examiners arrived, they quickly took on the task of identifying the intruders. The 2 were thrown onto stretchers. The investigators carefully carried the bodies away. Soon they reached a place without patrolling guards. In that secluded corner, the 2 forensic examiners were smiling strangely. The stretcher carrying the bodies was thrown down. Then the 2 of them stole clothes and put them on. And their infiltration plan moved to the next stage. Wanqi, reading a book, heard shouts of intruders. Immediately, his breath-detecting technique was used. 3 intruders had reached the 14th floor. Fast, he thought, they are already close. But strangely, I don't sense any energy, righteous or evil. Could they be masters of the 5 swords, who haven't cultivated internal energy? Wanqi silently counted down in his head, waiting for the opportunity. When he counted to 1, an assassin appeared. Wanqi's weapon was quickly drawn. A ring of blue light appeared before the assassins. The terrifying sword energy frightened the intruders, but this infinite sword, one of the 4 godly weapons. The more its wielder suffers, the more it unleashes and retracts its power at will. Without Wanqi having to strike, sword energy enveloped all the assassins. They didn't know that for masters, victory or defeat is decided easily by a small mistake. The true value of the infinite sword is indeed hard to describe. That blue light power finally gathered at the sword's tip. As it was about to return to the sword, a thread appeared on the blade. The thread wrapped tighter and tighter, surprising Wanqi. Then 2 or 3 more threads tightly bound the sword. The other end of the threads began to pull. Wanqi wasn't foolish, he knew the assassin was using near sky silk. The sword energy, angered, tried to cut all the threads. But the assassin wasn't weak. He released more threads to hold the sword. At that moment, Wanqi speculated, this persistence, could their target not be me, but the infinite sword? The assassin flew towards Wanqi's sword. But he reacted quickly, grabbing the opponent by the throat. Quickly increase the force with your fingertips. He glared and questioned who was behind the assassin, the blood demon heavenly god, if not then. Wanqi's remaining guess was the Senate. The assassin frantically tried to speak. Seeing this, Wanqi probably guessed the man wanted to live. The assassin's eyes began to show despair, but Wanqi impatiently tightened his grip further. He tossed the corpse aside and sighed, this is such a headache. But the next second, his whole body seemed to be rapidly losing strength. Wanqi knew the reason was the lingering poison. Then he circulated his ki and pressed several acupoints on his body. Next, Wanqi tried to connect with his ki in his abdomen. During his recovery, he seemed to feel something unusual. After finishing, he sighed softly to himself, isn't it too quiet? This time, the scene shifts to a remote mountainous region. In the forest, a faint green chi was emanating. This strange chi lingered in the air for a long time. Jiang Qiang was closing his eyes, trying to concentrate. It turned out this strange chi was emanating from his cultivation. Or rather, it was from everyone here secretly cultivating together. After finishing, Jiang Qiang quickly adjusted his clothes. Seeing his subordinate advising him to rest, he replied, "I'm fine, you all should rest too." Jiang Qiang alone went to a deserted cliff face. He silently gazed at the distant scenery. Recounting it, he found that none of his brothers were seriously injured. He clearly had 50 demon slayer under his command, but Jiang Qiang wondered why someone as strong as Li Guol was unknown. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that Li Guol's appearance would greatly elevate the Thousand Sword Academy status. If such a person could become a subordinate of the alliance leader, then, at that moment, a subordinate landed to report, so he asked if anything unusual had happened in the Murim alliance. Seeing that, the other guy also honestly confessed, such a thing happened. There was an insider who infiltrated the Murim alliance to assassinate the alliance leader. The guy was surprised and immediately shouted. But he was quickly cautioned by his subordinate, Deputy Commander, "You're a bit loud." Ignoring that, Jiang Qiang continued to ask about the investigation into the assassin's background. But the answer was that everything had failed, even though the Senate was trying to find the spy. After hearing this, Jiang Qiang's expression didn't improve at all. Next, the subordinate gave him something else. There's another piece of news. The sect leader of the Biok clan, Biok Mu Kuang, had ordered the gathering of all the Biok clan members. Hearing this, Jiang Qiang's face darkened even further. The Biok clan. It seemed he himself sensed something ominous. The story then shifts to another location. This is the ancestral graveyard of the Thousand Sword Academy. Li Guol knelt before a grave and softly called, "Master." He desperately wanted to ask what he should do now. Because Bakja had scolded him angrily that time, it was too reckless. Knowing that the 5 hollow thunder swords were in the hands of the blood demonic heavens, but it wasn't as simple as asking them to hand them over. On the contrary, he believed it was the only chance for the Thousand Sword Academy to become known. "I'll take care of those people, you just need to worry about the Thousand Sword Academy." Bakja still wanted confirmation that he truly wanted to fight the blood demonic heavens. Li Guol answered without hesitation, "We have to make it clear, it's not the blood demonic heavens, but the thieves hiding within them." But Bakja still didn't agree. The Thousand Sword Academy has only been re-established for a short time, and you're already planning this. No matter what, the blood demonic heavens have 100,000 celestial soldiers. There will be casualties. What do you plan to do? He then turned to No Il for his opinion, but only received an apology. Seeing that, Li Guol was momentarily speechless. But in the end, he still clearly declared, "No matter what the two of them said, even if I went alone, I would still go to the blood demonic heavens." The sounds of the other two calling out were still deeply imprinted in Li Guol's memory. He was extremely troubled because the problem wasn't how to retrieve it, but the consequences of doing so. In any case, it seemed to be only one aspect of the problem. Li Guol's mood was truly very heavy. He turned to look at the natural scenery to lighten his heart, but the question of whether or not to go still lingered. At that moment, Xia suddenly appeared behind him. Afraid of disturbing him, she was somewhat hesitant, but Li Guol simply replied, "I meet you again at this ancestral tomb mountain. Indeed, you are a disciple of our sect." But he really wondered if he was being too difficult. Shahar quickly shook her head to reassure him. Next, he looked at her with a smile-filled gaze. Then Li Guol decided to ask her for a walk. As they walked together, he immediately asked, "Are you disappointed? Is it that difficult to talk to me? Is it because it's me that you're like this?" Shahar hesitated slightly but honestly expressed, "Because I have so many things I want to ask, it's hard to speak up. But uncle treated me so comfortably." Those thoughts all disappeared. Li Guol suddenly praised, "Well done, remember this, remember the changes in your heart. I've also experienced the feeling of bearing responsibility like you. If you always consider your inner thoughts secondary, your martial arts will surely stagnate." Seemingly exposed, Shahar shyly lowered her head. And he suddenly started telling a story. "On the battlefield, it was my first battle." Li Guol honestly admitted that he had been very scared. It wasn't that he didn't trust the sect's swordsmanship, but that he was afraid of living in the chaos that overwhelmed the bloody battlefield. Then he suddenly asked himself a question. "If I'm involved in a battle, can I tell if it's an ally or an enemy? Will I be stabbed by an ally's spear and die?" Shahar worriedly asked him, "Then, uncle, how did you overcome that fear?" Hearing the question, he coldly said that it was very simple. Yet he said that all you need to do is become a ghost. Newly arrived on the battlefield, if you still let your body and mind be filled with worry, in the first battle, if you die, it's over. But if you survive, you'll have the intuition that your surviving comrades won't let you run. If you keep fighting like that for about 2 days, Li Guol affirmed she would become a battlefield ghost, unable to sleep without seeing blood. Shahar's mind was gradually sinking into an endless sea of blood. Suddenly she felt someone touch her shoulder. "Uncle." Li Guol sternly ordered her, "You must become a ghost. This is a path you cannot avoid. Can you do it?" A crescent moon hung in the silent night sky. The atmosphere on the rooftops was incredibly quiet. On the streets, there wasn't a single person in sight. At this time, Li Guol and Shahar were walking side by side. She kept thinking about it. A ghost, why would uncle talk about that? Of course, I've been reminded countless times that I need to become stronger after the blood demonic heavens attack. But Uncle Li Guol, in these 3 months, probably hasn't stopped going through life and death. Although his appearance looks as young as mine, but... Suddenly Li Guol's voice came, "What are you thinking about?" She was a little embarrassed, but she still wanted to ask for the secret to maintaining his youthful appearance. Because until now she still couldn't believe it. He himself didn't expect to be asked such a question. But very quickly afterward, Li Guol asked back, "Do you know about the reverse flow of wondrous movements?" Shahar didn't think this matter was so deeply connected, because she had heard of it, but only thought it was a rumor in the Jianghu. Conversely, he replied that it had actually happened. Li Guol calmly continued walking, but Shahar was still very astonished. He silently told her, "Master, I told you, I am the only survivor from the battlefield. To live as a ghost, God gave me a new form." He chuckled lightly, seemingly moved by something. Then Li Guol continued, "This hand has taken hundreds of thousands of lives. Heaven told me to live much longer." But the more he spoke, the darker his expression became. Shahar, worried, wanted to call out to him to comfort him. Then a new topic arose. Li Guol wanted to invite her to search for the 5 lost swords. He honestly said, "I'm the type who can endure my own disappointments, but not the disappointments of others. What kind of person are you, Shahar?" The more she heard, the more flustered Shahar became, unsure of how to respond. Then she declared that she would search for hollow thunder. Both suddenly fell silent, gazing at each other for a long moment. After a while, they returned to Thousand Sword Academy. Her hand gently fastened the main door. As she turned to leave, Li Guol didn't forget to say they would continue the conversation tomorrow. Then suddenly, the commander spotted her and rushed over. Seeing Shahar stroking the commander, he curiously asked, "Is it him, the one who claims to be the most monopolizing of affection?" But Shahar laughed and explained, "He's a child brought by the Murim Alliance leader. His name is Commander." But Li Guol found the name sounded like a plea. At the same time, Shahar laughed and said, "Even though he's over 70, he maintains the appearance of a middle-aged man. If he met Uncle, he'd be very surprised." Suddenly she felt she had more and more questions for Li Guol. Summoning her courage, she softly spoke, "This." But quickly, she recalled someone's voice, "Your swordsmanship, I've seen similar techniques at Thousand Sword Academy. But that person saw it in the blood demonic heavens." Then, something seemed to clear in her mind. Shahar murmured, "That Jian Chang, he defeated, claiming to be of the Shining Avian Horse clan." Returning to the present, Shahar softly called him uncle. Master Li Guol eagerly waited to hear, but she truly couldn't speak. Could it be that one sword break mountain and the blood demonic heavens are somehow related? That question struck the darkest part of his heart. At the same time, at the Yichang headquarters of the Biok clan, a man slowly ascended the steps. Huandu was extremely anxious because a summons had been issued to all disciples. If he didn't comply, his repentance regarding Thousand Sword Academy would seem meaningless. He truly didn't know what to say to his father. The guard, upon seeing him, respectfully said, "The sect leader awaits you, please, come in." But as the door opened, Huandu's eyes widened. He stammered, looking at the room packed with people. Everywhere, people were conversing, and several subordinates were arranging tools and weapons. This made Huandu think the Biok clan was preparing for war. Then he slowly turned to see those standing around the table. Gong Sunqi, the undefeated god Yong Wu Liang, Sir Jiang Gong, and the swift sword Guak Chu Il. Seemingly all the prominent martial artists in Jianghu were present. But suddenly, Huandu stopped thinking and straightened his back. Because Biok Mu Kuang had summoned him. The elder stopped his work and glanced at Huandu. As he approached, he wanted to ask what this was all about. Mu Kuang's hand slammed down on the table. It was war. "I will fight Ma Zhouhyuk of the blood demonic heavens." The news just received shocked Huandu beyond measure. He seemed to hear it but couldn't believe it, so he asked again, "You mean war? And with the blood demonic heavens?" Immediately, Mu Kuang said, "All disciples throughout the land have prepared, along with our family, determined to annihilate them and have pledged their support to our family. These 4 masters will handle the assassin." But Huandu felt it was still very dangerous. Seeing him tremble, Chung Kong taunted, "Scared of the blood demonic heavens?" The hand slammed on the table again. "This isn't up for discussion, otherwise, a second righteous demon great war could erupt." Chung Kong immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, if the young master is in danger, I'll always be ready to help." Hearing that, Huandu became even angrier, wanting to curse the damned brat. But Mu Kuang immediately shouted, ordering them to stop. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Then, he announced in a low voice that Jiang Wu had died. That news shocked them even more. "You mean, Jiang Wu of the Swiftfoot Squad?" The story is as follows. Jiang Wu had secretly infiltrated the blood demonic heavens. The man tasked with finding the bone collector disappeared a year ago. He reported finding that Duma had taken the bone collector. The last message received was that Jiang Wu had infiltrated the Shining Avian Horse clan. Next, the object in his clothing was searched, and just 10 days ago, Before he died, a carrier pigeon, smelling the scent of roses, delivered a secret message. Jiang Wu had risked his life to send it back. The small tube containing the message was quickly opened. A small piece of paper was placed on the table immediately afterward. The message contained only one line: Du Ma is the Shining Avian Horse clan. This revelation left them stunned. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. Huan Du was almost overcome with emotion and trembled. Mu Kuang continued, "Of course, we can't give the blood demonic heavens a reason for a righteous demon great war. We will attack the Shining Avian Horse clan swiftly and secretly." This piqued Sun Qi's interest. Taking on the Shining Avian Horse clan, that's worth doing. For Wu Liang, this is a chance to repay the Biok clan. Jiang Gong simply declared, "I'll see this through to the end." Only Chung Kong watched Huan Du silently. This time, Huan Du wasn't cowardly and said he would bet his life. But Mu Kuang still didn't look at him with satisfaction. Because for him, it takes a bet with one's soul to be enough. The sky is so clear before the storm. The people at Thousand Sword Academy probably still don't know. A hesitant sound came from the academy, according to Shaha. A sect in the blood demonic heavens used a similar martial art to One Sword Break Mountain. She heard it from someone named Jian Chang. Bakja just nodded, finding it interesting. On the contrary, he replied with displeasure, "So you don't know anything else?" Hearing this, the other party recounted, "The blood demonic heavens control information to prevent its spread. Even I, who is called omniscient, can hardly obtain accurate information." Seeing this, he declared he would act with Shahar and told Bakja to return to my HOA. Seeing his surprise, he calmly asked back, "Aren't you afraid to go there after all?" Seeing Li Guol about to leave, he stammered, "This matter." Despite that, he remained calm. "I see no need for further hesitation. I need to prepare to go immediately. It's been an interesting time." Bakja stammered, unable to speak, reaching out to stop him. Finally, he confessed everything. "I know a guy who knows the blood demonic heavens like the back of his hand. If you take me with you, we might learn more about that sect." As if achieving his goal, he secretly smiled. Then Li Guol reminded him, "If you can drop that habit in my HOA, it's best to get used to hiding very important information." A farewell followed a short while later. Li Guol, along with Shahar and Bakja, were preparing to leave. No ill worriedly said, "Brother, please take care." Hearing this, he comforted her, "Don't worry, I won't be gone long." John Poon quickly spoke up, "We will report Thousand Sword Academy's official activities to the Murim Alliance." Conversely, he secretly instructed them to keep his affairs secret. Shahar smiled and looked around for a while. Seeing Dan Hak slightly sulky, he called out to him. Though irritated, he still listened. "The road ahead will be difficult. It seems you don't want to come with us." Li Guol remained silent, waiting for his decision. Then he suddenly had an idea. Li Guol whispered that he would show Dan Hak how to win Solion's heart. Everyone was confused and just watched them talk. And naturally, Dan Hak's spirits were restored. As he bowed, he dropped his luggage, saying goodbye to everyone. Then, Dan Hak's new journey began. He happily carried his luggage and ran ahead. Bakja was very curious about what he had said to him. But Li Guol just secretly smiled. "It's a secret, I promised I wouldn't say." He kept smiling, which made the other two very confused. After a while, Bakja complained about carrying the luggage, but Li Guol said Dan Hak would quickly catch up. Then the three of them continued on their journey according to plan. At this time, Shahar suddenly spoke. "I suddenly remembered the first time I met Huan Du and Murong Cheon 8 years ago. Though from one of the 5 great families of the 100 members of Murim, Murong Cheon was very simple. The more she talked, the worse she felt. I rejected his kindness. Is that why he became such a selfish person?" But Li Guol quickly explained, "It's normal for men to make mistakes during their ambitious youth. After all, ambition and arrogance are different things. At least he wasn't arrogant." Shahar was surprised because he didn't think Murong Cheon was a bad person either. Standing beside him, he quickly said, "Admitting mistakes, therefore. Shahar, remember this. When you meet him again, Murong Cheon will have changed." At this point, her mood had improved significantly. "Yes, uncle." In the hot summer weather, the travelers found a hidden inn nestled in the mountains. The inn was simple, with only a few guests, a cook, and a waiter. Bakja sat in the inn, sighing and glancing around keenly. Shahar was still circulating her energy. The green energy enveloped her body. Her whole body was covered in sweat. The water in the wine glass suddenly flew into the air. Seeing Shahar's exhaustion, Bakja advised her, "It's been 2 hours already, shouldn't you rest a bit?" Shahar's eyes were half closed. She said with difficulty, "Just a little longer, a little more, maybe I'll feel something." Li Guol asked inquisitively, "Are you jealous of Shahar?" Bakja looked at him with confusion. "Isn't it strange? I practiced the art of tea first for over a year and only achieved what Shahar did in a month." Li Guol calmly explained, "The reason is simple." He looked at Shahar, who was concentrating on her cultivation. "The power gained from the art of tea first is to block the perception of those who are impetuous and hasty. Shahar is the type of person without ulterior motives, so her progress is very rapid." Bakja was slightly unconvinced but still felt uneasy. "Is that really true?" Suddenly, voices from a nearby table drifted over. I heard the Biok clan leader is bedridden, what's going on? The strangers continued their discussion. I heard all Biok clan activities have stopped, and everyone has gathered. It seems the Biok clan leader's position will soon be replaced. Bone Collector has also disappeared for some time. This time, the Biok clan is truly finished. After hearing this, the three of them, Lee Guol's group, fell silent, each with their own thoughts. Bakja spoke gravely. It seems the Biok clan leader is in critical condition. Lee Guol glanced at him with agreement. It seemed so. Bakja stroked his goatee, but it's strange, even if the Biok clan is declining, it's not that easy to bring down. Then he pondered, could the Biok clan be trying to let the whole world know about the sect leader's critical condition? Shahan nodded. Could there be someone among the Biok clan disciples who can't keep a secret? Bakja stroked his beard, disagreeing strongly. The Biok clan originates from the Bai blood clan, they wouldn't make such a mistake. Li Guol looked at him. I don't think it's that strange, Bakja retorted. There's definitely something behind this. He crossed his arms and stood up. I'm so curious, unbearably curious. Suddenly, Bakja paused, as if he had just thought of something. He smirked cunningly. Bakja ran to Li Guol, excitedly saying, I have an idea, do you think it'll work? He whispered in Li Guol's ear for a long time. Li Guol's eyes widened in surprise after hearing Bakja. Li Guol couldn't help but shout at Bakja, who quickly retreated. He patted Li Guol on the shoulder, giving a roguish smile. Well, if it doesn't work, what else can we do? Li Guol looked at Bakja's gleeful expression and sighed helplessly. I know. Elsewhere, in Ichang, Hubei province, the market was bustling with buyers and sellers, all bargaining for the best prices. Suddenly, the girls in the market all turned to look towards the market gate. It turned out to be Li Guol's group, striding towards them. Li Guol's handsome features, with a touch of sweet gentleness yet powerful aura, captivated every girl from the first glance. But he wasn't paying much attention, his mind preoccupied with other matters, his face was troubled, and he sighed continuously. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Guol turned and shouted at Bakja, you said I should pretend to be Shahar's peer as a disciple of the Thousand Sword Academy. He glared at him with piercing eyes. That's going too far, can't you see how everyone is looking at us? Indeed, besides the girls captivated by Li Guol, the boys on the street were also stealing glances at Shahar. Everyone involuntarily smiled. Bakja became even more smug. Even in Hubei province, the heart of Murim, they've never seen such a handsome couple. As disciples of the Thousand Sword Academy, let's leave a deep impression on everyone in Jianghu. He excitedly thought of another scenario. Right, if so, let's pretend to be Shahar's fiancé. Li Guol broke out in a sweat. That's enough. After walking a little further, the three of them arrived at the gate of the Biok clan manor. Bakja clasped his hands behind his back, reminiscing as he walked. The Biok clan's beginnings were about 3,000 years ago, similar to the Thousand Sword Academy. He recalled the image of Sun Han, a majestic elder, wielding his sword amidst hundreds of people. The Biok clan's bone collector absorbed the chi of corpses, thus gaining power akin to the four demonic outsiders, but the founder of the Biok clan single-handedly killed hundreds of demons, absorbing their chi and confronting them, still young and weak. Sun Han's red sword always emitted a crimson aura like blood, that's why Bone Collector was also called the Demon Sword. The Biok clan was recognized by Murim as the orthodox path. Shahar was puzzled, but such a valuable thing was stolen, it's unbelievable. Bakja, walking behind, said something that surprised everyone. It's because of Duo Ma. He continued, even with Ma added to their title, they were easily forgiven. Li Guol looked at him. If that's the case, they must be amazing. Bakja's story continued. The person mentioned this time is Duo Ma. The reason the blood demonic heavens left them alone is that those similar to Duo Ma would inherit the title for generations. That's the special aspect of the blood demonic heavens. There's a saying that even with layers upon layers of defense, facing Duo Ma is like facing a wide open city gate. The group got closer to the Biok clan manor's gate. The gatekeeper saw them and respectfully stopped them. What brings you to visit our Biok clan? Bakja stepped forward. I am omniscient. I heard the sect leader is seriously ill, so I came to visit. The gatekeeper bowed respectfully. Ah, so it is the omniscient elder. Bakja pointed to Li Guol and Shahar. These two are from the Thousand Sword Academy. The gatekeeper was startled. Yes, sir. Then he asked the three to wait in the courtyard. I'd like to take you to the sect leader, but he's seriously ill. Please wait outside for a while. Bakja readily agreed. All right. So while another servant secretly left, the receptionist led the three people to visit the Biok clan's mansion, introducing them to. On the other side of the Biok clan mansion, Huandu was terrified when a servant reported the arrival of guests. What? Omniscient and Thousand Sword Academy. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Huandu quickly grabbed his shaking hand with his other hand. Why were they here, and why now? The servant remained kneeling, awaiting his instructions. What should I do, sir? He stammered, unsure how to proceed. Huandu waved his hand, ordering the kneeling servant. I understand, he said. Find a way to stall them. The servant clasped his hands. Understood, sir. In another quiet courtyard within the Biok mansion, the group of three, Li Guol, Bakja, and Shahar, waited without any sign. Bakja let out a breath. It's taking a while. A sudden commotion made Li Guol jump up alertly. Shahar, about to drink her tea, paused. Uncle. Li Guol opened the window and peered out. We're here. Yet they don't seem to notice anything unusual. Shahar and Bakja were surprised. Unusual. Li Guol looked out at the vast courtyard of the Byok clan's mansion. In such a large place, there wasn't even a shadow of a Byok clan member to be seen, besides the disciples. Bakja stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Byok clan is hiding something. Li Guol furrowed his brow. It's still unclear, but, he said in a low voice, the entire Byok clan reeks of soldiers. Hearing this, Bakja and Shahar were utterly terrified. Li Guol finally concluded, the scale of a nation preparing for war. Huandu stood outside the waiting room, his face filled with anxiety. He stared at the door, neither entering nor leaving, making anyone who saw him feel he was about to do something shady. A servant hesitantly asked, Junior Chief. Huandu had no choice but to enter. Let's go in. He cautiously reached for the door. Huandu closed his eyes tightly, summoning his courage to push open the door. Even as he greeted those in the room, his eyes remained shut. You've traveled far. I am Byok Huandu, Junior Chief of the Byok clan. Huandu opened his eyes, froze for a few seconds upon seeing everyone staring at him. Bakja smiled. We're not strangers, you know. Huandu stammered. Indeed. Li Guol politely nodded to Huandu. He bowed his head in return, his fear evident. Bakja stroked his beard. Even though I don't know the sect leader, if we leave without paying our respects, our fellow martial artists will think omniscient and I are unfeeling, wouldn't they? Huandu bowed deeply, but his voice was still trembling. That's true, but he's critically ill, so, Bakja smiled. Don't worry, I'll pay my respects to the sect leader alone. Huandu's face immediately relaxed, his previous apprehension gone. He gestured invitingly. The sect leader is still conscious and might have something to say. Please, follow me. As they reached the door, Huandu bowed to Li Guol and Shahar. After the door closed, Shahar commented perceptively. He must be terrified. Li Guol agreed. Indeed. He started to open the door to leave. I'll investigate the surroundings and return, Shahar said hesitantly. But uncle, the defenses here aren't normal. Before she could finish, Li Guol used mobility arts to swiftly depart. A moment later, Huandu led Bakja to the sect leader's room. Please, come in. Mu Kuang lay in bed, surrounded by many servants. He coughed a few times, his face pale, showing the severity of his illness. Bakja approached his bed and spoke softly. I heard the news and came. Mu Kuang weakly replied. Thank you. Faced with this situation, Bakja only silently looked at him. Meanwhile, Li Guol stood on the roof, silently observing the mansion. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Despite the mansion's size, few people were visible in the courtyard. He performed a spell, a circular energy forming in his hand. It stimulated the 5 internal organs, its warmth reaching his throat. Li Guol's eyes were closed, feeling the energy envelop him, expelling evil and negativity, penetrating deep into his bones. After a while, Li Guol opened his eyes. The pupils were gone, replaced by an ethereal green light. The art of T first, establish the 3 positions, enter the 3 positions. Through this altered vision, he saw the entire mansion. It was a scene with a lot of weapons. Then there were the porters carrying wooden crates that looked very heavy. Next were blacksmiths toiling to forge iron bars into weapons. Then came workers straining to drag heavy objects. They were also practicing with bows and crossbows. A powerful spiritual energy, like a blazing fire, enveloped Li Guol. He was filled with rage, transporting weapons, heavy weapons, the kind that could pierce even the iron armor of the Imperial Army. Suddenly, something distracted him, and the spiritual energy around him gradually dissipated. Huandu, accompanied by a group of servants, was strolling in the courtyard. He turned and asked, Have you checked the number of crates? A servant holding a stack of documents reported, 44, 1 crate short, my lord. Huandu's face tightened, devoid of any trace of the fear he showed when encountering Li Guol's group. I've emphasized this many times, he said. Absolutely no information leaks. The fate of our family rests on this. Suddenly, he felt a sense of unease and glanced at the rooftop where Li Guol had been standing. But Li Guol was no longer there. Truly exceptional martial arts skills. The servants also looked in that direction. Junior Chief. Huandu turned back, calmly saying, Something seemed to pass by just now. Everyone wondered, was it the wind? Li Guol, who had been hiding behind the door since some time ago, smirked. Not bad, he said. Shortly afterward, Huandu and his servants saw Li Guol's group out of the mansion. Everyone, be careful, he said. He coldly shouldered a piece of luggage. Bakja bowed to Huandu and left with Shahar. Li Guol and he looked at each other, silently understanding what the other was thinking. At a high, treacherous mountain, shrouded in mist and howling winds, across from the mountain range was a vast plain. A voice echoed, 8 years have passed since the bone collector disappeared. Li Guol stood atop the mountain looking down. Bakja analyzed. During that time, it seems the Byok clan has relentlessly searched for traces of Du Ma. Li Guol gave a displeased look, feigning illness to deceive the Jianghu and gather forces. He said, The Byok clan seems determined to eliminate us in this battle. Shahar bowed her head and sighed. The Biok clan and the Shining Avian Horse clan, the death block will control the living. Li Guol turned to her and smiled. Following the Biok clan's trail, we might find Hollow Thunder's whereabouts. All three looked toward the plain. We must stay longer now, they said. At night, strong winds swept through the mountain ranges. A purple energy, like a swirling vortex, floated in the air. From that powerful energy emerged a very long and sharp Dao sword. Wu Lin, wielding the long Dao, raised it high to the sky. The purple light emanating from it was incredibly powerful. His entire body was enveloped in that terrifying light. Wu Lin skillfully performed several elegant Dao movements which were not to be underestimated. His Dao slashes sent even the hardest rocks flying. Wu Lin looked at the devastation he had wrought. His voice was somewhat dissatisfied. There are still shortcomings, he said. He sheathed the Dao, ending the experiment. Wu Lin wiped his face. To keep the sky, he thought, two things are needed: unraveling the secret of the 11-bladed shifting heaven blood Dao, and then the secret of the 4 godly weapons. Suddenly, a red figure darted to behind him. The newcomer was Song Jiok. He bowed respectfully and reported, "My lord, I have something to report." Wu Lin's voice was deep. "Go on." Song Jiok said. That person finally decided to speak. Hearing this, he turned around, his face showing a sinister expression. Finally, one moonlit night at a small courtyard. Outside the window, a voice called out, "I'm coming in." It was Wu Lin. He didn't wait for permission from inside and burst through the door. 3 brains sat in the darkness. Before him were several exquisitely beautiful swords. He ignored the intruder, muttering to himself, "Hollow Thunder and Bone Collector." Wu Lin looked at him, confused. This person is... His mind quickly recognized a name that appeared at the right moment, the madman with 3 brains. In the cold air inside that room, the madman with 3 brains was currently residing with the Shining Avian Horse clan, under very strict guard. Inside, 5 or 6 gleaming swords lay on the table. Wu Lin politely inquired, "I wonder if the food here suits your taste, sir." 3 brains' voice full of sarcasm and contempt. "Your tongue is also flexible. Didn't you guys imprison me here?" He still calmly and gently denied. "What is this imprisonment? It's just a misunderstanding. I just have something to ask you." The 2 men stared at each other, neither blinking. Wu Lin finally spoke, but 3 brains cut him off with a raised hand. He adopted a challenging tone. "Let me guess what you want to know." 3 brains quickly pointed out the thoughts in Wu Lin's mind. Who made them? What was their purpose? And what is the origin of those swords? He concluded, "What you want to know is the secret of the 4 godly weapons, isn't it?" Wu Lin had heard some rumors. There are 2 kinds. Those with clear origins and those without. Omniscient Bakja, as his name suggests, is known for his vast knowledge. The source of his rumors, whether true or false, is clear. Then there's the other kind, the purveyor of frivolous gossip. That would be 3 brains, a supposed master drinker who can't even handle a cup, a supposed Zen master who's actually a womanizer who breaks his vows. All his words are lies, so everyone thinks he's mad. However, after a 5-year investigation, the Shining Avian Horse clan proved most of what he said to be true. But Wu Lin still wasn't sure if this man knew anything about the secret of the 4 godly weapons. He remained determined to verify everything. Returning to their conversation, Wu Lin probed, "You already know. So the secret of the 4 great gods." 3 brains slightly smiled slyly. Then he replied with a meaningful voice, "First, Hollow Thunder is the talent of Gong Bek Bek." Wu Lin was slightly startled by the name, but 3 brains calmly touched his sword and continued. "I'm certain Hollow Thunder is the meteorite, but it's nothing compared to the 4 godly weapons. It was undoubtedly commissioned by someone." He thoughtfully looked at the weapon in his hand and added, "The problem is the 4 godly weapons. Our national treasures. If there's only one sword, how could it be one of the 4 godly weapons? The secret would be too easily compromised if entrusted to just one person." From his words, Wu Lin deduced, if so, perhaps the creator of the 4 godly weapons is a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Even then, wouldn't there be someone even better? A smile played on his lips. Interesting, truly the madman with 3 brains. He glanced at Wu Lin and replied, "I don't expect the 4 godly weapons to be reunited. Do you think they were intentionally scattered?" Wu Lin saw nothing unusual. Isn't that the normal way of thinking? The madman with 3 brains sneered at his naivete. That's the limitation of ordinary people. His sinister intentions became increasingly apparent as he glanced at Wu Lin. Wu Lin remained unmoved, continuing, "Then what happens if one surpasses that limitation?" 3 brains glared at him. He slammed the red sword back onto the table. "There's no doubt about it. The creator of the 4 godly weapons wants them to remain separate, yet also wants them to be able to combine." Wu Lin's face subtly changed. "They can combine." His gaze hardened, revealing hidden schemes. The conversation continued. "So there's someone who wants them separated and someone who wants them combined. Those seeking the 4 godly weapons aren't just 2, but 3 now." 3 brains offered new information. "Recently, there are even 3 of them now. But the root cause is your interference." After 3 brains left, Wu Lin was soon enveloped by the night. He pondered several things. Sun Qi didn't expect there to be others besides him. A subordinate respectfully called from outside, and he let him in. Song Jiok arrived, clasped his hands respectfully, and bowed. He handed Wu Lin 3 letters sent by his informant from the Murim Alliance. As soon as he read the letters, Wu Lin fell into deep thought and sighed softly. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. A candle was lit. He burned the letters while predicting the situation. The assassination of the Alliance leader last time seemed to have a big impact on the Senate and Tanwanki. The fact that there was an internal scandal right in the Murim Alliance would make the Senate no longer trust the Alliance leader. Another interesting piece of news, Murong Cheon, the head of the Demon Slayer, returned empty-handed after receiving his letter. A hint of disappointment could be sensed behind Song Jiok's mask. That girl from the Thousand Sword Academy is that strong. According to my information, she seems to be the best among the newcomers. Wu Lin found this increasingly interesting. It seems not everyone from the Thousand Sword Academy is useless. The best octopus left. How many people can act? Immediately the answer was given: 13 people. Wu Lin ordered, target Tanwanki and bring back Infinite. If you can cause chaos within the Murim Alliance, even better. After hearing the order, he slowly and silently walked out. Wu Lin called him back. Wait a minute. He tossed Song Jiok Nam a sword, saying, take this. He looked at the sword standing upright on the floor, muttering, hollow thunder, how? A feeling difficult to put into words welled up. I have no reason to keep these anymore. Take these 5 swords and deliver them to the places I've indicated. The fun seems about to begin. He sheathed the swords and obeyed the order. A second later, he was gone. Wu Lin looked towards the distant night sky. Did I interfere? No, you are the ones who interfered. Dawn broke, and the scene shifted to the entrance of the Murim Alliance. Inside and outside the Murim Alliance, guards stood vigilant. So Lion ran breathlessly, panting. She asked the guards, is the Alliance leader here? Receiving no answer, she called out loudly, Alliance leader. A guard grabbed her shoulder from behind, silencing her calls. She spun around and glared at the guard for touching her. So Lion angrily yelled, let go of me. Ignoring the guard's contrasting expressions, So Lion stormed towards the door to find the Alliance leader. She flung open the door and bellowed, Alliance leader, twice. Inside, Wanki seemed to be deeply engrossed in cultivation. Waves of chi continuously emanated from his body. So Lion, without a care in the world, barged in and asked, you here, do you know about the rumors in the Murim Alliance? Seeing Wanki didn't respond, she adjusted her voice and called out again, Alliance leader. He remained motionless, continuing his cultivation. So Lion had no choice but to sit down and wait. Eventually, she closed her eyes and drifted into her inner world. It seemed Wanki had finished his cultivation. He opened his serious eyes wide. Tanwanki was in a difficult situation. His chest wouldn't warm up, the frustration reaching a peak and turning into anger. Dokkan Gi could only laugh. What truly angered him was the silence of the upper council. The retired upper council had summoned him, drawing a line and becoming wary of him at some point. But for the future of the Murim Alliance, he had to endure. He sat in this alliance leader's position and only followed their wishes. Though he knew this day would come, he had tried to avoid becoming such a Murim Alliance leader. In the midst of his intense concentration, a faint fragrance drifted past Wanki's nose. He opened his eyes, feeling relieved. This is fortunate, he thought. Before Wanki was So Lion, also silently cultivating. She seemed oblivious to her surroundings. Wanki felt a bit curious. So Lion, how's the art of tea first? 20 years ago, I also practiced the art of tea first learned from Da-sung. Wanki stroked his chin and smiled faintly. Wasn't So Lion from Hainan Island the one fated to meet Da-sung? Sensing a gaze upon her, So Lion gently opened her eyes. She exhaled and coldly asked, did you sleep well? He gently took a sip of tea. Without hesitation, he went straight to the point. You've met Da-sung, haven't you? Contrary to his expectation, So Lion flatly shook her head. No. Wanki curiously asked, then why are you so familiar with the art of tea first? So Lion explained she learned it from Da-sung's disciple. This surprised Wanki even more. Da-sung has a disciple. So Lion replied cryptically, smiling, not many people know. I investigated secretly, but that person is truly Da-sung's disciple. Wanki inquisitively asked, do you know their name? She half-jokingly replied, their name is Li Guo. A crisp morning at the main hall. Jiang Qiang came to pay his respects early as instructed. I'm here, Alliance leader. Then Wanki rubbed his chin and asked, has the demon team been destroyed? Jiang Qiang hung his head, his voice filled with shame. I am truly ashamed of this, he replied. Hearing this, Wanki's eyes widened, and he said sternly, what reason do you have for concealing this? He sighed and explained, I have confirmed that Thousand Sword Academy and the Blood Demonic Heavens are not involved. However, someone claiming to be a disciple of Thousand Sword Academy single-handedly subdued me and my subordinates. Wanki's face showed astonishment. What? Jiang Qiang continued his story. He claimed to be a disciple of Thousand Sword Academy. Using Shahar's one-sword break mountain sword technique, he subdued the entire Demon Slayer Corps with just 2 moves. Wanki seemed disbelieving, stammering, how could? But he gently placed a hand on Jiang Qiang's shoulder. Then he helped Jiang Qiang up and said with a smile, you must rest well, your life is most important. To him, Jiang Qiang's safety was paramount. As if remembering something, Jiang Qian hastily asked, "There's something more important. I heard there was an assassination attempt." Wanqi replied calmly, "Am I not still alive? But they weren't targeting me, infinite is the problem," he added. Jiang Qian was shocked and disbelieving. His hand clenched into a fist, trembling with barely suppressed anger. "Who dares?" Wanqi continued, "I want to believe this isn't related to the elder, but perhaps it's time to make a decision." Without hesitation, Jiang Qian knelt. "I will follow the alliance leader's orders," he said. Suddenly remembering something else, his eyes widened. Jiang Qian called out to the alliance leader, piquing Wanqi's curiosity. He spoke seriously, "There is someone you need to bring under your command. The one who single-handedly subdued our Demon Slayer Corps. That person will undoubtedly be a great source of strength for the alliance leader." Wanqi frowned, partly guessing, could it be? Jiang Qian nodded, "Yes, Li Guol of Thousand Sword Academy." Night fell at the alliance headquarters. After hearing the report, Wanqi still couldn't sleep. He kept muttering the name, Li Guol, Li Guol. He recalled So Liang's words from that morning, "The disciple of Kong Jiao Da Cheng is Li Guol of Thousand Sword Academy." Wanqi pondered, arms crossed, if So Liang was right, and he was once Wushu Da Lu, he was indeed an elusive figure. Countless questions flooded his mind. The master of Da Lu could fight 50 people alone, and he was from Thousand Sword Academy. The more he thought, the more his head ached. Wanqi sighed. Then he called out loudly for a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Immediately, someone appeared to receive Wanqi's order, "Convey my message to Jiang Qian." He took a deep breath and made a decision, "I want to meet that person." The scene shifts to the next morning, atop a towering mountain, where a group of people are talking. Li Guol chuckled and asked, "You're the one who's been following us," the other person said seriously. "I'm here to deliver a message from the Alliance leader," the person stated directly. The Alliance leader asks if Thousand Sword Academy wishes to become a member of the 100 members of Murim. Li Guol, Shahar, and Bakja were all taken aback. A hesitant Demon Slayer member asked, "Do you agree, sir?" Before Li Guol could answer, Bakja interjected, "Why so suddenly? What's happening at the Murim Alliance?" The person replied honestly, "Someone tried to assassinate the Alliance leader. Since then, the conflict between the Alliance leader and the Senate has deepened. Perhaps you already know all about this." Li Guol's face was thoughtful, as if many questions were running through his mind. Shahar anxiously asked, "Is the Alliance leader all right?" The other person replied, "Yes, all the intruders have been subdued." Shahar breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Finally, Li Guol asked, "Tell me honestly, what's the atmosphere like in the Murim Alliance?" The other person immediately replied, "Currently, we've lost contact with half of the Demon Slayer Corps, including Commander Guanchen. Currently, the Alliance leader has the support of 50 Demon Slayer members and the deputy commander." Li Guol stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be? He suddenly turned to Shahar and asked, "What do you think of the Alliance leader's proposal?" She was startled by the unexpected question. Shahar remained silent for a long time, her expression serious and thoughtful. After a while, she answered, "I don't hold a high position, I'm just one person. But perhaps, the Alliance leader uses people regardless of their status, he genuinely cares for me. Although there are other things to do, but if I use my strength, maybe I can help him." He turned to smile and said to his subordinate, "Did you hear that?" Shahar said he would agree to help you all. He was surprised because he thought he would refuse. He bowed deeply and shouted, "Thank you, everyone." Bakja stroked his beard, fully satisfied with their situation. Everyone happily said to each other, "Then let's go meet the Murim Alliance leader." Night fell at a certain tavern on the street. The subordinates were obediently listening to Song Jiok. "We'll be safe here," he said. Just then, Ilwul entered, letting out a soft sigh. Pouring wine, Ilwul softly said, "We have so many guests today." The subordinates looked at her with wary eyes. Song Jiok raised his glass, let out a sinister laugh, and said, "The product of the mind-controlling technique is this woman. From now on, we are honored guests of the Shining Avian Horse clan." A moment later, a map was unfolded, and a firm voice declared, "The sword ruler is a powerful man. Our choice is to kill him, but the top priority is to obtain that sword. You are the elite secret army cultivated by the Shining Avian Horse clan. Each of you surpasses countless masters of the righteous sects. However, even if we all join forces, it will be very difficult to deal with him. Because that person is none other than the one known as the sword ruler." Song Jiok pursed his lips, seemingly very angry when mentioning this matter. After a while, he became optimistic again, but that's only when fighting normally. As before, the attack team will attack from Seoman, North Gate, and South Gate. He must have prepared beforehand. Song Jiok confidently declared, "The Weaving Demon team will handle the sword ruler's guards. Taking advantage of the chaos, the spy will disguise themselves as a member of the Murim Alliance and attack the sword ruler." A subordinate stroked his chin and speculated that the sword ruler and the demon slayer would certainly not trust the Murim Alliance people. Song Jiok also judged that Wanqi would be escorted away by the demon slayer. He continued to move the chess pieces and added, "And when they leave the Murim Alliance, we will move as well." But someone suggested that even with everyone's combined strength, it wouldn't be easy to put pressure on the sword ruler, and the demon slayer is also a matter of concern. Song Jiok waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry about that. I have a way to separate the sword ruler from the demon slayer, and I've also prepared a way to perfectly encircle him. As he moved the chess pieces, he said, when everything protecting him disappears, then success or failure will be decided. One key will find it hard to escape. Just as they were discussing important matters, a casual voice suddenly said, the moon is so full. All of Ma Jo-hyuk's subordinates turned to look with wide, surprised eyes. Ilwal dreamily repeated, the moon is really beautiful, isn't it? Song Jiok ignored her, gritting his teeth and declaring that he would overthrow the Murim alliance after tomorrow. All the subordinates shouted loudly in the clear night. At the same time, in a secluded alley in Hubei province, a man stroked his beard and softly said, it's late. Immediately afterward, another man ran up and called out, hey. The bored man raised his head and asked, you're here? The other man replied, it's been a long time since I've been here, so I couldn't miss it. Feeling ignored, he said unhappily, hey, I'm talking to you. He sternly asked, gathering 50 Ronin from the League of Renegades, what are you planning to do? At this moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out, attracting their attention, Ronin of the League of Renegades, right? Song Jiok and Ma Jo-hyuk's subordinates swaggered over. He softly inquired, I heard that as long as you pay, the League of Renegades will do anything, another man quickly explained. Others might misunderstand. Immediately, he corrected himself, work is money, the League of Renegades doesn't easily act for a little money. The remaining Ronin laughed heartily, saying, well said. Song Jiok's mouth slightly curled into a sarcastic smile beneath his black cloth. Song Jiok waved his hand and said, excuse me, show us some of your enthusiasm. Immediately, a wooden crate was placed on the ground. Upon opening it, the radiant light within dazzled them. Song Jiok calmly said, I've prepared 50 silver nyangs up front. After this is done, you'll receive double that amount. The mercenaries were extremely excited, upfront payment and double the amount upon completion. While happy, their fear was evident, so Song Jiok quickly explained, this is my sincerity, I only need a simple favor. But he didn't mention that the favor was to kill the Murim alliance leader. The clandestine meeting was shrouded by the following morning. Wonki stepped outside, looked up at the sky, and thought, the sun is the same as yesterday. The air felt unusually hot. Wonki heard a sound of light, graceful footsteps. Turning around, he saw Elder Cheong-woon slowly approaching. Wonki smiled and asked, it's been 3 years, hasn't it? You're well. He chuckled, long time no see, alliance leader. Cheong-woon said, supporting his back, an old man like me finds it increasingly difficult to maintain his health. Wonki replied with a bright smile, why say that when we're both pretending? Both looked up at the vast sky above. An unnerving silence fell. Suddenly, Cheong-woon spoke, I apologize. Tan Wonki remained silent, perhaps waiting for him to finish. Cheong-woon continued, I know you could certainly hold the position of alliance leader, I still believe that now, but... Wonki curiously asked, what is it? Cheong-woon replied, the disappearance of the upper council isn't necessarily bad, you don't agree with us, do you? Wonki said, displeased, you're being harsh. He continued, that burden, could you put it aside for now, I'm not here to fight. Wonki fell into contemplation, looking at the elder with incredulous eyes. Elder Cheong-woon looked to the sky and continued, voicing his thoughts, all members of the upper council have their own reasons, those of us nearing the end of our lives still care about the Murim alliance, it's just a desire for some glory, one day you'll understand our efforts, can't you wait until then? Wonki's face darkened, he told himself, I have to believe, I must believe. Then he said to the elder, someday I'll invite you for tea, come by when you have time. After that, Wonki turned and went inside, completely dismissing the matter. Cheong-woon sighed and muttered, stay well, alliance leader. Yuan-ji sat alone in his room, lost in thought about the upper council's proposal. Jiang Qiang was still diligently training the demon slayers outside. Li Guol was approaching the Murim alliance. And the assassins of the Shining Avian Horse clan, all with their own interwoven thoughts, were heading towards the Murim alliance. As darkness descended, the sun set over the Murim alliance. Night fell, the sky was pitch black, and a pending danger hung in the air. It was the hour of the pig at the Murim alliance. The demon slayers were maintaining a tight watch. A subordinate loudly reported, East Gate, nothing unusual. Then another person, Seomun, nothing unusual. After receiving reports from all directions, a subordinate reported to Jiang Qiang, nothing unusual. Jiang Qiang snorted softly and fell silent, pondering something. He coldly ordered, continue reporting. He found it strange, nothing unusual again and again. The night grew darker, and a cold wind blew. A guard hugged himself, exhaling a puff of cold breath. The guard next to him asked, sleeping, nothing unusual. The other repeated, nothing unusual. Hearing no response from behind the gate, he called out, what's going on over there? Maybe it's too cold, and your ears are frozen. The other remained silent, only the wind was heard. The guard angrily shouted, answer me or... But then someone ran up, noticing something strange. Wait, both guards assumed a defensive posture, highly alert. They slowly pushed open the gate. Then both of them swung their swords and jumped up. Both of their faces turned to shock, as if the scene before them was very shocking. They stared blankly at the dark empty space, surprised that there was no one there. The one standing in front, sweating profusely, yelled, "Quickly contact the Demon Slayer." Before receiving any answer, his eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. Both of them were quickly and effortlessly subdued. And the perpetrators were none other than the subordinates of the Shining Avian Horse clan. One of them even contemptuously stepped on the person on the ground to check. Song Jiok coldly ordered, "Leave the rest to the infiltration team. Let's wait until," the subordinates also shouted loudly. Quickly, news spread throughout the manor, the east gate of the Murim alliance had been breached. Everyone focused on protecting the alliance leader and the 14 residences of the elders. In the room, Wonki angrily slammed his fist on the table. His face darkened, and he growled, "This is the second time." He felt humiliated. Sun Pyo fearfully apologized, "I am truly ashamed of this, alliance leader." The superior's anger terrified him. Wonki stood up and ordered, "Find the culprit. If you can't find them, you will bear full responsibility for this." Seeing him open the door without hesitation, Sun Pyo hurriedly warned, "Alliance leader, it's too dangerous, you shouldn't go out there." Outside, Jiang Qiang and the Demon Slayer were already assembled, awaiting orders. After saluting, Jiang Qiang heard Wonki's low voice requesting a report. He hurriedly recounted, "Assassins infiltrated the east gate, 35 members of the Murim Alliance's guard were killed on the spot, all assassins at the west, north, and south gates have been suppressed. The Demon Slayer and the Murim Alliance are searching for any remaining assassins." Sun Pyo suddenly interjected, "You've worked hard," then suggested, "Alliance leader, leave the assassins to me, please go inside." Before he finished, a loud noise erupted, "Assassins, protect the Alliance leader." All members of the Demon Slayer were on high alert, prioritizing Wonki's protection. Jiang Qiang quickly instructed Sun Pyo, "Advisor, quickly take Wonki inside." After a moment's thought, Wonki nodded, "Thank you." He had just turned when he felt something behind him lunging. Immediately afterward, Wonki suddenly drew his sword. He leaped up, using a whirlwind slash to eliminate several assassins unexpectedly. The Shining Avian Horse clan members were too surprised to resist, their bodies froze, unable to move. A loud whistling sound rang out. Jiang Qiang and Sun Pyo widened their eyes and shouted, "Alliance leader." Tan Wonki leaped onto the roof, looking down with half an eye. Then he warned, "There's an internal spy." Those below lay sprawled out, their eyes still wide open in shock. Jiang Qiang was even more surprised, repeatedly calling out to him, but Wonki couldn't help but scold, "This is a bunch of incompetent fools." Sun Pyo also realized something, this is a plot to force the Alliance leader to leave the Murim Alliance. Because of the hidden spy, the Alliance leader's safety cannot be fully guaranteed. He uttered with a sigh, "Alliance leader." On the contrary, he was extremely upset because although he understood the plot, he seemed to have still been tricked. Next, Wonki softly entrusted, "Advisor, everything else depends on you." He didn't wait for anything more and directly turned to leave. Jiang Qiang and the Demon Slayer quickly followed. The entire group stayed with Wonki, not leaving him alone. Below, Sun Pyo shouted, "Protect the bodies, everyone stay in position, anyone who wants to leave must be prepared to die." At the same time, at a cliff near the manor, hurried footsteps were heard. Song Jiok was pleased, "Finally, there's news, the Alliance leader is out, is he?" He turned and ordered, "Wait until we get the signal." Very quickly, the footsteps drew closer. As if tearing the wind in two, Wonki and his subordinates were still running towards him. Suddenly Jiang Qiang stopped and said, "We have passed the third safe house, it will be safe here, sir." Wonki cautiously replied, "Since we don't know who the enemy is, we should keep moving." Just then, another subordinate ran up and called out to the Alliance leader. Wonki hurriedly inquired about the safety of the Murim Alliance, but the subordinate hesitated, that. He solemnly replied, "The 14th pavilion is under attack." Both Wonki and his subordinate found it hard to believe they would target the 14th pavilion. Wonki immediately speculated, "Are the assassins targeting the elders?" Jiang Qiang quickly reassured him, "But the elders are defending the 14th pavilion, so there shouldn't be any problems, right?" The subordinate interjected, "This is a conspiracy. The assailants are attacking the 14th pavilion, the Demon Slayer's informant has discovered." Wonki and Jiang Qiang's faces paled in shock. "What?" Wonki clenched his fist after hearing the last part, "The elders suspect the Alliance leader." The story continues at the 14th pavilion, panicked shouts erupted, "Defend the 14th pavilion." But a subordinate, sword drawn, rushed in asking, "Elders, are you all right?" Not long after, they were shocked into silence. Before them, a swirling chi appeared, a source of blue light gradually condensing in the sky. Its purpose was to use its power to subdue the invaders. Cheonwoon, despite his age and frailty, fought the enemy with all his might. In contrast, Jungak could only close his eyes and chant Buddhist prayers. But at that moment, two individuals attempted a surprise attack on him. However, they didn't know that this deep internal energy was not to be underestimated. The chi shot out, striking the enemies precisely. They lost all their strength and fell to the ground. The two subordinates rejoiced, "The elders are indeed still formidable." After the incident, Cheonwoon approached and said, "It seems the other elders are also safe. Hearing this, Jung Gak softly replied, I heard the alliance leader fell for a trick and left the Murim alliance. He continued to count his prayer beads to calm himself. The two subordinates then went to investigate. These people were definitely targeting Infinite. Jung Gak shook his head, recalling his previous premonition. Then Cheonwoon and he decided to intervene to prevent further trouble. He carefully considered, if they want to cause internal division within the Murim alliance, he only hoped the enemy wasn't them. Suddenly, the subordinate reported something the two elders needed to see. It was the Demon Slayer's token, or rather, a token all the assassins carried. In an instant, both felt like they had just experienced a shocking event. He was extremely worried. What is going on, Alliance leader? On the other side, Jang Kyung was leading the group on their knees. Seeing Won-ki order them to return, he felt slightly uneasy. But the truth was, if they couldn't clear the suspicion, the Murim alliance would collapse even without a fight. He wanted to object, but this could also be the enemy's plot. But when Won-ki angrily shouted at him, he fell silent. Won-ki questioned harshly, don't you trust me? Don't you trust the sword ruler, Tan Won-ki? Jang Kyung's eyebrows furrowed slightly in confusion. He suddenly stood up and replied, Alliance leader. My subordinates will return immediately. You must stay safe. Won-ki coldly replied, go. The Demon Slayer respectfully bowed and replied, yes. Then they quickly departed using mobility arts. Only Won-ki remained in the desolate place. Then he started heading to the next secret base. But suddenly, a loud commotion arose from behind him. Hearing a strange sound, he was startled. Won-ki's intuition told him that something was following him. After choosing a suitable place, he dashed in. While observing, Won-ki felt it was very strange, because no matter how strong the opponent was, they couldn't have followed so quickly. He suddenly discovered that in such a desolate place, there was a sky lantern. Or rather, he didn't know when they had been released. All over the sky, at the same time, something unidentified just hit a tree trunk and then flew away. He hesitated, not knowing what was going on. Won-ki decided to go to the edge of the cliff for better observation. But he discovered that the sky lanterns were gathering towards him. Then Won-ki made a quick calculation. The wind was coming from the northeast, about 700 m. Sure enough, at the very place he had calculated, there were dozens of people releasing sky lanterns. Another lantern was finished and the man beside him quietly calculated the remaining oil. They were very happy because this was a very lucrative business. It seemed like some wealthy young master wanted to express his love. But the actual reason didn't matter. What they cared about was making money. Thus, sky lanterns filled a large patch of the sky. They floated and drifted with the wind. Won-ki stood there silently, watching the sky lanterns. A moment later, he decided he had to go and see what was going on. With his agile movements, he flew between the mountain ranges. Won-ki had an ominous premonition. Could this be the purpose of the sky lanterns, to create a net of heaven and earth? Although he didn't know the principle, but Won-ki felt that each time one approached, a yellow lantern would stop and a red one would replace it, as if it were alive. Suddenly, a rustling sound behind him caught his attention. Instinctively, Won-ki quickly lowered his center of gravity and drew his sword. More and more dark figures appeared in the darkness. Won-ki's brows furrowed in vigilance. He identified them as wearing the same uniform as Cheonwoon's subordinates. They seemed to have received a kill order. At this moment, Won-ki only hoped this was a deception or an enemy ploy. One of them suddenly stepped forward, handing over something infinite before leaving. This was the Elder Council's idea. That statement made Won-ki burst out laughing. His hand already on his sword, really the Elder Council's idea. Then I'll give it to you, but I'll personally deliver it to the Elder Council's doorstep. The subordinates remained silent after hearing this. Won-ki sensed something and glanced. A reddish-orange power suddenly erupted, and it connected to the bodies of all of them. Won-ki didn't expect these people could release such a powerful aura. At that moment, a mocking laughter rang out. If you would only obediently hand over your sword and leave, how much better it would be. Do you need to risk your life like this? Won-ki angrily drew his sword. You damned scoundrel. Song Jiok didn't say a word but gave the order to attack. Won-ki immediately entered into battle mode. The subordinates on the other side also drew their swords. They were determined to settle this with weapons. The scabbard of the infinite was discarded. Won-ki scoffed. You dare face me directly. But inexplicably, they claimed success. Song Jiok, standing behind, merely let out a cold snort. But his subordinates were in pain, struggling with all their might. Tens of thousands of sword points were blocked by the infinite sword energy. Song Jiok hadn't expected Won-ki's weapon to be so powerful. Won-ki's expression turned extremely grim. With a slight swing of his sword energy carved numerous slashes into the subordinates. They naturally hadn't expected the sword energy to be so powerful. Another subordinate suddenly charged from behind, calling Won-ki a monster, but he calmly assumed a defensive stance, awaiting the attack. Not bad. Afterward, Won-ki returned to his icy demeanor, but it was futile. Powerful sword energy illuminated Song Jiok's position. Only now did he feel fear before the power worthy of the title Sword Ruler. It was fundamentally impossible to defeat Won-ki, even if they all attacked together. Song Jiok knew victory would be difficult. Won-ki only mocked him. Regret is too late. You thought your little tricks could do something to me. Song Jiok implied that dealing with the sword ruler wouldn't be so simple. His subordinates formed a strange combined stance. It seemed they were trying to pool their strength into one leader. Song Jiok asked, "Sword ruler, are you confident in your strength?" Wonki didn't respond. He was carefully observing, their stance seemed full of flaws. "But I don't understand why they can be so confident." Anyway, Wonki decided to fight. "Next, let me see your strength." He raised his sword and shouted a single syllable, then, immediately, internal energy surged from his sword. Song Jiok's subordinates were enveloped in a cloud of smoke. But Wonki was the one surprised. Because the remaining subordinates' combined stance could withstand the previous attack. Song Jiok no longer concealed it. "With your strength, you must have already realized." As he said, Wonki smirked, indeed. Because he had guessed it was power transfer, focusing everyone's chi into one person. This was the reason for their confidence. He was extremely proud, thinking that no matter how strong Wonki was, he would be strained by this situation. Upon hearing this, Wonki honestly admitted it. Song Jiok immediately made a demand. "It's not too late, and over the infinite, at least, we won't let you suffer." But the first response he received was a smirk. Then, Wonki used mobility arts to propel himself into the air. Song Jiok didn't expect him to retreat. Immediately, his subordinates received orders to pursue. But Wonki's skill in mobility arts was superb. However, he also knew clearly that there was the net of heaven and earth in the sky, so he wouldn't be able to shake off the tail. But as long as those people moved, the power transfer move would be useless. Wait until the distance is long, then Wonki will decide to deal with each name. Then, a voice came from behind, the alliance leader. It turned out to be a demon slayer, coming to his aid. His grip on his sword tightened with emotion. But Wonki didn't see Jiang Qiang, only his subordinates returned. The subordinates didn't know how to respond. Finally, they revealed their true selves, Die. Recognizing them as imposters, Wonki dodged and dashed away. One of them noticed his movement and tried to ambush him. But Wonki smoothly evaded him. After successfully dodging, Wonki knew this couldn't go on. But at that moment, his intuition warned him of danger from behind. The people below struggled to their feet. He was truly perplexed, as he'd just used a fatal blow against them. At this moment, Wonki's brain worked rapidly. Soon, he realized it was a suicide bomber plot. The stones were blown high into the air. Then, they helplessly fell back to the ground. Wonki gently landed nearby. He'd been a little pensive. "I've become slow. I should have thought of the suicide bomber sooner." Suddenly, he heard a strange sound near his ear. A long object almost struck him. Wonki anxiously watched as Song Jiok's men approached. He sneered, "The renowned sword ruler is in a sorry state." This time, Wonki was in a difficult position, suffering internal injuries from the broken barrier. On the other side, the taunting continued. "You know they're demon slayers, yet you showed a weakness. It seems demon slayers are special to you. Or perhaps you overestimate your abilities. Don't be arrogant. Whether you're the blood demonic heavens lord or the Murim alliance leader, you can't do anything in this situation." Before Wonki was an incredibly terrifying dark aura. It swirled continuously like a monster. He seemed to begin feeling despair. Is this the end? Then, a voice called out, "I'm here to help you." A golden blade blocked the dark aura. Song Jiok's subordinates immediately reacted defensively. He himself hadn't anticipated this change. His subordinate quickly pointed upwards. Unexpectedly, Li Guo, in blue robes, was calmly riding on a sky lantern. Then he gently jumped down. Seeing him, Wonki cautiously asked, "Who are you?" He remained cold, stating his identity, Thousand Sword Academy, Li Guo. The lanterns continued to illuminate the night sky. Below, several individuals prepared for a tense battle. Wonki, severely injured, couldn't say anything more. Song Jiok was undoubtedly shocked. Meanwhile, Wonki softly called out to him. He seemed to wonder why he was there, but Li Guo simply replied, "We'll talk after I finish this." Then he turned to those others, "You're all strong, yet you gang up on one person." His words were simple but scathing. How despicable. Song Jiok's face had already turned dark. Again, he really did not understand why it could be like that. They were clearly the elites that the Shining Avian Horse clan secretly trained in the blood demonic heavens. Having undergone physical modification since childhood, and also participated in an extremely rigorous training regimen, consuming various elixirs, they were experts who had gone through 100 life and death situations. But Li Guo easily neutralized their attack. Seeing their confusion, he sternly ordered them to maintain their formation. "Have you forgotten who you are?" Upon hearing his reprimand, they quickly channeled more power, seemingly accumulating their innate core energy until it formed a powerful pillar of strength. Wonki also felt a little anxious. He quickly sensed that their demonic energy was even stronger than before. So he tried to stand up to help, fearing Li Guo couldn't handle it alone. Naturally, Li Guo refused and asked him to sit and recover. Then, Li Guo's eyes lit up and he began to form hand seals and chant incantations. The sword stuck in the ground seemed to come alive. It emitted a burst of sword energy and exploded. The horrifying demonic energy writhed, trying to penetrate, but Li Guo's great sword didn't yield. Wanqi was the most terrified, as he had never heard of an expert named Li Guo from the Thousand Sword Academy. The demonic energy surged, causing the surroundings to become hazy. Only a shout could be heard, die. Li Guo remained extremely calm, using his hands to perform sword techniques. The sword emitted a brilliant radiance and flew straight forward. His sword collided with the great demonic blade with a loud crash. The collision of the two forces created a whirlwind that swept across the landscape. Even rocks and stones were swept away. The dust on the ground rose like a tsunami. Even a master like Wanqi had to struggle to withstand it. Nevertheless, he was determined to see the entire battle clearly, especially to observe closely this Li Guo from the Thousand Sword Academy. Suddenly, one of the subordinates on the other side flinched. It turned out that their demonic blade had developed a crack. But Li Guo's sword also suffered significant damage. A large explosion occurred in midair, mixing earth and stone. A pillar of qi erupted and shot out in all directions. The stones gradually shattered under the pressure. A spreading white smoke obscured everyone's vision. Outside, Wanqi was anxiously waiting. He quickly covered his mouth and pondered. The black blade and golden sword had both disappeared. Two terrifying streams of qi collided. So the result was a mutual destruction. But perhaps the outcome wasn't as he thought. Li Guo, his whole body ablaze, was still standing there. Then he gently guided the golden light back. Thousands of sword fragments obediently returned to his sleeve. Wanqi didn't expect the golden sword's true form to be scales. That's why he wasn't internally injured. After finishing, Li Guo asked him, "You all right?" He couldn't hide his emotion as he replied, "Thank goodness for you." But Li Guo then asked, "You saw the one in the red robe escaping. Do you know him?" Hearing that, Wanqi honestly explained, "Is the leader of these guys." He simply grunted and bent down to examine something. But suddenly Wanqi stammered, "Is it true that you have undergone the reverse flow of wondrous movements?" Li Guo didn't hide it and nodded in confirmation of his suspicion. But Wanqi was so surprised that he jumped. Then for some reason his whole body trembled. Suddenly, a voice called out from the forest, "The Alliance leader." Wanqi immediately recognized the voice as Jiang Qiang's. The voice continuously searched for Wanqi, and someone softly called out, "Uncle." Both of them involuntarily smiled faintly at the same time. Then Wanqi respectfully bowed to him. He politely said, "Sword ruler Tan Wanqi pays his respects to his senior." Much later, a figure sprang from the bushes. As soon as Jiang Qiang appeared, he worriedly asked, "Are you all right?" Shahar and Bakja also arrived at the same time. Li Guo was standing guard while Wanqi practiced his skills. The ground was littered with the corpses of assassins. Seeing that everyone wanted to speak, he gestured for them to remain silent. After a while, Wanqi finally let out a thin breath. He was very grateful for the help of Li Guo, the protector. Conversely, Jiang Qiang, unable to contain his composure, called out to him. Bakja and Shahar also spoke up with questions. Li Guo simply said that it was a long story. Meanwhile, Wanqi was inquiring about the search for the attacker of the 14 houses, but even after capturing the culprit, another problem arose. Jiang Qiang hesitantly recounted how, afterward, the Elder Council suddenly imprisoned the Demon Slayer. The information shocked Wanqi. Early in the morning, inside a large manor with imposing buildings, sunlight shone on the towering mountain range. On the mountain, Bakja stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Elder Council imprisoned the Demon Slayer, he mused. They must still be misunderstanding things. The Alliance leader, Jiang Qiang, immediately confirmed. He awkwardly covered his mouth with his hand. The Elder Council doesn't want to see the Alliance leader obediently step down. At this point, Jiang Qiang pointed towards Wanqi. That's why he ran away with Infinite. Hearing this, Li Guo nodded slightly. He had heard a brief overview of the Murim Alliance's situation. Since the Elder Council advised Wanqi to become the Alliance leader, it had degenerated into the 100 members of Murim solely pursuing status. The conflict between him, who insisted on maintaining a neutral position, and the Elder Council, along with the assassins, made the conflict even more intense and fierce. At that time, Wanqi had to face all the assassins alone. Li Guo looked at him coldly. Although it's a bit chaotic, shouldn't you handle these matters first? Tan Wanqi paused for a moment before speaking. Senior is right. I'll probably make the senior laugh again. Hearing this, he scratched his head sheepishly. This is nothing. Having said that, Li Guo resumed his demeanor as a senior, saying that he couldn't stand by and watch his junior fall into distress and asked Wanqi to come with him. Seeing this, Shahar smiled slightly. Bakja, on the other hand, wanted to come along, but Li Guo told them to stay. He glanced at Bakja meaningfully. If it were you, you could probably clarify their identities, right? This immediately stunned him for a few seconds. Then Bakja smirked triumphantly, showing that Li Guo's trust in him was justified. Of course, what's there to say, just leave it to your old Bakja. Seeing that everything was settled, he smiled and left with Wanqi. They quickly soared into the sky and disappeared from the sight of the others. A moment later, Bakja still gazed thoughtfully at the distant scenery. He stroked his beard slightly, still wondering why the Elder Council had arrested the Demon Slayer. He couldn't help but speculate, they're trying to pull Tan Wonki down from his position as the alliance leader and put someone else up, who could possibly replace him. If Li Guol went with them, then it'll probably be alright. Thinking that, Bakja turned his head and saw Jiang Qiang about to touch the assassin's corpse. He immediately stopped him. He looked up in surprise, just leave them lying there. Bakja stepped forward sternly, corpses don't run away. Seeing Jiang Qiang obediently bowing and doing as he said, he was pleased and praised him for being smart. Then Bakja awkwardly turned away. Li Guol has become the alliance leader's senior. You guys, now still want to drag me into your group. As long as it's for the alliance leader, I'm willing to hone my bones into sharp swords. Hearing that, he quickly waved his hand, telling Jiang Qiang to shut up. Then Bakja turned to Shahar, who was observing the assassin's corpse, and asked her what she thought. Shahar pondered and concluded that they were all masters, at least those who had just entered the Peak Realm. Hearing that, Bakja seemed a little puzzled. Even if a few masters who had just entered the Peak Realm attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Jian Kai. Suddenly, Jiang Qiang knelt on one knee, calling him over to see something nearby. It was a deep slash on the ground. According to his analysis, it was half a zhong wide and 5 zhong long, simply very long. Bakja bowed his head to observe, only the Dao Kang could leave such a mark. Hearing Dao Kang, Jiang Qiang was surprised and looked up. Isn't it only those who have reached the super peak realm like the alliance leader who can use it? But Bakja said that wasn't necessarily true. He muttered, what if they used the body transmission method? Suddenly, Shahar loudly called them over to look at something else. Bakja immediately turned his head. Did she find something? She looked at the twisted corpse on the ground. Compared to their inner strength, Shahar paid more attention to their cause of death. After she finished speaking, she pulled out a dry branch from somewhere and reached out. Shahar poked the branch a few times at the heart of the corpse, showing them the extremely hardened muscles around the heart. Sure enough, the other two immediately exclaimed in surprise. Bakja agreed, perhaps they had used some kind of heretical skill. He frowned, remembering their image. It was probably a kind of energy blood transfusion, although it would grant several times more chi than normal. Using it up would result in immediate death. Having said that, Bakja looked at Shahar gravely. Only the blood demonic heavens could do this. She immediately stroked her chin and looked around, observing something. Seeing this, he curiously asked. Shahar bent down lower. These people were all Taoists, sword users. And they were also Taoists. At this point, her expression turned gloomy. Suddenly, Shahar raised her hand and gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist. Bakja watched her hand tightening its grip. A surge of energy enveloped Shahar and her sword. Her eyes changed. The commander of the Black Storm Cavalry, the one who started this great feud. The Shining Avian Horse clan also used a similar Dao technique. Thinking this, she drew her sword. At the same time, in a large, imposing building stretching towards the clear blue sky. Hearing his subordinate report on the extermination of most of the assassins, Cheongwon replied contentedly, "You've worked hard." Then he slowly turned and looked behind him. Cheongwon looked at the demon slayer bound and kneeling on the ground. If they weren't blindly following the alliance leader, they would surely be pleading innocence in this situation, wouldn't they? No one answered. He clicked his tongue in displeasure. Cheongwon glanced at Jung Gak beside him, exchanging a silent message. Then he approached the demon slayer. Where is the alliance leader hiding? The alliance leader has desires for infinite, hasn't he? You still trust him? Despite Cheongwon's provocation, they remained silent. He resorted to threats. If I kill you, I might lure out the alliance leader and infinite. What do you think? The atmosphere remained silent. Cheongwon closed his eyes, seemingly at his wit's end. Then he glared coldly and ordered the killing of 5 people as an example. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate immediately raised his sword, muttering, "Don't blame me." The gleaming sword flashed through the air like lightning. The helpless demon slayer member closed his eyes, feeling death approaching. Just as the blade was about to reach his neck, a shout suddenly stopped it. Immediately after, the ropes binding the demon slayer suddenly snapped. The ropes seemed to be sucked upwards, flying straight into the air. They soared into the sky amidst the astonished, dumbfounded stares of everyone. Li Guol was seen twisting and turning high above. His hand still holding the ropes that had just flown up. The next second, he landed neatly. It seems I'm not late. Cheongwon immediately recognized the art of roping. Jung Gak couldn't help but widen his eyes. How does this person know the 18 martial arts of the Imperial Palace? At that moment, the demon slayer saw something that made them exclaim in astonishment. Even those who had captured them widened their eyes. They saw Wonki gently descending from the air. The demon slayer widened their eyes and mouths, simultaneously shouting the alliance leader. He smiled at them. You all right? Wonki landed next to Li Guol, smiling confidently. I won't let you die like this. He said, then turned to his subordinates who were still stunned and shouted, "What are you doing? Do you intend to kill me too?" Wonki roared with authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinates immediately knelt down, shouting the alliance leader, twice. Seeing Cheongwon approaching to greet him, he angrily gritted his teeth and yelled, "Cheongwon sage." Wonki glared at him with cold eyes. You want to kill the demon slayer again? Don't you trust me at all? Hearing this, Li Guol was speechless. He glanced sideways, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Li Guol tightened the rope in his hand, still no results. The large manor nestled beside the high mountain range looked incredibly peaceful. But inside, Tan Wanqi was furiously roaring, Cheongwon sage. He angrily questioned, you want to kill the Demon Slayer's people again, don't you trust me at all? Hearing Cheongwon calmly say he believed him, Wanqi became even more insistent in his questioning, why would he want to kill them without finding out the reason? Cheongwon glared at him, whether I trust this situation is another matter entirely. As soon as he said that, Wanqi was startled. He continued to press him, reiterating their identities and questioning his disappearance without any notice. Tan Wanqi anxiously shouted that he had sent the Demon Slayer. But Cheongwon's next words left him speechless, making it even harder to trust him. He mentioned the rumor that the alliance leader was using the Demon Slayer as an excuse to buy time to escape. Hearing this, Li Guol frowned and looked over. At this point, Wanqi couldn't hold back any longer and yelled to interrupt, Cheongwon sage. He glared fiercely at him, his whole body filled with killing intent. Cheongwon, remaining calm, told Wanqi to calm down. He claimed it was all speculation, just as he had initially misunderstood the Elder Council wanting to kill him. Wanqi glared at Cheongwon for a long time. Then he turned and approached, asking him what he wanted. Cheongwon looked up at the sky, saying he wasn't sure that this situation was within their expectations. According to him, if everything was a misunderstanding, the Murim alliance had clearly been played. If this got out, their status would inevitably plummet. But this incident was too big to be covered up by a simple misunderstanding. Suddenly, something whizzed past, causing them to jump. They turned to see Li Guol muttering, this is a pain in the ass. Cheongwon immediately changed his attitude. What did you just say? He smirked, throwing the rope in his hand. Because they are afraid of others' opinions, they just try to avoid responsibility. Isn't that annoying? The rope shot forward. To break this deadlock, something needs to be done. In a blink of an eye, the rope was tightly wrapped around the neck of a subordinate who had no time to react. Li Guol decisively yanked the rope, lifting the subordinate into the air. Wanqi exclaimed in surprise, calling out to him. Cheongwon, beside him, rarely widened his eyes. What are you doing? Li Guol simply glanced at them. Several swords were drawn simultaneously, flashing a cold light. Surrounded, but his hand pulling the rope didn't loosen at all. This situation can also be considered a misunderstanding, right? After all, I'm randomly trying to kill someone from the Murim alliance. The subordinate was being strangled. Cheongwon, unsatisfied, loudly questioned Tan Wanqi about Li Guol's identity. He was about to answer hesitantly, but Li Guol raised his hand to stop him. Then Li Guol glanced at the man he was strangling. What if this guy is a spy? Do you want to thank me? Hearing this, Wanqi, without suspicion, exclaimed in surprise, causing Cheongwon and Jungak to be startled. But what they focused on were the two words senior in his statement. Wanqi immediately realized his slip-up and awkwardly explained that Li Guol was the reverse flow of wondrous movements. As soon as he said this, the other two were struck like lightning. Cheongwon couldn't believe his ears, but Jungak reminded him that the alliance leader wasn't one to joke. On the other side, Li Guol suddenly released the man, demanding proof of his being a spy. As soon as he was released, the subordinate immediately gasped for air. After regaining his strength, he questioned why he had harmed him. I am a subordinate who tries to prove my identity. I am a member of the 100 members of Murim, and also the first-generation disciple of the great mountain clan of Zhejiang. Over 100 people could vouch for his identity. As he protested his innocence, Li Guol calmly interrupted him. Then I ask you a question. He was asked if he kept carrier pigeons. The subordinate immediately faltered. Without waiting for a reply, Li Guol reached into the subordinate's clothes. A moment later, he smirked, looking at the small pouch he had retrieved. Simultaneously, the subordinate clamped his lips shut, blood spurting from his mouth. A second later, he collapsed. The others immediately gathered to check on him. They then reported to Wanqi that the man had committed suicide by poison. Cheongwon and Jungak were astonished, wondering what the man had hidden that compelled him to kill himself upon discovery. Li Guol shook the tiny pouch, then flicked it. Something flew out. Countless tiny seeds danced on the breeze. Soon, they attracted a carrier pigeon. Li Guol immediately extended his hand, and the pigeon landed on it. The three others, witnessing everything, were dumbfounded. He raised the pigeon. Following this bird, we can find out who colluded with him. The pigeon was placed in someone's hand. We'll discuss this after we identify the spy. The subordinate, bewildered, accepted the pigeon. Whispers about Li Guol's identity and the reverse flow of wondrous movements filled the air. Cheongwon's brow furrowed. How? This seems prearranged. He was clearly leading the conversation, but after Li Guol's intervention, the momentum shifted. Li Guol turned. Then I'll consider that your agreement. Footsteps and a breathless voice. Alliance leader, are you all right? Wanqi, seeing his advisor Sun Pyo, exclaimed in relief. He then ordered a full-scale investigation into the spy and the enemy's identity, with permission to seek assistance from the Elder Council and the 100 members of Murim. After giving instructions, Wanqi flatteringly invited Li Guol to accompany him, under the watchful eyes of the two elders. Li Guo's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, I must tell you something. There's a spy in the Elder Council. This made Wanki tremble. Shortly after, in a grand building, a teapot and 2 steaming cups of tea sat on the table. Wanki began, I hear you've mastered the art of tea tasting. He mentioned Gong Yue Grandmaster, saying So Lion had mentioned Li Guo was his disciple. Li Guo slowly raised his cup. Learning tea tasting enhances the 5 senses. Mine is smell, yours. Wanki smiled, revealing his sense was hearing, understanding how Li Guo discovered the spy in the Murim Alliance. The steaming cup was set down with a compliment on its aroma. Li Guo then got to the point. The enemy has 3 groups. 1. Those who attacked the Murim Alliance at night. 2. Those who attacked Wanki. And finally, the spy just discovered within the Murim Alliance. Having finished, he wanted to know Wanki's plans for the future. Without waiting for a response, Li Guo continued, let me just say. His expression turned cold. He stated bluntly that Wanki was too weak. Wanki's face immediately changed. Someone on the upper floor of the magnificent building was shaken. Wanki, trembling, put down his cup. Weak? Am I weak? He wanted clarification. Li Guo smirked. I wasn't referring to strength. Li Guo's eyes were like a wolf's. Everyone acknowledges you as the top Murim expert. But it's not about strength, but about making people believe you're someone not to be underestimated. He reminded Wanki of today's events. Li Guo, an outsider, had dominated the situation with his presence. A martial artist just needs to be a good martial artist. Politics is all about plotting and conspiring. Just leave it to them. After he finished speaking, he immediately seemed to have realized the truth and shouted. Wanki's hand clenched the sword until it trembled. Senior said, that's right, I only lack physical strength, not real strength. His eyes became resolute, declaring his intention to return as the sword master, an alliance leader no one dared to underestimate. Li Guo stood up and sighed softly. He believed Wanki could do it, but didn't know what he should do. Hearing this, Wanki couldn't help but feel puzzled. Li Guo sighed helplessly. The news of the reverse flow of wondrous movements had leaked, and it would cause trouble later. Wanki immediately dejectedly apologized, but Li Guo quickly consoled him, saying that it being revealed early was also good. Then Li Guo glanced away and fell silent for a long while. He said in a low voice, I have a reason for seeking out Wanki. He immediately understood, showing his willingness to hear the reason, but as soon as Li Guo revealed that the Jik family would attack the Shining Avian Horse clan, Wanki was surprised and stammered. He looked at him deeply with penetrating eyes, instructing Wanki to prepare well. He could only be seen with wide eyes and an open mouth, stiff as a statue. Not long after, in another place, Bakja nervously scratched his head. He had clearly said he would investigate the identities of those bodies, but the enemy was too cautious. Shahar hesitated before continuing, it's not that we didn't have any findings. At this moment, suddenly there was a knock at the door. Tan Wanki's voice outside. Li Guo immediately let him in. Wanki entered, but So Lion followed stealthily behind him. As soon as she saw her, Shahar joyfully stood up. Why are you here? So Lion smirked and reminded her that she was also a member of the 100 members of Murim. She immediately laughed and said she forgot. Lost, then she walked over and called Li Guo twice, making Bakja bewildered. He coughed a few times in embarrassment, reminding him of his identity, but So Lion didn't care. After all, he had already turned into a handsome young man. Well, speaking up to here, she crossed her arms, although I'm not interested in men, but the person who has the most fate with you is me, that's it. Words, So Lion sweetly called out brother twice. Li Guo also laughed comfortably, letting her call. Seeing this, Bakja could only let it pass, while Wanki smiled helplessly. Just as he was about to get to the point, Li Guo raised his hand to stop him. Can we wait a moment? Having said that, there was another knock on the door. Li Guo smirked, as if he had been waiting. There's one more person yet to arrive. The door opened, revealing Cheon-woon, surprising everyone in the room. Before everyone's astonished and surprised gazes, he calmly introduced himself. Li Guo didn't seem surprised, smiling, just in time. Then he became serious again, telling everyone to sit down. A while later, still in the same place, the sky was still clear. Tan Wanki closed his eyes, seemingly pondering something. So Lion bit her lip and glared at them. Bakja and Shahar looked awkward, averting their gazes. Li Guo covered his mouth, showing empathy. I know this situation makes you uncomfortable, but we should put aside the misunderstanding and our unnecessary pride. The situation is urgent, so I'll be blunt. He raised his head, clear and composed. First, Li Guo asked everyone to share the information they had gathered. The investigation began with the first shots fired. The Elders Council and Demon Slayers investigated assassins and spies within the Murim Alliance. He stroked his chin, pondering. However, they were very ordinary. We couldn't find any clues about their identities. Cheon-woon continued. The one who was captured had already taken poison. There was no time for interrogation. Bakja awkwardly added that they couldn't identify those who attacked the alliance leader. After hearing everything, Li Guo slowly concluded that they had prepared thoroughly before acting, and he had something important to announce. He spoke in a low voice, each word distinct. The Jik family will attack Ma Jo-hyuk soon. Having said that, everyone present except Won-ki and Shahar was surprised. Cheon-woon's eyes widened, stammering the words Jik family he had just heard. If a member of the Murim alliance, the 100 members of Murim, the Jik family, and one of the 7 great clans of the blood demonic heavens, the Shining Avian Horse clan, clashed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shout, a great demon war will erupt again. At this moment, Lee Gwol turned to Shahar and invited her to speak. She mentioned the sword used by the 13 swordsmen who ambushed the alliance leader, and the sword that the warrior of the Shining Avian Horse clan used to sneak attack the Thousand Sword Academy is the same. Won-ki immediately understood, meaning the enemy was from the blood demonic heavens. She immediately nodded to confirm that they had stolen the Bone Collector and Hollow Thunder. Since then, they have targeted the alliance leader's Infinite twice. This immediately tensed Won-ki's whole body, and the hand slowly stroking Bakja's beard froze. Ma Jo-hyuk appeared. Wanting to collect the 4 godly weapons, Cheon-woon added. Finally, Lee Gwol's voice rang out, now we know who the enemy is. Right, the enemy isn't the entire blood demon sect, but a series of events in the Jiang who were all related to the Shining Avian Horse clan. On a mountain range so high it was buried in blizzards. The cold wind howled incessantly, the mountain peaks blanketed in white snow. On that mountain, where it seemed no one would dare to venture, stood a dilapidated small wooden house. Someone was taking heavy steps forward, on the ground buried under the snow. Murong-ji wearily exhaled a breath of cold air. She cautiously approached and spoke, brother, it's me. Murong-ji stared at the door, as if she could see through it to the person hiding behind. This wasn't something that could be solved by simply hiding. The person behind the door remained silent. She sighed helplessly and pulled down her shawl. Then Murong-ji decisively pushed open the door and entered. As soon as she saw Murong-cheon sitting inside, she couldn't help but call out. Murong-ji's gaze rested on her brother's emaciated and hollow face, his eyes closed. She couldn't help but sob, calling out brother twice. On the snow-covered mountain, the small wooden house stood alone in the freezing cold. About a month ago, the young patriarch of the renowned Murong clan, Murong-cheon, was tricked by a forged anonymous letter, leading a demon slayer to the Thousand Sword Academy to question him. Since then, his whereabouts were unknown. It was said he was temporarily staying in the high mountains where even wild animals rarely appeared. Murong-cheon's appearance was disheveled and emaciated as he sat in meditation on the dilapidated wooden floor, but his seclusion in the mountains was absolutely not to avoid responsibility. Remembering that time, Murong-cheon held up the golden insignia in his hand. In his mind, Murong-cheon constantly thought of those people. Shahar leading the way, followed by Woon No-il, Jeon-poon, and other disciples facing the swords. They were surrounded. Those were the people who were injured because of him, Murong-cheon. Remembering Lee Gwol's dark face, grabbing his collar and lifting him high. But in the end, he let him go and turned away. Originally, Murong-cheon was ready to die. It was Lee Gwol who gave him a new life. During his meditation, Murong-cheon constantly questioned himself, what exactly is martial arts? Where should I go from here? Finally, Murong-cheon sat silently on the ground, to take responsibility for himself. To change, he fell into deep thought. Murong-ji's eyes welled up, she squeezed her hand sadly and called, brother. Murong-cheon slightly opened his eyes upon hearing her call, little sister, what brings you here? Murong-ji only bowed her head, her eyes downcast, letting out a soft sob. Then, trying to hold back her tears, she replied, father told me to come, even if he hadn't, I would have come. Upon receiving her answer, he slightly bowed his head, the shadows obscured Murong-cheon's expression. Why do these pointless things? I will return and accept my punishment. Murong-ji looked up, lightly touching his cheek with one hand, objecting, no, brother, you can't go back. Murong-ji continued, someone assassinated the alliance leader. At this, he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Murong-cheon was startled, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, what? Murong-ji recounted the events amidst continuous tears. The Murim alliance says it was because brother arbitrarily dispatched the extermination team, leading to the alliance leader's peril, and they want our Murong clan to take responsibility. Yang Tian secretly speculated, the Murim alliance wants to find someone to take the blame for the assassination of the alliance leader. With such backing, only one person could issue this order. The person's face appeared in his mind. Murong-cheon frowned and stated the answer, advisor Gong Sun-pyo. Murong-ji looked at him and continued, there are rumors outside that you are the mastermind behind the assassination, but the people of the renowned Murong clan believe in you, and so do I. Murong-cheon knelt on the wooden floor. He raised his head, exhaled deeply, while Murong-ji stood beside him, continuously weeping. Murong-cheon, still with his head raised, softly asked, father, what orders did he give? Upon hearing the question, she honestly replied, the clan will temporarily close. He also wants the brothers to live as if they are dead. Murong-ji stopped looking at her brother and gently closed her tear-filled eyes. During this time, the Mo-yong family name cannot be used. Murong-cheon received the answer and bowed his head. He seemed to have anticipated this reply, giving a wry smile. This is only natural. She didn't respond but reached into her clothes to search for something. Murong-ji held out a small package. Father said, just give this to you. Murong Cheon looked at the package in his sister's hand and hesitantly asked, "What is this?" He placed the cloth package on the wooden floor and used both hands to open it. The thing inside made Murong Cheon's eyes widen. She shouted in surprise. Looking at the book with 36 swords of slashing wind placed in the cloth, he thought to himself, this is the secret technique of the renowned Murong clan, fast enough to slash wind. One sword contains the secret of heaven and earth. He recalled his past years of arduous training with his father. Although he was always the strongest among the newly emerging talents, instead of praise, his father preferred to rebuke him. He had always thought that after this incident, his father would completely lose faith in him. Holding the secret martial art manual in his hand, Murong Cheon closed his eyes, his whole body trembling. Now he understood. It turned out that it was all because of his narrow-mindedness. Murong Cheon's expression became resolute. He declared loudly, "I swear under the name of my father and our clan, I will definitely cultivate the 36 sword of slashing wind to its peak." Determination shone in Murong Cheon's eyes. He waited for that day. He turned to Murong Ji, finishing his unfinished sentence, "The renowned Murong clan will reopen its doors and become renowned throughout Jianghu." Seeing that he had regained his spirit, she immediately said, "Brother, I will do my best to help you." Murong Cheon did not refuse her kindness. "Then I have a favor to ask of you." He handed her the cloth bundle, asking Murong Ji to deliver it to that person. He no longer wanted to be trapped in a state of shame. Murong Cheon repeated himself, as if to emphasize the importance of this matter. It must be delivered to that person. On the other side, Li Guo's group at the Murim Alliance, on the 15th day. So Liang put a hand to her mouth and cheerfully called out, "Big sister, hurry up." Shahar ran over, fastening the buttons of her cloak. "I'm here." So Lion looked at her and asked, "Including this martial arts competition, this is the 48th time, right? Each time it's been against renowned masters." So Lion's face was calm. "Of course, in front of my brother, everything is normal." Shahar, seeing her expression, smiled brightly. "You two are already that close." She happily agreed with So Lion's words in her heart, thinking, "No wonder he's my uncle." Shahar recalled the previous martial arts competition. Sitting before the tea table, she had been able to receive all the opponent's moves simply by the way she poured tea. She wondered to herself, could it be that when tea arts are cultivated to the highest level, nothing is impossible? Flags fluttered in the wind against the clear blue sky. The vast martial arts arena was prepared. The spectators' faces showed eager anticipation. Bakja waved to Shahar. Having spotted her, she softly called out, "Old master." Bakja said cheerfully to Shahar and So Lion, "You're late." So Lion didn't care. She just looked around. The arena is still bustling today. Hearing her say that, he chuckled and stroked his beard. "They are probably all here to witness the master of the reverse flow of wondrous movements." A buzz of excited chatter filled the stands. "I heard that this time the opponent is a master of the art of music, and this is the final match." Bakja looked around. He said he won't accept any more challenges after this. In contrast to the surrounding commotion, Li Guol sat silently before his tea table. A man wearing dark glasses with a flute tucked into his belt entered. Someone recognized him. "That's absolute pitch Mok Jung Sung." He smirked in acknowledgement. People outside continued to discuss whether sound arts would be effective against the master of the reverse flow of wondrous movements. Li Guol seemed to ignore all the discussion. He remained seated with his eyes closed. Finally, Li Guol opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. "This is the first time I've encountered a master of sound arts." Both sides exchanged polite greetings. He calmly lifted his teacup with one hand. The spectators were stunned. Li Guol calmly presented his teacup. "Make your move." All the spectators burst into excited laughter, eager to watch the show. Mok Jung Sung drew his flute from his belt. His fingers positioned themselves on the holes. He brought the flute to his lips and began to play. Shahar asked in surprise, "There's no melody." The two battled in silence, one playing the flute, the other with eyes closed, holding his teacup. Those around them also began to feel puzzled. A moment has passed, and there's still no movement. The flute in Mok Jung Sung's hand trembled. He was still playing with all his might. Someone asked, could it be that these sound arts aren't anything special? Veins bulged on Mok Jung Sung's forehead. He was secretly horrified. "My sound arts stimulate the dantian, yet they have no effect. What special mental technique is he using?" In contrast to his struggle, Li Guol remained calmly seated, unmoving. Finally, Mok Jung Sung took off his glasses and chuckled. "Indeed, formidable." He began to play the flute frantically. Before he started, he shouted, "Then I'll have to get serious." Green light surrounded Mok Jung Sung. Those beams of light attacked Li Guol. At this moment he finally put the cup of tea down on the table. The golden light flared up, and his hair was blown back. The golden and green energies clashed fiercely. The streaks of green light relentlessly pushed into the golden glow. Mok Jung Sung continued to play his flute. Doubt began to creep into his heart. This couldn't be. Mok Jung Sung thought. He had clearly given up using his eyes to see the world. He felt utterly bewildered. Why could he still see Li Guol so clearly? Flags fluttered against the blue and white sky. The broken flute fell on the ground. Everyone's cheers rang out. The winner was decided. He was indeed a master of the reverse flow of wondrous movements. Li Guo rose from the tea table amidst the roars of the onlookers. Li Guo, the #1 martial artist in the world. Mok Jung-sung conceded defeat with complete conviction, bowing his hands. He looked at him, smiled slightly, and nodded. Shahar stared at Li Guo, her gaze unwavering. Everyone marveled at the outcome of the battle. Then someone loudly asked, "But is he really a disciple of the Thousand Sword Academy?" The person next to him immediately replied, he admitted it himself. Li Guo stood in the center of the martial arts arena, spreading his arms and declaring to everyone, "I will no longer accept martial arts challenges. From now on, anyone who wishes to compete must wager their life." He declared loudly and clearly, "I am the 19th generation disciple of the Thousand Sword Academy, Li Guo, master of the reverse flow of wondrous movements. I am searching for our sect's divine item, the Hollow Thunder, stolen by the blood demonic heavens." He gestured towards the stands, offering a reward. "If anyone can tell me where the Hollow Thunder is, I will grant them any request." Li Guo turned his head to look at Shahar. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, he executed a technique. Shahar's sword sprang from its scabbard, with Li Guo's words, "Let me show you what the Thousand Sword Academy's Hollow Thunder looks like." His own sword suddenly flew away, causing Shahar to jump. The sword hovered in the air, two streams of golden and blue light swirling around it. The golden and blue sword hung suspended in the air. It moved as if possessing its own consciousness, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Someone shouted, "This is the way not to take." Object. Li Guo continued to control the sword to move in front of everyone. He calmly said, "The only thing is, the Hollow Thunder has 18 holes." Li Guo beckoned with 2 fingers, "Observe carefully." The sword flew swiftly through the air above the stands. Finally, it returned to its scabbard. Shahar gasped in surprise. Everyone who witnessed this spectacle was astounded, their eyes wide with wonder. Not far away, on a tall building, Cheon-won said to Tan Won-ki, who sat beside him, "It seems the Thousand Sword Academy truly has cultivated a master of the reverse flow of wondrous movements. If we continue to doubt it, it shows we're a little foolish." Won-ki replied with a smile. "I felt the same. Before I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe such a person existed in this world." As if suddenly remembering something, he stroked his chin and turned to ask, "Right, Senior mentioned there's a spy within the Elder Council." Cheon-won asked in surprise, "What?" Tan Won-ki calmly reminded, "The Mirim Alliance and the Elder Council should take some precautions." At that moment, someone called out to him in a panicked voice. Jang Kyung urgently spoke, "Alliance leader, you're here." Won-ki nodded slightly in response when he saw him approaching. Jang Kyung. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What's so urgent?" His face was filled with terror as he exclaimed, "The Byok clan." His voice echoed through the empty buildings, "All of the Byok clan in one night." All disappeared. The quiet space made Jang Kyung's words even more piercing. Tan Won-ki's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. Cheon-won beside him also couldn't help but widen his eyes. The imposing building fell silent. Because the people of the Byok clan suddenly went missing, the 100 members of Mirim gathered for an emergency meeting at the martial arts hall. Tan Won-ki stood outside the door with a serious expression. The conference had been going on for a long time, but still could not come to a suitable conclusion. He lowered his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, clearly there was no solution, they just talked nonsense, and didn't know what to do. With these kinds of people, how can the order of Mirim, the orthodox path, be protected? The movement of 2 people behind him made him turn his head in surprise. Li Guo smiled slightly and asked, "You seem very troubled." Tan Won-ki greeted him when he saw him, "Senior." Before he could speak, Li Guo said, "Let's talk inside." Then they moved into the large room. On the table in front of the 3 of them was a map. Won-ki asked Sun Pyo, who was sitting to one side, "How far has the investigation of that spy's carrier pigeon gone?" Sun Pyo, startled by the mention of his name, replied with a slightly anxious expression, "Sorry, I haven't found anything yet." Lee Kyle, sitting opposite Tan Won-ki, continued, "The alliance leader was assassinated, and with the rumors of the Byok clan's disappearance, the people of Shongyuan are panicked and worried. They fear a war between good and evil." He turned to look at Tan Won-ki and calmly asked, "What's your plan?" His face heavy, he replied, "The worst-case scenario is an all-out war with the blood demonic heavens. I want to gather all the sects of the Mirim Alliance to deal with this." Li Guo agreed with him. "It's right to prepare for the worst-case scenario." He pointed to the map on the table with 2 fingers, his expression serious. "Send more personnel to the Qingcheng sect in western Sashan, the Shongnan sect in the north, and Xianxiu near the border. The blood demonic heavens won't dare to approach easily." Tan Won-ki raised a hand to his chin and nodded, "Indeed, I will remember Senior's words." Li Guo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm. "This is just a contingency plan. The biggest problem lies with House Major Haiyak." Pointing to another location on the map, he continued, "The war between House Major Haiyak and the Byok clan, the border is probably here." Seeing where Li Guo pointed, an exclamation arose, "This place is." Imagining the harsh terrain with its hot lava columns, Li Guo stroked his chin. "It's a place called the 5 Mountains, because of the frequent volcanic eruptions. Not even animals can live there, let alone people." Wanki found this puzzling. Then why? Li Guol knew what he wanted to ask and softly explained, winter is coming, the Biok clan traveled a long way this time, and to maximize their strength. The Biok clan might want to establish a base at the 5 mountains, where it remains warm in winter, to conveniently reorganize their forces. Tan Wanki exclaimed loudly in realization. Observing the map before him, he thought to himself, so Li Guol can easily pinpoint the military situation. Looking at the person opposite him, he felt that he was like a general who had once commanded a vast army. Finally, Tan Wanki's voice rang out from the hall. I understand, but senior, what are your plans? His expression firm, his words like a declaration. I will go to House Major Hierarch. I want to go with Shahar to see if the Hollow Thunder is there. Scene change, Shahar and So Young were holding hands intimately, laughing and talking happily. Bakja, concerned, asked Li Guol, is this all right? Even if we go faster, they'll have already started fighting. He comforted him, don't worry. Li Guol's face was resolute. I'll arrive before the war starts. Bakja was slightly startled by his decisiveness, as if suddenly remembering something. He asked him, right, can you go to the palace for me? I think the emperor is looking for you, isn't he? Holding a scroll, his face serious and slightly worried, he asked again, let me go, you sure it's all right? He smiled and replied, it'll be better this way. I'm sure this is your first time in the palace. Hearing this, Bakja nodded and put the scroll into his robe. After their conversation, Li Guol turned to Shahar. Let's go. She smiled and nodded. Yes, uncle. So Young, seeing them about to leave, stepped forward and took Li Guol's hand. She said affectionately, brother, although I really want to go with you, I'll restrain myself this time. He responded indifferently with a sound of affirmation. So Young made a serious expression and instructed, you must protect Shahar, big sister. He smiled reluctantly and nodded, okay, I agree. Under the tall buildings in the blue sky, they parted ways. Then we're off, take care. Li Guol and Shahar flew away together. Bakja turned to look at So Young's worried expression and smiled. Worried about them? She honestly replied, yes. So Young sighed, her face still showing worry. That's Kai-Ge, it's not just anyone else, but I have a bad feeling this time. In another place, Li Guol and Shahar flew quickly over the mountain ranges. He urged them to go faster. They increased their speed. Li Guol said to Shahar beside him, use all your strength, I want to know your limits. Shahar, panting, replied loudly, yes, uncle. They moved quickly, one in front of the other. Shahar continued to gasp for breath. Li Guol had distanced himself from her. He glanced back at Shahar and thought to himself, too slow, should I go alone? Continuing to rush forward, Li Guol refuted himself, no, I'm just a supporting character, the one who finds the Hollow Thunder must be Shahar. He slowed down to wait for Shahar. Shahar, if we continue like this, we won't arrive in time, she replied apologetically, panting, sorry, I'll go faster. He straightened himself in mid-air and refused, no, we should change our approach. He smiled slightly at Shahar, his eyes resolute, we must reach House Major Hierarch by this time tomorrow. Hearing this, she was astonished and incredulous, exclaiming, what? Continuing to pant and fly forward, Shahar couldn't believe it, thinking of traveling over 8,000 miles in a day. She thought, what is uncle saying? Suddenly, Li Guol grabbed her wrist, causing Shahar to cry out. Li Guol hugged her from behind, smiling reassuringly, no matter what happens next, don't be surprised. Shahar was extremely confused when she heard that. Li Guol hugged Shahar and fell straight down, making her scream in horror. Shahar's face was tense as she turned to call out to him. But Li Guol's expression showed no panic, his gaze remaining resolute and calm. Sheer cliffs rose on either side. Shahar and Li Guol rapidly fell downwards. Shahar's face was filled with terror as she cried out, uncle. Her expression became even more panicked. The rocky ground was rapidly approaching. A golden light burst forth from Li Guol's sleeve. Shahar closed her eyes, clinging to him, his sleeve, still emitting the golden light, swept in an arc towards the ground. Shahar cautiously opened one eye to look. The sight before her left her astonished. The golden light swept across the rocky ground below. Shahar stammered, this is. A giant golden sword soared through the mountain range. Li Guol stood at the tip of the sword. Shahar knelt, bracing herself on the sword's surface behind her, silently thinking, sword flight. Scene change, a towering mountain peak, shrouded in mist, with a magnificent structure standing atop Jinju Mountain, the Great Wall. But upon closer inspection, it was a scene of devastation. Broken swords and spears littered the ground. Shahar, one hand in her cloak, surveyed the Great Wall, while Li Guol continued to use swordsmanship to clear the area. The imposing Great Wall stretched as far as the eye could see. Shahar had heard that the army built the Great Wall to prevent the northern barbarians from invading. Li Guol cast a cold glance. His face darkened. In a calm voice, he said, even the strongest young warriors fell here. A rain of arrows and thunderbolts descended. A scene of death and sorrow. The ground was stained crimson with blood, Li Guol recalled. Those who breathed a sigh of relief at having survived that day became cold corpses the next. 2 streams of tears flowed down Li Guol's somber face. He tightened his lips, restraining himself, and continued, fresh blood splattered like raindrops. Corpses piled high like a great snowdrift covered the desolate landscape, stretching as far as the eye could see. I never expected to return to the heart of the battlefield, he said. Shahar's eyes also welled up. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, choking back sobs. Uncle, she whispered. Li Guol had stopped crying, but his face remained grim. Shahar turned away, wiping her tears. Li Guol gripped the sword hilt, his voice resolute. We must make use of the time. We must end this senseless war quickly, mustn't we? Shahar looked on with heartache as Li Guol walked away. She then pulled up her cloak and quickly followed him. Tree branches struggled against the mist. White bones blanketed the ground, reaching up to the peaks of the palaces, the blood demonic heavens territory, House Major Hayak. Patches of blood-soaked cloth lay scattered on the white snow. A voice asked, how many disciples have we lost? A Biok clan soldier reported the casualties to Huan Du. In 2 days, a total of 67 men had died. Huan Du gritted his teeth. He thought, after the raid, there are still so many casualties. Lifting his head to the expanse of white snow before him, he composed himself. But by tonight, we will have results, he thought. Night descended on the snow-capped mountains. 2 days prior, Stone Mountain, near House Major Hayak. A golden light shone from a crevice in the rock. The cave wall was illuminated by a fire. The Biok clan soldiers simultaneously knelt on one knee. Biok Mu Kwong's voice echoed through the trees. I'll keep it brief. We may not see each other again, for I will always stand at the forefront. The Biok clan sect leader, Biok Mu Kwong, looked serious. If we cannot defeat them with swords, we will use our bodies, whether with hands or feet. We must find Bone Collector, so that Bone Collector can return to the Biok clan. We rely on you all. Everyone responded in unison. We obey. The invincible immortals, Yong Wu Liang and Gong Sun Ki, also knelt and replied, we obey. At that moment, a voice asked, is everything prepared? Biok Huan Du slowly approached. We will launch our attack from outside at the appointed hour. Biok Mu Kwong praised him. Good. Huan Du spoke softly. Father, before he could continue, Mu Kwong placed a hand on his shoulder. It's up to you, Huan Du. This is my final order. He looked up, his eyes resolute. He said loudly, do not die before your father. Huan Du looked at the white snow before him, recalling memories. He silently called out, Father. Turning to the Biok clan soldiers behind him, Biok Huan Du shouted to them, House Major Hayak still doesn't know of our existence. Our fallen comrades will likely be dismissed as bandits. In a bit we will raid House Major Hayak again. But this time they will definitely be on guard. The worst-case scenario is that we will become dead bait in there. Huan Du extended a hand, giving the soldiers a choice. It's not too late. If anyone wants to stay, they can. This is the last. He didn't finish his sentence before someone shouted, Junior Chief. A soldier spoke up. Everyone here knows we're bait. Others agreed. That's right. Seeing their attitude, Biok Huan Du could only manage 2 words, you. The soldiers knew their fate. They didn't regret it, but if their deaths could bring glory to the Biok clan, they were willing to die. Huan Du said nothing more, only staring at them intently. In the snow-covered landscape, the junior chief of the Biok clan silently thanked his soldiers. Night finally fell, the moon hanging high in the night sky. Lights shone on the massive structures. Before the tightly closed city gate, shouts rang out, open the gate. You scared? Masked men rode horses, torches in hand. One shouted, if you willingly hand over your food and women, we might spare your lives. Those on the wall completely disregarded the pathetic group below. They looked down at the torch-bearing horsemen. It's been 2 days, aren't they tired? Let's scare them off. Then Hayok Major emerged from within. He shouted, what are you doing? Those who were just discussing were startled. They clasped their hands, bowed, and stammered, Captain Hayok Major. Major glared at the men below. These people dare to disrespect House Major Hayak, one of the 7 great clans, in the territory of the blood demonic heavens. He turned to his subordinates, furious. You only wanted to scare them, just drive them away. A subordinate quickly bowed. Please calm down, sir. Ma Jiao braced himself against the wall, leaped down, and shouted, wait until I return, I'll deal with you then. He drew his sword, slashing forward. A bright orange-yellow light flashed, accompanied by Major's roar, you petty thieves. The blade swept through the men below, blood spraying everywhere, accompanied by cries of pain. He kicked a man off his horse, then leaped onto a horse himself. Dare to disrespect House Major Hayak. He chased after the leader, swinging his sword. The man spurred his horse to flee. Hayok Major leaped from his horse, yelling, don't even think about it. He soared through the air, chasing the fleeing man. He swung his sword high above his head, continuing his sentence, don't even think about it. Ma Jiao gritted his teeth, got you. The blade flashed through the air. The horseman turned to parry the blow. Both his hands gripped the hilt of his sword. The blade sliced through Hayok Major's wrists, blood spraying. Hayok Major's hands were severed. His eyes widened as he cried out in pain. He fell onto the snow, raising his head and grunting, who are you? Amidst Hayok Major's labored breathing, Biok Huan Du removed his mask. His face serious, he looked down, I'm here to retrieve the Bone Collector. Huan Du watched Hayok Major struggle to cough on the ground. He calmly repeated, I'm here to retrieve the Bone Collector. Hyok Majo struggled to his feet, gnashing his teeth. You're not bandits, you're from the Byok clan. Looking at Hwon-do standing tall before him, Hyok Majo silently vowed to return and inform the patriarch. Arrows flying fast above. No, they stabbed into the man, he groaned in pain. Finally, Hyok Majo collapsed. Hwon-do stood silently, watching him. Other Byok clan soldiers ran up. Junior Chief, are you alright? Majo lay still. Byok Hwon-do calmly turned to his subordinates. I'm fine. He asked his subordinates, is everything ready? They placed several wooden chests on the ground. They are all here. The chests were full of high-quality explosives. We've drawn enough attention. They attached the explosives to the arrows. The command was given. Everyone knocked their arrows. The soldiers raised their bows. Hwon-do heroically shouted an order. Shot. Arrows flew into the city at the same time. The man watching from the walls gasped. Arrow with bomb flies at extremely fast speed near money. Came, it just collided with a wall and exploded. Loud explosions rang out, and flames erupted. The people on the wall were blown away by the explosion along with pieces of wood and stone. The arrows continued to collide, creating explosions. The walls were continuously broken. Byok Mu Kwon hid behind a rock, listening to the sounds outside. He spoke, it begins. He led the soldiers forward, commanding, we attack through there. Everyone followed, shouting their obedience in unison. Wonchang infiltrated alone to scout. The inside information from the Duhak was obtained by Byok Wonchang in exchange for a favor. A letter was sent back, bearing only a few words. The demon at House Major Hayak. This was used as a basis. After the Byok clan prepared for war, spending 3 months silently digging a tunnel leading to the inner city of House Major Hayak. The soldiers guarding the cave entrance saw Byok Mu Kwon approaching and bowed together. Sir, you have arrived. They pointed in one direction. Go this way, you'll reach the inner city quickly. Byok Mu Kwon replied, you've worked hard. Turning to those behind him, he added, let me borrow your strength for a moment. Sun Ki, Wu Liang, Jiang Gong, and Chang Kong, their faces serious yet smiling with confidence, replied, leave it to us. Mu Kwon pressed his hands against the rock. The four behind him lined up vertically. Each person placed their hands on the back of the person in front, silently chanting power transfer in their minds. They all exerted their strength. A gale arose in the tunnel along with their shouts of exertion. Each person silently reminded themselves, focus, Byok Mu Kwon leads the exertion. If this step fails, we all fail. Along with their shouts, a green light continuously emanated, illuminating the cave. 2 hands pressed against the stone wall. The head priest of the poison sects, the Byok clan's leader. Byok Mu Kwon's figure faded in the blinding light. The sphere of light struck the stone wall with a loud boom. Stone fragments scattered. The path ahead was cleared. The sound of shattering stone continued, and the soldiers behind cheered. Byok Mu Kwon led the group, despite the falling debris, moving forward and saying, keep clearing the path. Everyone shouted their obedience. Leaping forward with a single bound, Byok Mu Kwon flew ahead. Outside the cave, inside House Major Hayak, Song Jiok prostrated himself. Please, my lord, grant me and my subordinates death. Fingers tapped rhythmically on the wooden surface. Wu Lin sat in a chair, eyes closed, one hand propping his chin, the other tapping the armrest. He sat with his back to the prostrate Song Jiok, thinking, the 13th elite of the Duhak family was defeated so easily. Did the Thousand Sword Academy really produce a master of the reverse flow of wondrous movements? Suddenly, a loud commotion outside caught his attention. Song Jiok and Wu Lin both heard the loud noise outside, and both were startled. A subordinate burst through the door, shouting, Patriarch, the city is under attack. Song Jiok, rising from his prostrate position, hastily asked, the enemy, be specific. The subordinate stammered, it's bandits. Wu Lin sat calmly in his chair. Such firepower, could it be thunder bombs? He stood and strode, commanding, follow me, Song Jiok. Song Jiok replied, yes, Patriarch. Using mobility arts, they flew across the rooftops. While moving, Hyok Wu Lin thought, no matter how strong, a moment's carelessness could mean death by thunder bombs. They soared over the tall buildings. Wu Lin continued to ponder, military thunder bombs. This proves the enemy isn't the military, but someone connected to them. Who would attack House Major Hayak with such disregard for thunder bombs? Their feet landed softly. Hyok Wu Lin looked around. Devastation surrounded them. Buildings were blown to pieces. Explosions continued. He watched silently as Song Jiok trembled beside him. Who dared? Picking up a broken arrow, he said, we mustn't underestimate them. The enemy might be more than this. This is war. Prepare yourselves. It's time for those we've trained to show their worth. Song Jiok immediately shouted his obedience. Suddenly, a bomb-tipped arrow flew towards them. Song Jiok, alerted, shouted to Hyok Wu Lin, Patriarch, get out of the way. He didn't dodge, but stood still, his hand moving in a slight circle. A purple light enveloped Hyok Wu Lin, forming a protective sphere. It collided with a bomb-tipped arrow. The arrow's trajectory was altered. The bomb hit the ground and exploded loudly. Hung stood by and witnessed the whole thing, only able to make people admire, as expected of a patriarch. Hyok Woo Lin drew his sword from his side and calmly said, "The position of this target is clear, it's definitely within arrow range." He leaped into the air, leaving behind the words, "I'll take care of the archers and be right back." Song Jiok, below, replied, "Yes." Hyok Woo Lin flew through the air, calculating in his head, circling the city, "I might be able to catch a few." His expression grew arrogant and he let out a hearty laugh. Continuously using mobility arts to navigate the rubble, he silently thought, "I really want to know who's bold enough to provoke the Major Hierarch house." Meanwhile, Li Guol, sword in hand, flew swiftly through the night sky with Shahar. Li Guol stood on the tip of his sword, Shahar seated behind him, the wind constantly whipping past. Shahar wiped a bead of sweat from her cheek, worriedly thinking, "Uncle hasn't rested for 10 hours, and when he has free time, he teaches me." Li Guol, seeing Shahar's thoughts, smiled and asked, "Worried about me, or do you still think I'm not human?" Shahar stammered, "No, sir." Li Guol turned his head forward, no longer teasing her. Only the smile on his lips remained. He took her hand. "See, what monster has such warm hands?" Shahar, teased, shyly called out, "Uncle." Li Guol continued his swift flight, comforting her, "No need to worry about me, I always replenish my chi with tea." He softly reassured Shahar, "We're almost there, just hold on a little longer." Shahar, anxious, listened. Li Guol suddenly froze, "That's the smell of gunpowder." He accelerated, flying rapidly over the mountain ranges, silently hoping to arrive in time. Thunder bombs continuously struck the city walls. Explosions echoed incessantly. The Baijia soldiers checked their remaining ammunition, the junior chief used almost all of it, he's made his move. Baok Hwondu remained calm, gazing forward. An impatient soldier called out, "Junior chief." He clasped his hands before his chest and decisively said, "Not yet." Looking at the blazing city walls and billowing smoke, Baok Hwondu spoke, "Before the squad attacks the inner city, we must distract them." He looked forward, continuing, "The Bone Collector isn't just a sword, it's the history of the Baok clan, and the Baok clan itself." It seemed he'd made his decision. "Today, I'm prepared to die rather than retreat. I won't give up until I reclaim the Bone Collector." A soldier beside him cried out in alarm, "Junior chief." Their faces turned resolute. "We swear to die with you." Baok Hwondu smiled in response, "Thank you." Another group of soldiers carried a wooden crate of bombs. He ordered, "Divide the attack force into 3 teams. Team 1 follows me, teams 2 and 3 will act separately." Baok Hwondu continued assigning tasks. Based on Team 1's signal, use the thunder bombs in rotation. The soldiers chorused their agreement. The wind whipped Baok Hwondu's cloak. Looking at the fire, he silently apologized to his father, "I'm afraid I have to disobey your orders." Baok Hwondu's expression was unwavering. "Father, I must reclaim the Bone Collector." Behind the rubble, a brick wall gradually appeared. Cheers erupted. "The way is clear. That's the inner city wall," a calm voice acknowledged. Siege weapons smashed through the city wall. Someone shouted, "Leave the walls to us." Sir Jang Gong smiled at Baok Mu Kwong, sect leader. "Please rest, we can handle this," the elder replied with a serious face. "Thank you." Baok Mu Kwong sat on a rock in meditation. Meanwhile, Yon Wu Liang directed the soldiers breaching the wall. "Faster, we must destroy the wall before the attack ends." Seated cross-legged, Baok Mu Kwong silently prayed, "My son must remain safe." On the other side, they prepared another volley of bomb-tipped arrows. "Team 1, prepare your arrows." Bows were raised, and the order to fire was given. Thousands of bomb-tipped arrows flew swiftly through the air. Bombs rained into the city, exploding continuously, and flames surged upwards. Looking at the city wall, Baok Hwondu felt puzzled. Strange, teams 2 and 3 should be attacking with arrows now. He quickly realized something was wrong. Leaping onto his horse, Baok Hwondu ordered, "Move east to rendezvous with Team 3. I'll go the other way to check the situation." A soldier, still holding his bow, immediately responded, "Yes, Junior Chief." Hwondu immediately spurred his horse into a rapid gallop. In another location, the cold white snow contrasted sharply with the raging fire in the distance. The rhythmic clopping of hooves echoed on the ground. Baok Hwondu, on horseback, saw no one around. He was shocked. "I clearly left Team 2 here to drop bombs." He suddenly saw something that horrified him. He leaped off his horse and ran swiftly in one direction. The scene before him terrified him. He could barely speak. The bodies of Baok clan soldiers lay scattered on the ground, alongside wooden crates of thunder bombs. Baok Hwondu clutched his forehead, wondering, what in the world? He checked the injuries of the soldiers on the ground. All of them died from being stabbed through the body with neat wounds. The other 100 army soldiers had also arrived at this time. They were shocked and stammered out, calling out, "Junior Chief." Baok Hwondu shouted at them, "Didn't I tell you to go east?" One soldier turned back, stammering incoherently. He could only turn his head to look behind. Another soldier rushed forward, eyes wide with terror, his voice trembling, "They are all dead." A soldier wiped the sweat from his chin and continued, "The disciples assigned to the 3rd squad, the mysterious swordsman killed them all." Baok Hwondu couldn't believe his ears. He shouted, "What?" He began to realize the gravity of the situation. This place was extremely dangerous. Hwondu used his light body skills to move quickly, simultaneously instructing the others, leave this place. A violet light flashed, and a voice boomed through the air, halt. The Byok clan group startled and looked back. The violet light rapidly approached. Hyok Woollin stood before them, his hands clasped behind his back. Byok Hwondu's expression turned serious upon seeing the man who had killed his 2 squads, this black demonic energy. Facing him, Woollin remained calm, not even glancing at Hwondu. I wondered who it was, so it's the Byok clan's junior chief. A strong wind howled around him. Byok Hwondu exclaimed, Hyok Woollin. The 2 men faced each other. Seeing that Hwondu had breached the city, Woollin could guess the reason and calmly asked, so that's it, you want the bone collector back? Byok Hwondu angrily cursed, damn you. Hyok Woollin's expression was full of provocation. Hey, speak a little quieter, I can hear you. The Byok clan soldiers simultaneously raised their bows. A fierce wind and demonic energy swirled around Hyok Woollin. He completely disregarded the Byok clan soldiers. Why the shouting? Demonic energy blasted towards the soldiers, breaking their 3-stance defense. His hand trembled as he reached for his sword hilt. Despite straining with pain, Byok Hwondu couldn't touch his sword. He was terrified by Hyok Woollin's power. His body was immobile. Is that strong? Byok Hwondu gritted his teeth and asked Hyok Woollin, you want the bone collector that badly? He laughed as if he'd heard a joke. A mocking smile remained on his face. Hyok Woollin's taunting voice rang out, you think I want that paltry bone collector? What I desire, something like you wouldn't even dare to dream of it. The Byok clan soldiers groaned in pain from his demonic energy. From beginning to end, Hyok Woollin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile on his face. He continued, Byok Mukwang must have arrived as well. Before, he stubbornly refused to send investigators. Now he comes himself. Hwondu, facing him, coughed violently under the pressure of his demonic energy, his hands trembling. Woollin became even more arrogant, saying, I will personally exterminate the Byok clan. You can go ahead and die first. Byok Hwondu mustered all his strength to grip his sword, shouting, shut up. He drew his sword with force, a powerful aura radiating from his body. The wind howled. Byok Hwondu held his sword in a defensive stance, ordering the Byok clan soldiers, everyone, fight with all your might. Hyok Woollin completely ignored him, scoffing. Hwondu's face contorted with ferocity, his muscles tensed. I will fight at the front. Thunderbolt-tipped arrows were raised simultaneously, accompanied by a roar, die, Hyok Woollin. He merely smirked. Woollin swung his hand, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. A squad of cavalrymen were blown away, their arrows scattered, then another squad of soldiers were knocked down. The explosive-tipped arrows flew towards him. Explosions roared, mingled with coughs and cries of pain. Hwondu was thrown back by the blast wave. He coughed violently amidst the smoke. Hwondu collapsed to the ground, thinking, I didn't expect the gap to be so vast. Hyok Woollin was truly formidable. Seeing his opponent's strength, he felt a touch of despair. Is this the end? He struggled to his feet, his breathing heavy. I'm not afraid of death. Everyone who practices martial arts will eventually die. Those who wield swords will eventually die by the sword. Looking towards Hyok Woollin, Byok Hwondu made a silent vow. My death will become the foundation for the Byok clan to reclaim the bone collector. Byok Hwondu propped himself up with his sword, gasping for breath. He felt a strange sense of confusion. Why do I remember that face now? Lee Guol's face appeared in his mind, the young man he'd met at the sword school. He remembered, he was a master of the reverse flow of wondrous movements. The image of Lee Guol's confident face and eyes flashed before him. Byok Hwondu thought, if it were him, perhaps he could stop Hyok Woollin. He gritted his teeth, gasping for air, his face drenched in sweat. Byok Hwondu, struggling on the ground, suddenly smiled strangely. Hyok Woollin pointed his sword at him, saying, some people do indeed smile before they die. He waved his sword, and said goodbye. Only one hand remained, still holding the hilt of the sword, blood staining the ground red. The assault team rushed out, all dead in the hands of the House Major Hyok, the Master Hyok Woollin. Fire raged, smoke and dust billowing. The Hatra soldiers on the wall gasped for breath. Don't they ever get tired? The explosions continued. One soldier looked in one direction and said, the Patriarch has personally taken action. Those men are as good as dead. Another soldier covered his nose from the smoke and asked, has the war truly begun? Both laughed arrogantly. Are you scared? Impossible. His eyes gleamed maliciously. This is a rare opportunity to savor the scent of fresh blood. With that, he let out a cunning smile. Suddenly, a Byok clan soldier, with incredible speed, charged from behind the 2 Laughing Hatch family members, sword in hand. Before they could react, the blade flashed. 2 swift slashes cleaved through them, blood spraying. They could only groan in pain. The soldier stopped, sword in hand, looking at the 2 bodies on the ground. He gestured towards the group behind him. The Byok clan soldier reported to Byok Mukwang, we've entered the inner city. The old man nodded slightly. The battle has just begun. Byok Mukwang shouted, find Du-Ma and the bone collector immediately. The Bichra army responded in unison. A spiked mace swung with ferocious power, the scene behind drenched in crimson. The tall and imposing Hyok Kyeolgun swung the mace in wide arcs, soldiers around him groaning in pain and falling to the ground. He planted the mace, fire raging behind him, a proud smile on his face. The remaining Byok clan soldiers trembled before his imposing figure, one stammered, calling him a monster. Hyok Kyeolgun, the third general of House Major Hyak, licked his lips, looking at the trembling men. Come here, you adorable fools. He swung the mace, the groans of the men echoing again. At that moment, a dark figure darted past, shouting for him to stop. Byok Mu Kwong, sword in hand, flew towards Kyeolgun's back. Blade met mace, a clash of metal ringing out. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, the sound of clashing metal filling the air. Mu Kwong parried the blow and leaped back, regaining his composure. His eyes were filled with caution, he was faster than he'd anticipated. Hyok Kyeolgun slung the mace over his shoulder, a sinister smile on his face as he looked at Byok Mu Kwong. Sir Jang Gong charged from behind. Sect leader, let me help. Guak Chu Il and Yong Wu Liang arrived as well. Looking at the towering figure, Wu Liang admitted, he truly is one of the demonic path. Mu Kwong's expression turned serious, he ordered an attack. They all charged towards Hyok Kyeolgun. Surrounded, he swung his mace, defending against the onslaught. Kyeolgun's eyes widened, his jaw clenched. Byok Mu Kwong and the others continued their attack. He gritted his teeth, parrying the incoming swords. The clash of metal continued. He showed no fear, a mischievous grin on his face. Suddenly, a blade flashed with incredible speed, blood sprayed as Kyeolgun's left arm was severed. His massive body collapsed to the ground. Jang Gong adjusted his headband, looking at the fallen man, he exhaled. It seems Du Ma is nearby, these monsters are becoming more numerous. Zhong Kong smiled faintly, they are just from the demonic path, how could they be our opponents? Jang Gong replied, don't underestimate them, we don't know what underhanded tactics they might use. A shout echoed through the towering halls, Sect leader, we found Du Ma. It's in the prison ahead, I'll lead the way. They all rushed towards the prison. Before them was a dilapidated room with stained walls and torture devices. A rack of rusty wooden knives crashed to the ground. Byok Mu Kwong entered the dark room. A figure emerged from the shadows, an old man with white hair, emaciated and bare-chested, his arms chained to the ceiling. Mu Kwong called out, Du Ma. The man reacted, who are you? Byok Mu Kwong's face was stern, I am Byok Mu Kwong, where is the bone collector? Du Ma, of the blood demonic heavens, smirked, Byok Mu Kwong, you finally found me. He shook his head, unfortunately, the bone collector has been taken. He laughed. Mu Kwong asked urgently, taken, what do you mean? Because the devil gritted his teeth and said the name Hyok Wu Lin. His face was full of anger, I was played by that brat. As Mu Kwong had suspected, he thought to himself, the bone collector was indeed in Hyok Wu Lin's hands. Suddenly, a soldier from the Byok clan rushed in, stammering, Sect leader. He was panicked, shouting, we're surrounded, it's all House Major Hyak. Soon after, Song Jiok led the way, followed by Hyok Wu Lin's subordinates and other Hakgar soldiers. They looked at the Byok clan members with sly smiles. Mu Kwong and his soldiers became alert. They prepared for battle. Song Jiok spoke first, Byok Mu Kwong, is it? The old man remained silent. Looking at the opposing group, Song Jiok continued, and a few other renowned figures, I see. Mu Kwong's voice hardened, where's Hyok Wu Lin? Song Jiok didn't give him the respect he demanded, laughing, you don't need to know. Song Jiok's eyes were filled with killing intent, before you see the patriarch, you will all die. He loudly commanded his men, kill them all. His men excitedly prepared for the battle. Byok Mu Kwong raised his sword defensively. Song Jiok added, but if you can capture Byok Mu Kwong alive, try to do so. He didn't want to prolong it further, his eyes wide as he roared, attack. Scene change, outside the city walls, the thunder of hoofs echoed on the ground. The city was engulfed in smoke and dust. The madman with 3 brains spurred his horse, riding swiftly through the smoke and flames. He glanced around, breaking out in a cold sweat. Looking at the chaos, he thought, I don't know what's happening, but this is my chance to escape. He urged his horse faster through the mountain pass, shouting, older brother Man Bakja, your little brother is here. High, treacherous mountains loomed in the distance. Looking down at the city below, engulfed in flames, Li Guol stood on a rocky outcrop. Shaha, beside him, struggled to regain her balance. She asked, we too late? He denied it, probably fighting right now. Looking around, Li Guol decided they had to go there quickly. 2 of Hyok Wu Lin's large subordinates grinned slyly. Other Hakgar soldiers bared their teeth, brandishing their blades and charging to kill. Sir Jang Gong calmly drew his sword. He swung his sword twice, followed by the pained groans of the Hakgar soldiers. Gong Sun-Ki's hands blazed with fire. Blasts of fire quickly scattered the opposing group, accompanied by screams and the sounds of burning. Wu Liang, wielding a whip, laughed in admiration, worthy of the moniker's sky-roaming sword and petal-scattering palm. He then swung his whip forward, shouting, even an invincible god can't lose. Another cry of pain echoed. Guak Chu-il stood calmly, hands behind his back. It seems you older brothers are having more fun than me, he said softly. Chang Kong's eyes shone brightly as he smiled. The blood demonic heavens are unworthy of my full attention. Witnessing the battle, the Bichra soldiers looked at each other. One shouted, "Great warriors, lead the way." Another replied, "Let's go." Song Jiok, seeing his side faltering, yelled, "What are you doing? These people are nothing but nameless, empty-titled fools." He ordered 2 of his large subordinates, "Show them the might of House Major Hayak." The 2 grinned and obeyed. Biok Mu Kwong swung his sword in a wide arc. Song Jiok sensed the killing intent and glanced at him warily. Sword met blade with a resounding clang. Mu Kwong and Song Jiok clashed amidst the smoke and fire. Both sides exchanged blows relentlessly, neither giving an inch. During the fight, Mu Kwong demanded, "Where's your patriarch?" Song Jiok didn't answer, instead saying, "You're a rather arrogant old man." He looked up at his opponent, "Defeat me first, then we'll talk." The gleaming metal whip sliced through the air. Guak Chuil swung his sword, the pained groans of Hakgar soldiers filling the air. Jiang Gong, elsewhere, continued his relentless swordplay. Gong Sun Ki unleashed several blows in midair, amidst the whistling wind. Wu Liang's long black whip quickly swept across the opponent's face. Suddenly a soldier of the Biok clan shouted in panic, "Yom Great Warrior, be careful." A massive figure swung a dao towards him. Yom Wu Liang instantly used his whip to block it, but failed. He gritted his teeth, clutching the whip handle. Was this a leader-level figure? The other man leaped repeatedly, powerfully swinging his dao, a roar tearing through the air. The opportunity had arrived. The dao and sword clashed with a powerful impact. A cry of alarm echoed, "It's dangerous." Guak Chuil raised his sword defensively, parrying the blow while retreating. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What incredible strength!" Jiang Gong followed suit, shouting, "Yom Great Warrior, I'm here to help." Guak Chuil, standing beside him, let out a relieved breath. Sun Ki glanced at them, yelling, "Don't prolong this, reinforcements will arrive, let's finish this quickly." He looked at the massive figure still swinging his dao across from them. Another equally powerful man was slaughtering the Bichgar soldiers. The 2 hulking figures stood side by side, sneering cruelly. They taunted, "A bunch of arrogant brats." The group charged forward, launching themselves at the 2 men. A fierce, tense head-on clash ensued. A loud boom resonated, a terrifying explosion flashing brightly. On the other side, Mu Kwong was locked in combat with Song Jiok. Song Jiok raised his sword to block a blow from the elder. A violent wind swept around them, bright sparks suddenly shooting from the sword tip. They intertwined, tearing through the air at incredible speed. They formed a net, descending upon Song Jiok. Without hesitation, he raised his dao to cut them. Another loud boom echoed, along with a red shockwave filled with chi. Mu Kwong and Song Jiok clashed, their bodies close together, face to face. Then Song Jiok leaped back to create distance. But Biok Mu Kwong immediately lunged forward. He looked on in horror as Biok Mu Kwong closed in, gasping, "The Biok clan, they are this strong." The elder swung his sword again at Song Jiok. His whole body jerked, and with one strike, the sword flew away from Song Jiok's hand. The dao spun several times in the air before embedding itself in the ground. His arm went numb from the blow. Song Jiok frowned in pain. Suddenly, a gleaming sword point was aimed at his throat, fear appeared in his eyes, and cold sweat poured down his face. Song Jiok looked at his opponent, filled with a mixture of fear and admiration. He sat on the ground, looking up at Mu Kwong. This was the strength of the Biok clan. Cries of pain echoed through the fire-engulfed city. One of the large henchmen, previously so arrogant, fell face first to the ground. The other wasn't faring any better, his whole body trembling, forced to tilt his head back to breathe. Finally, the large man's body collapsed to the ground. Chang Kong looked at the fallen figure, letting out a breath. A calm voice said, "I'll ask you again, where is Hyok Wu Lin?" The man, showing no fear, sneered, "Don't ask such a stupid question." Despite the sword point at his death point, Song Jiok fearlessly continued, "The entire House Major Hayak is the patriarch. Is it really necessary to ask where he is?" Seeing his demeanor, Biok Mu Kwong stopped questioning. He swung his sword back, his eyes fierce, then die. Suddenly, Yong Wu Liang and his group saw something that startled them. Jiang Gong shouted urgently, "Biok sect leader." Mu Kwong, startled by the shout, turned his head. He saw a massive, murderous figure in front of them, and a voice yelled, "Hyok Wu Lin." The man was standing behind them with a dao, holding a human head. A sinister smile played on his lips. Wu Lin slowly walked towards the center of the battle, bodies scattered on the ground. As he walked, he spoke with a compassionate tone, "How tragic." Seeing him approach, Song Jiok trembled, "I have shamed you, patriarch." Wu Lin shouted at his 2 large subordinates lying on the ground, wondering how long they would lie there. The guy widened his eyes, his face was fierce as he shouted, "Sacrifice your life for House Major Hayak." A hand on the ground suddenly twitched. The 2 large figures on the ground slowly got up, one of them even cracking a bizarre smile. They stood up straight, their eyes filled with only whites. Wu Liang and Sun Ki witnessed this scene, both of them shocked. It was the reverse chi blood technique. Mu Kwong, having spotted the man he was looking for, shouted, "Hyok Wu Lin, where's the core disciple?" Facing Biok Mu Kwong, who was trembling with rage, he calmly replied, "No need to rush. He lifted the other man's head, his expression cruel. Let father and son meet first, shall we? The object in his hand was flung forward, the head landed heavily on the ground with a thud and rolled. Byok Mu Kwon roared, looking at the severed head on the ground, his face stunned. He raised his hand, wanting to touch it. Mu Kwon's eyes filled with tears, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Byok Kwon-do's head lay on the ground, his hair disheveled, his face still contorted in pain. Veins bulged on Mu Kwon's forehead as he roared, "That damned scoundrel!" The two large men reanimated. One swung his blade, incessantly hacking at the Byok clan soldiers. The other was no less vicious, the blood of the Byok clan soldiers spraying around him. Byok clan soldiers lay scattered on the ground, some with terrified expressions, dying with their eyes wide open and mouths agape, as if trying to scream. Smoke and fire still billowed incessantly. Byok Mu Kwon coughed, a blade pressed against his body. Zhong Kong trembled. "Damn it, the enemy outnumbers us." Jiang Gong, struggling and covered in grime, mumbled beside him, "If this continues." A Byok clan soldier lay gasping on the ground. A powerful foot stomped on his head, causing blood to flow from his nose. Elsewhere, a blade pierced through another Byok clan soldier's back, his eyes widened in pain, and he cried out. Hyok Woo Lin withdrew his blade, blood spurting out. He only smiled gleefully, his eyes cruel. Mu Kwon watched him massacre his army, speechless. You are. His eyes widened as he roared, "What are you doing? They no longer have the will to fight." The gleaming blade remained at Mu Kwon's throat. He continued to shout, "Hyok Woo Lin, kill me first." Slinging his blade onto his shoulder, he laughed, "That won't do. You have to watch the last of the Byok clan die with your own eyes." Faced with his cruelty, the old man could only shout, "You are truly cruel." Wu Lin continued to stab one person after another. Byok Mu Kwon looked up to the sky, full of resentment. "Oh, heavens, why?" Two streams of tears flowed down his aged face. Byok Mu Kwon silently asked, "Why would you let such a vile, beastly creature like Hyok Woo Lin exist in this world?" Hyok Woo Lin took pleasure in killing. He looked at the old man and asked with a smile, resentful, "Blame your founding ancestor. Why did he make that damned bone collector the divine item of your Byok clan?" Byok Mu Kwon gritted his teeth, thinking, "It's not over yet." He lowered his head, his expression resolute. "If I can just get there, if I can just reach that place, there's a chance to turn the tide." After a long while, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Byok clan soldiers littered the ground. Unable to close his eyes, amidst the chaos, a gentle hand brushed across the still open eyes of a soldier. Shahar crouched on the ground. Li Guol stood behind her, looking at the carnage. He guessed, "It seems they used thunder bombs." Shahar turned to look at Li Guol's back. "Is the battle over?" He looked somewhere else, without turning to deny her. "Perhaps it's still going on." Li Guol calmly reminded her, "Have you forgotten the first thing to do after everything ends? The victor will be busy cleaning the battlefield." Shahar hadn't thought of that. Hearing this, she suddenly remembered. She looked at Li Guol's firm back, secretly admiring him. No wonder his uncle, even in this situation, he can remain calm. "One day, I will be too." Something suddenly caught her attention. Seeing the unexploded thunder bombs nearby, she asked, "What about using those?" Li Guol chuckled softly. "Thunder bombs." He raised his hand, before him a devastated landscape. He softly said, "As expected." The thunder bombs now hovered in the air. Li Guol used both hands to control them, flying upwards. He turned to instruct Shahar, "Gather those unexploded bombs." She immediately agreed and went to do it. On the other side, a sea of fire still raged. Hyok Woo Lin's fierce subordinate swung his blade. The jet-black whip was cut in half. Wu Liang was knocked backwards. The whip handle left his hand. His trembling, exhausted hand groped forward. Yon Wu Liang was about to reach the whip handle. On the other side, Jiang Gong struggled with his sword, gasping for breath. A blade slammed into Sun Qi's chest, causing his eyes to roll back in his head. Guak Chu-il sat on the ground beneath his opponent's blade, leaning against a wall, panting. Hyok Woo Lin remained standing calmly, sneering, all out of tricks. Mu Kwon's face remained as stern as ever, without fear. He spoke to Woo Lin, "Though the Byok clan's bloodline is gone, our clan will live forever." A blade pressed against Mu Kwon's throat, its edge gleaming on the ground. He continued, "Because the bone collector is the Byok clan." Hyok Woo Lin's triumphant voice echoed through the firelit fortress. "The bone collector is the Byok clan. Let's be clear about that. The four godly weapons are nothing but scraps of metal." He pointed to the sky. "They are merely forged from meteorites that fell from the heavens." His words struck Byok Mu Kwon, who roared in fury, "Audacious! A swordsman like you dares to slander the sword." Wu Lin spun his index finger and sighed. Go away, I'm getting annoyed." Two large subordinates, their faces flushed and eyes bloodshot, stood beside him. He continued, "This should be enough." Hyok Woo Lin barked an order, "Take them alive." His Hack family subordinate replied, "Yes, Patriarch." He laughed cruelly at Byok Mu Kwon. "Before the Real fight begins, I'll bring your heads to the righteous Murim sects, to show them what awaits them." Byok Mu Kwon said nothing, his face grim before the man's arrogance. He bowed his head and softly said, "Forgive me, Hwon Do." Suddenly, a large explosion echoed, shattering a stone wall. Hyok Woo Lin instantly became alert at the sound. Other explosions erupted continuously. The Hag soldiers panicked and scattered, their screams a cacophony of bombs. Run for your lives. The bombs continued to explode, drowning out their screams. Amidst the explosions, a terrified voice cried out, "The fortress is collapsing." Wu Liang, his mouth blooded, looked around. Chang Kong's panicked expression was no different. Mu Kuang's face was stern, but his eyes were alert. Hyok Woo Lin's hulking subordinate seemed to have lost his senses, his face only showing the exhilaration of slaughter, his bloodshot eyes grinning. Wu Lin glared. "You dare." He furiously widened his eyes and roared, "Who dares to be so bold?" Hyok Woo Lin kicked off the ground and leaped away. Bombs exploded everywhere, and the fortress began to collapse with a deafening roar. Smoke, fire, and dust billowed, obscuring everything. From the rubble, a voice emerged. It was clearly Li Guol stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop a fallen pillar, muttering, "I sense several auras here." Shahar, beside him, also scanned her surroundings. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Shahar brought her hand to her nose, her eyes worried. Suddenly, she cried out, "Uncle, over there." She ran to one side, where a trembling arm emerged from the rubble. Dumar reached out, stammering for help. Li Guol slowly approached, asking, "Who are you?" The man honestly replied, "Dumar." Shahar gasped upon hearing the name. "Dumar, you say you are Dumar?" Li Guol lightly raised his hand. He slowly used his skill to lift Dumar from the rubble. Then, he abruptly dropped him. Dumar let out a pained cry, then, looking at Li Guol, he murmured, "Thank you." Li Guol's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Where's the Biok clan leader and the Major Hayag patriarch?" Dumar touched his chin, slightly flustered, "I don't know." When the ceiling collapsed, everyone scattered. Suddenly, Li Guol's eyes sharpened as he glanced to the side, as if sensing something. His body swayed slightly. Li Guol felt a sudden unease, unsure of what was happening. Shahar, noticing this, called out to him in confusion. Li Guol's face darkened as he looked towards something. He thought to himself, that oppressive feeling from before. Exploding buildings, thick smoke, and fire gradually engulfed the scene. A strong hand grabbed a swinging rope. Mu Kuang took down two men in the blink of an eye. Wu Liang, on the other side, was also busy, continuously fighting. Even though he was so tired that he was panting non-stop, Mu Kuang still did not forget to remind the remaining people that whoever was still alive should run to the 5 mountains. The soldiers heard this and immediately obeyed. "Yes, Patriarch." Suddenly an announcement rang out, "The people of the Biok clan are about to escape, hurry up and chase them." The scene changed to a desolate and lonely mountain. The sound of the wind whistling in gusts made people shiver. Thunder and lightning continuously flashed across the inky sky. Li Guol arrived. He gazed pensively at the scene before him. He examined the area several times, but found nothing, although he distinctly felt a certain pressure. An indescribable feeling, as if Li Guol were facing a massive army of tens of thousands. After a fruitless search, he landed. Shahar, noticing this, asked, "Uncle, is something wrong?" Li Guol nonchalantly replied, "Nothing, my intuition must have been wrong." He then glared at Shahar, leaving him flustered and speechless. Li Guol then swiftly struck a pressure point, rendering Shahar unconscious instantly. After doing so, he casually said, "So you're still alive, then take a rest." Li Guol placed him inside a magical bubble and instructed Shahar to take him along, explaining that he couldn't be left behind as he was the mastermind. With that, he and Shahar departed for another location. At another desolate place, cheers echoed incessantly, "Everyone, push yourselves a little further, and we'll reach the second assembly point." The Biok clan disciples were desperately fleeing. The Wu Lin group pursued relentlessly. "Stop. Where do you think you're going? Aren't you going to find the bone collector?" He raised his Dao, and a surge of power erupted. Mu Kuang's expression turned icy. Wu Lin's magical power exploded with increasing intensity. The power surged outwards, causing the Biok clan disciples to panic. "Impossible." Wu Lin's eyes glowed crimson. He coldly declared, "As the sect leader, I should at least tell you the name of this technique. If the King of Hell asks, tell him that you died by the flying blood sword move." As soon as he finished, a terrifying suction force erupted from the power. It drew everything in from all directions, and the Biok clan disciples were no exception, regardless of their desperate screams. The suction was so powerful that even massive boulders were about to be drawn in. Mu Kuang angrily cursed, "Damn villain." Seeing the dire situation, he tried to draw his sword to fight. But before he could fully draw it, another hand stopped him. Wu Liang said, "Sect leader, go, the others will help, we'll buy you time." Mu Kuang stared at them, speechless with astonishment. After a few seconds of hesitation, he decided to follow the original plan to go to the 5 mountains. Before leaving, he instructed them, "Survive, and meet me again." The assassins immediately ordered, "Chase him, none shall escape." Time passed, and the dark sky finally showed the first signs of dawn. Mu Kuang continued his arduous journey towards the 5 mountains. His steps grew heavier, his breathing more labored, but he pressed on. He emotionally recalled the words of his elders before they died. Mu Kuang silently affirmed, "Yes, I must live on, even though my son and 1,000 disciples are gone. But I am still alive. Even if only one remains, the Biok clan is not extinct. After a long, arduous run, Mu Kuang finally reached the 5 mountains. He looked around, only to be met with disappointment. None of his disciples had arrived. Mu Kuang loosened his collar, letting the cloak billow in the wind. Barely a few seconds of peace, and he had to face the one he was fleeing from. Hyok Wu Lin, Dao slung over his shoulder, sneered, "There are graves everywhere, why the need to search?" Seeing him, Mu Kuang leaped from one cliff to another. Wu Lin was extremely displeased that Mu Kuang still refused direct combat. A second later, he pursued Mu Kuang, so the Biok clan's sect leader doesn't have the spirit of the junior chief. After sacrificing all his disciples, he's still trying to survive. Mu Kuang wanted to retort, but it wasn't the right time, so he gritted his teeth and endured. He ran, urging himself on, just a little further. Mu Kuang ran from mountain to mountain without stopping. The howling wind and fog couldn't stop him, and after a while of racing, Mu Kuang finally arrived. There, Mu Kuang stood waiting for Wu Lin to find him. At this point, he stopped his chattering and drew his sword. Then he assumed an attacking stance. Seeing Wu Lin rushing towards him, he calmly asked, "You said graves are everywhere, didn't you?" "Indeed, this place might become my grave. But I certainly won't go down alone." Seeing Mu Kuang's sudden action, Wu Lin scoffed, "What trickery is this?" The moment he charged, sharp arrows shot up from the ground. Countless in number, each perfectly fletched and incredibly sharp. Wu Lin parried the arrows, calculating that these were no ordinary arrows. A reckless charge was impossible. Thinking so, he used the power he had earlier to deflect them. Wu Lin gradually understood, to counter pursuers, they had placed numerous divine limb bows here. After a fierce battle, he remained unscathed, even having the leisure to taunt Mu Kuang. "This is quite interesting, isn't it?" Seeing this, Mu Kuang remained firm in his initial stance, shouting at Wu Lin, "This will be the grave of both of us." Wu Lin's expression was extremely arrogant. He believed the divine limb bows could fire thousands of arrows, with damage exceeding even thunder bombs. When the arrows were exhausted, he began to unleash his own power, intending to deliver death to Mu Kuang. From above, he looked down at the old man with disdain. Elsewhere, a group of people gathered to discuss important matters. Sun Qi and his group knelt down with utmost reverence, thanking the great warrior Siamsio Li Guo, the reverse flow of wondrous movements, for saving them. The defeated lay scattered on the ground below. Song Jiok hesitated slightly when he heard them ask permission to deal with those on the ground. Li Guo smiled gently, explaining their identities. Those people were the masterminds behind the assassination of the Tan, the alliance leader, and everything was connected to House Major Haiyak. Jiang Gong quickly stepped forward, suggesting that everyone else proceed to find the master, leaving them to handle this. Li Guo didn't want to waste time arguing, so he decided to leave and attend to his own affairs. Sun Qi bowed slightly, taking leave of Li Guo and Shaha. Then the three of them gracefully departed, disappearing into the clouds. He turned to Song Jiok and asked if he remembered him. He lowered his eyes and denied it, claiming they had never met. He had further questions and directly asked about the location of Hollow Thunder. Hearing this, Song Jiok was stunned speechless. He looked at the two before him, his mind blank, wondering why they weren't interested in the Bone Collector but in Hollow Thunder. Had they discovered something? Song Jiok's back felt cold. He bowed deeply, eyes widening, sweat dripping. He reassured himself that only he and the Patriarch knew Hollow Thunder's location in House Major Haiyak. He regained his composure, believing Li Guo was merely speculating. Song Jiok stubbornly asked why he wanted to go to House Major Haiyak to find the divine item of the Thousand Sword Academy. Li Guo's patience wore thin, and he glared at him. He uttered each word with anger, asking again about the Bone Collector's location. Song Jiok's gaze drifted towards Du Ma, who was unconscious in a corner. He was startled, wondering how Du Ma ended up in their hands. Only then did he stammer that he didn't know these things, because only the Patriarch knew. Song Jiok repeated once again that he didn't know anything. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced his heart, causing him to roar. Li Guo calmly pressed a mirror into his thigh. "While in the palace, I've encountered countless liars like you." Li Guo lunged forward, clamping his hand over Song Jiok's mouth, making his eyes roll back in his head. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word, "The only way to escape me." Li Guo's sharp gaze locked onto him, his teeth clenched. "Is if I let you go." With that, he released Song Jiok, sending him sprawling backward. Li Guo withdrew the sword, causing him to lose his balance and fall. He turned back to Shaha, assuming she knew the whereabouts of the Hollow Thunder. Li Guo gently sheathed his sword. Shaha couldn't hold back the tears welling up. She believed that if she didn't find the Hollow Thunder, clenching her fists, she tearfully confessed she wouldn't have the face to see her masters again. Seeing her distress, he comforted her. "If you must cry, wait until everything is over." She quickly wiped away her tears, resolving to meet Hyok Wu Lin. The night was still and dark, only a few grey clouds drifting silently. They departed, using their internal energy, not forgetting to carry the two unconscious men, whom he had bound. Li Guo thought that having shattered their dantians, they wouldn't be able to escape. As they walked, he and Shaha discussed the Biok clan's sect leader and the inexplicable reason he'd brought Hyok Wu Lin to the 5 mountains. Suddenly, Li Guol sensed a powerful aura emanating from the direction of the 5 mountains. He quickly realized its origin. Du Ma awoke, still dazed and confused. He looked towards Li Guol's direction, seemingly recognizing something. It was the 5 mountains. He was startled and alarmed. He shouted at them, "Why are you going to the 5 mountains?" Shahar explained that the Biok clan sect leader and Hyok Wu Lin were engaged in a decisive battle there. Du Ma was doubtful. They don't know what's there. He quickly realized that Hyok Wu Lin, having recently become patriarch, probably didn't know. Li Guol glanced at him, unimpressed by Du Ma's rambling. He suddenly stopped, startling everyone. Li Guol stared at Du Ma and asked, "What's on the 5 mountains?" He pondered, then explained, "Only a few in the blood demonic heavens know." Du Ma then probed their knowledge of the past righteous demonic war. Shahar quickly answered. At that time, as the heavenly demon of the blood demonic heavens lord, although his martial arts origin was unknown, his power was so immense he was made a warrior god by 2 righteous demon monarchs. Sadly, such a powerful figure vanished one day, plunging Jianghu into chaos and triggering the righteous demonic war. To confront the blood demonic heavens, whose power extended to Siamseo and Jinju Murim, the Orthodox path united to form the Murim alliance. After fierce battles, the blood demonic heavens retreated to the Great Wall, and the Murim people erected a memorial to commemorate the sacrifices. Li Guol, impressed by Shahar's account, spontaneously praised her knowledge. She modestly replied that she had learned it from her master. Du Ma smiled coldly upon hearing this. He pointed out a flaw in her story. The righteous demonic war ended on the 5 mountains, Du Ma stated. And there's something crucial they don't know. The heavenly demon didn't die. Li Guol was startled, his eyes wide with surprise, turning to Du Ma. Shahar was equally shocked and bewildered. In the blink of an eye, Sun Qi's group arrived at the 5 mountains. They quickly searched for the sect leader, and were astonished by the scene below. Wu Lin was unleashing magical attacks on Mu Kuang. Jiang Gong, panicked, shouted to intervene. Wu Lin launched another attack at the rooted Mu Kuang. It exploded right in front of him, creating a terrible aftershock. His sword seemed to have torn the old man to pieces. Powerful magic enveloped the area. Suddenly a loud sound erupted, a blinding light making them unable to open their eyes. Everyone around was affected by the terrible explosion. Interwoven with the ear-splitting sound were streams of red-hot lava erupting. They realized the shock was caused by a volcanic eruption. The aftershock shook the earth and sky, streams of molten lava flowing down the mountain crevices. They snaked through the rocks, black smoke billowing. Suddenly amidst the violent tremors, the figure of a person in a meditative pose appeared. The heavenly demon, asleep, had its seal broken. He was awakened, heralding impending doom. Back to the battle between Mu Kuang and Wu Lin. Biok Mu Kuang, after withstanding the attack, was so exhausted he could barely breathe. Wu Lin looked at the scene before him, extremely pleased, and chuckled inwardly. Despite being exhausted to the point of breathlessness, he remained ready to continue fighting. Wu Lin unleashed his martial arts, attacking. Mu Kuang snorted wearily, looking at him. The ground he stood on also heated up with the battle. Not giving Mu Kuang much time to rest, he quickly unleashed his martial arts in that direction. Magic moved swiftly through the air, striking at him. The blow was blocked effortlessly by Mu Kuang. Seizing the moment of his distraction, he rushed in for another blow. His hands and feet coordinated smoothly, gathering momentum before attacking again. Noticing the flaw, he immediately launched an attack in that direction. Wu Lin smiled faintly, but couldn't hide his tension. He unleashed a deadly, extremely dangerous move. Magic instantly poured from the blade, controlled by Wu Lin. The attack immediately landed on Mu Kuang, the technique striking him and sending him flying. He again glanced at Mu Kuang with disdain. He always thought that sacrificing oneself to save others was foolish. Another technique was unleashed towards his opponent. Seizing the opportunity of Wu Lin's lapse, his hand fumbled for his weapon. Biok Mu Kuang wanted to counterattack, but then suddenly realized. The critical problem was that he had run out of ammunition. Seeing this, Wu Lin was extremely pleased, believing everything was over. Biok Mu Kuang, unconvinced, gripped his sword tightly. He slammed his sword into the ground, agreeing with his decision to end things here. Seeing Mu Kuang's sudden action, Wu Lin couldn't hide his startled and bewildered expression. He used all his strength for one final blow. To finally eliminate his opponent, Mu Kuang detonated hundreds of thunder bombs buried deep underground. Sensing something was wrong, Wu Lin anxiously wondered what was happening. Biok Mu Kuang wanted to die with him, then go to the afterlife to find his son. The earth-shattering explosion then overwhelmed everything. Some time later, Shahar and Li Guol arrived to find the molten lava bubbling furiously. Shahar startled, covered her nose, and analyzed the situation. Tremors continued to shake the earth, causing the lava to flow violently. She was extremely doubtful, feeling as if a natural disaster had struck. Suddenly Wu Liang called them, making them jump and turn around. Li Guol curiously asked his father about the people running frantically towards them. Jiang Gong quickly explained that Mu Kuang had detonated hundreds of thunder bombs under the divine limb boughs. Hearing this, he was shocked and asked again. He detonated all of them, and received an affirmative answer. Very quickly, he regained his gentle expression and asked about the bone collector's situation. Jiang Gong feels like Hyok Wu Lin probably already knows, but now things have come to this. Li Guol felt a little fortunate that the fire wouldn't explode anymore. He looked back at Jiang Gong and Wu Liang's group, then ordered them to split up and investigate the surroundings, signaling if they discovered anything. They quickly accepted the task and left. The old man looked toward Du Ma, who had threatened him to stay, but he didn't feel any problem, because since he was already here, there was nowhere to escape. Li Guol looked down from above at the half-submerged sea below, his mind full of calculations. He wondered if the 5 mountains was where the great war between good and evil ended. Li Guol had heard Du Ma say that hundreds of years ago, for unknown reasons, the patriarchs of the blood demonic heavens had decided to kill the then blood demon Heavenly Lord, the Heavenly Demon. But their plan was discovered, so they shifted the blame to the Murim orthodox path, leading to the war between good and evil. Those people couldn't kill the Heavenly Demon, so they could only seal him away. And the place where he was sealed was beneath the 5 mountains. Li Guol curiously wondered if the Heavenly Demon, sealed for hundreds of years, could survive in this situation. Suddenly, someone found traces of the Biok clan patriarch, pulling him out of his thoughts. Instantly, like a gust of wind, Li Guol quickly rushed off. Everyone, upon hearing the news, went to the Biok clan patriarch. Mu Kuang was still barely alive, shocking everyone. Only then did people notice that the patriarch of House Major Hyearch also seemed to be still alive. Half of Wu Lin's face was buried in the ground, his face showing a look of painful misery. Wu Liang suddenly noticed something unusual. Initially, only 2 people were fighting. They immediately turned to the rear. Who was that person? Li Guol stared in shock at the person in front of him. How could he not have sensed anyone at such a close distance? Though he couldn't see his face clearly, he somehow sensed that he was young. Li Guol quickly stopped everyone's attack. Then he asked them to quickly retreat. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was the Heavenly Demon. He cautiously approached him. Then, without hesitation, he reached out to confirm the truth. Suddenly feeling something was wrong, Li Guol quickly retracted his hand. Before he could touch him, the man launched an attack, sending him flying backward. His eyes widened in disbelief. Li Guol was thrown against a rock, causing it to dent and crack. Immediately, another blow followed, piercing straight through the rock wall towards him. The immediate shock caused the large rock wall to crack and break apart, large rocks falling to the ground, piling up on top of each other with a deafening crash. Shahar, seeing this, couldn't help but panic, showing clear worry, calling out uncle twice. Wu Liang pointed in another direction, so scared he stammered as he looked there. The Heavenly Demon had now risen after completely breaking free from his seal. His eyes shone brightly, his teeth gritted in anger. The Heavenly Demon charged, the surrounding space suddenly becoming dark. He muttered, 600 years have passed. Everyone who saw him was shocked, wondering what was happening, urging caution. Wu Liang gritted his teeth. I inherited the martial arts of the Rising Dragon sect and the chi of the 4 great sects of the First Emperor, even though I was once called the Heavenly Demon. He smiled mysteriously, continuing with cryptic words, but only when death is imminent can one break free from the shell. The Heavenly Demon's return foreshadowed a difficult battle about to begin. Shahar was so scared that he didn't even dare to turn around. Her eyes were fixed on him. Jiang Gong turned around in astonishment and asked, he called himself the Heavenly Demon just now, did I hear wrong? Wu Liang then asked, the Heavenly Demon, the only one called a warrior god in Murim history, isn't he supposed to have been dead for hundreds of years? Zhong Kong wondered aloud. Li Guol, the great warrior, knew he was the Heavenly Demon, that's why he told us to retreat. Hearing this, she began to vaguely understand his actions. On the other side, the Heavenly Demon's power was growing stronger, his deadly aura terrifying everyone. Seeing the grim situation, Wu Liang shouted, regardless, he was once the great demon of the blood demonic heavens, everyone, stay alert. Just then, his floating body gradually touched the ground. The Heavenly Demon's eyes were vacant, devoid of humanity. The power emanating from him was strong enough to destroy everything. Soon after, the Heavenly Demon landed. His appearance terrified everyone. Immediately after, the Heavenly Demon's tightly pressed lips curled into a sinister smile. Wu Liang and the others turned pale with fear. He glanced around his surroundings, then directed his deathly gaze towards them. Seeing him staring blankly, Wu Liang anxiously asked, you still conscious? You claimed to be the Heavenly Demon just now, is that true? His question successfully caught the Heavenly Demon's attention. He spoke heavily, I am the Heavenly Demon, the Heavenly Lord of the blood demonic heavens, and went suddenly, surges of power pierced his brain, forcing him to stop mid-sentence. The incessant headache racked the Heavenly Demon, leaving him in agony. Seeing his strange state, Wu Liang curiously asked, what's wrong with him? But Zhong Kong didn't know either. I don't know, maybe he's experiencing energy deviation. The relentless pain pushed the Heavenly Demon to the brink of madness. Finally, he calmed down, his eyes bloodshot, his deadly aura amplified tenfold. Despite this, the few remaining fighters were determined to prevent him from truly experiencing energy deviation, which greatly fatigued the Heavenly Demon. While irritated, he suddenly spotted Mu Quan lying nearby, waiting to die. The heavenly demon raised his hand, the power within it surging. His next brutal act shocked everyone. Zhang Kong cried out in horror, "Stop!" But things didn't go as planned. A sickening crack echoed, instantly freezing him in place. The unfortunate victim whose neck was broken was Mu Kuang, someone Zhang Kong deeply respected. After killing him, the heavenly demon went even more berserk. Shahar and Zhang Kong cried out in anguish, Biok sect leader. Even powerful figures like Wu Liang and Jiang Gong couldn't hide their shock. At this point, Zhang Kong lost control, intending to draw his sword and fight the heavenly demon to the death. He's the great demon of the blood demonic heavens. How can we reason with him? Jiang Gong wasn't much better. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. The Biok sect leader was senselessly killed by him. Knowing that the current situation was extremely dangerous, the school had already given Shahar some kind instructions. Seeing him going crazy like this, Miss Shahar had to be careful. Hearing that, she immediately replied, "Yes." Because the ghosts that had been hiding behind the walls all this time suddenly poked their heads out to observe. He began to contemplate something. His expression was extremely serious. After a moment of deliberation, Du Ma decided to find another way to survive. He dashed towards the heavenly demon, ignoring Jiang Gong's warning. Du Ma ran while flattering the heavenly demon. "Let me help you, my lord." He ran without noticing the heavenly demon's increasingly bloodthirsty expression. Arriving, Du Ma knelt down respectfully and said, "I was also used and discarded by the blood demonic heavens. I know you were also betrayed by them." The headmasters were so shocked by this revelation that everyone was stunned. Wu Liang exclaimed in disbelief, the heavenly demon was betrayed by the blood demons. Meanwhile, Du Ma continued his flattery, "I'm willing to help you, let me avenge you." The heavenly demon looked at him with an indifferent expression, as if he were a clown. Shahar began to feel something was wrong and instinctively stepped back. She gradually realized his current state. He couldn't hear anything. Under the watchful eyes of many, the heavenly demon gently lifted his foot. Then, without any mercy, he stomped down. The sound of crunching bones made everyone's hair stand on end. Seeing the heavenly demon attack again, Wu Liang panicked and commanded, "Quickly form the formation." The 5 people immediately pointed their swords at him, each of them extremely tense. Wu Liang said helplessly, "If we don't attack first, the next one to die will be us." There was no turning back. Shahar gripped her sword hilt, her heart surprisingly calm. "Uncle, you all right?" At this point, she decided to fight the heavenly demon to the end to protect her life. Below, the magma continued to flow. Despite the cooling weather, its heat did not subside, but instead intensified. In another space, where Li Guo was drifting, he finally regained consciousness, but his entire body was numb. Li Guo tried to move, but couldn't. His dantian was sealed. He couldn't control any qi. As he was submerged in a sea of consciousness, a voice suddenly rang out, "I am the heavenly demon, the lord of the blood demonic heavens," and Li Guo blamed himself. "It's all my fault." In that situation, it was probably the heavenly demon. "I should have been more cautious." After several moments of self-reproach, he began to pay attention to the heavenly demon's mumbling. During his awakening, the heavenly demon unconsciously revealed, the rising dragon emperor gave birth to Four Fist. Four Fist gave birth to Four Dao gave birth to Four Spear, and the Spear sect gave birth to the Sword sect. Over 600 years have passed. Li Guo began to analyze, Four Fist, Four Dao, Four Spear. The Sword sect, perhaps it refers to those who created the unparalleled fist, blade, spear, and sword martial arts of the Grand Master. Could the origin of all martial veins be from the heavenly demon of the rising dragon sect? But what's important now isn't his qi. The power sealed within the 5 mountains, its origin. If this power isn't broken, Shahar will be in danger. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer one must be. He couldn't use his qi, so he would use the resonant power of the tea offering method. With one last push, at the moment he thought of Shahar, Li Guo's qi exploded. In just a very short time, 2 people lost their lives. Both Mu Kuang and Du Ma suffered extremely painful deaths. Seemingly, his headache returned, beginning to ravage the heavenly demon's nervous system, causing him immense suffering. Yet the deathly aura surrounding him still surged as before. Wu Liang nervously gripped his weapon, thinking to himself, that person's mind isn't very clear right now. This is the chance. Thinking that, he said, quick battle, quick victory. If you still have qi, use all your strength. Use each person's renowned techniques to stop the heavenly demon and avenge the Biok sect leader. With that, the 5 of them leaped forward, flying straight towards the heavenly demon who was writhing in pain. Shahar also brought her determination into the battle. Great warriors, I'll lend a hand. Despite his unclear state of mind, the heavenly demon was more than capable of noticing a few insignificant people approaching. The moment someone shouted, "Die, heavenly demon," he suddenly turned around, and a huge explosion with devastating power occurred immediately afterward. Everything around was destroyed and scattered. Shahar saw nothing, anxiously asking, "Did you kill him?" Jiang Gong beside her, equally restless, replied, "I don't know." Then he said, "If he really is the heavenly demon, then perhaps." They were still shrouded in smoke and dust, unable to see each other. A moment later, a sinewy hand suddenly emerged from the smoke and dust. With considerable effort, he grabbed Wu Liang's weapon. Then, the heavenly demon pulled with a little force, and he was flung from the ground. A second later, Wu Liang's painful scream rang out, lost in the shocked sounds of the others. "Young great warrior." The agony rendered Wu Liang speechless before he died. After finishing him off, the heavenly demon unceremoniously threw his body behind him. Jiang Gong seeing this, his strength began to rapidly decline. Witnessing everything that had just happened, Jiang Gong understood two things. First, this person was indeed the heavenly demon. Second, if he was truly the heavenly demon, called the warrior god, then why was he so foolish as to confront him? After realizing this truth, he stammered, "Run." With that, he turned and ran. The four of them leaped to escape the jaws of death. At that moment, Shahar gradually understood, why didn't I think of that? Someone who could knock out Uncle in an instant, how could we fight back? Even though he realized the truth too late, Jiang Gong still couldn't escape the heavenly demon's pursuit. The sword that was firmly in his hand was now out of Jiang Gong's reach. And in the hands of the destroyer of all, the heavenly demon, he stared intently at the sword with an unusual pensive look. Seeing that the sword was quite good, the heavenly demon tested a few swings in the air. Immediately afterward, the nearby cliff face was shattered. Shahar, seeing this, sympathetically called out, "Guak great warrior," but Trung Kong was more composed, warning her, "Hurry, Shahar great warrior." The moment he saw what was in front of him, his face froze. Shahar beside him was equally shocked. Before her now stood the heavenly demon, the one who had just taken 2 lives. His expression remained emotionless as before, the deathly aura surrounding him sent chills down her spine. A second later, the two of them leaped forward in unison under the heavenly demon's icy gaze. Though he himself wasn't feeling steady, Trung Kong gently reminded her, "Steady your mind. Because it seems we can't run anymore. If that's the case, let's at least put up a fight." And Shahar strongly agreed with him. The heavenly demon looked hesitantly at the two, unsure which one to strike down first. Even though he knew the outcome, Shahar still said with great enthusiasm, "Let's fight until the last moment." The school also has the same thought as her. But just as he was about to charge, the side of death suddenly descended. The pain caused his brain to freeze. A second later, Trung Kong's body fell freely before Shahar's eyes. He landed heavily on the ground, Trung Kong weakly lamenting. How frustrating, from the beginning, there wasn't a single chance of winning, he finished, before taking his last breath. Shahar, witnessing this, began to tremble uncontrollably with fear. But facing this situation, she bravely picked up her sword to fight. Shahar used all her strength to unleash her 13th technique. One sword breaks the mountain, one sword strikes heaven, towards him. After completing the technique, she was almost completely exhausted. Surprisingly, the heavenly demon's hands showed several wounds from the technique she had just used. Seeing this, the heavenly demon's expression shifted from indifference to sudden interest. Shahar's sword-holding hand suddenly trembled uncontrollably. A moment later, the sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Shahar let out painful sounds. On the opposite side, the heavenly demon still wore that cold expression. For some reason, Shahar's body suddenly went limp like noodles. She fell powerlessly to the ground. It turned out the heavenly demon had been using an invisible power to torment her all this time. While doing so, he suddenly noticed something. The heavenly demon casually glanced over and said, "The unbending, her." The expression on Shahar's face froze, thinking he had forgotten her. But no, Shahar was lifted into the air by an invisible force. Then, the heavenly demon used that power to strangle her neck, causing Shahar to let out agonizing screams. The heavenly demon coldly asked, "Tell me his name." In her agony, she could only manage to whisper, "Li Guol uncle." Hearing the name Li Guol, the heavenly demon unexpectedly furrowed his brow. Having achieved his purpose, he casually said, "Then die." With those words, he increased his grip, causing Shahar immense suffering. Just as she was about to die, he was suddenly attacked by some unknown force. The heavenly demon was flung far away, even crashing into the surrounding rocks with a loud thud. Shahar was also released. She dazedly thought, "So it ends like this. Now I can finally fall." Thinking Shahar would land on the cold ground, but at that moment, a hand caught her. Li Guol appeared and caught Shahar just as she fainted. Immediately afterward, a large explosion occurred. The heavenly demon suddenly emerged from the rubble with a gleeful smile on his face. He looked down at Li Guol below and repeatedly muttered, "Interesting, how interesting." His chi was now exploding. Li Guol angrily roared, "Die." His magical power condensed and emitted a pale green light illuminating Wu Liang and Natfu lying flat on the ground. Not only that, a few meters away, Trung Kong looked no less miserable. The one treated most gently was perhaps Shahar, but she was now unconscious. The nearby lava continued to rise and bubble more violently. 2 pale purple-yellow lights suddenly appeared in the quiet night sky. On the heavenly demon's side, he maintained his cold expression, but his indifference had lessened considerably. In contrast, Li Guol on the other side became increasingly colder, radiating a strong killing intent. 1 second before, they were observing and assessing each other. The next, they charged at each other like moths to a flame. Their powers collided, creating an explosion that shook the entire space. The heavenly demon leaped, intending to strike down his sword on Li Guo's head. But Li Guo quickly saw through his intentions and blocked the attack. The two fought back and forth fiercely. The explosions happened every 3 to 5 minutes. The chase between him and the heavenly demon officially began. He moved so fast that only a streak of light could be seen surrounding him. A moment later, the heavenly demon seemed to regain his fighting spirit, darting towards him. Li Guo, without hesitation, charged straight towards him. The two collided so fast that their figures were invisible. The impact illuminated everything for a brief moment. In the silent space, the wind howled and dust swirled. Li Guo's heavy breathing was clearly audible, but the fighting spirit in his eyes remained fierce. The heavenly demon was equally exhausted, but he didn't pant as heavily. However, the sword the heavenly demon had casually snatched was bravely sacrificed in the last clash. He didn't even glance at it, throwing it away like a toy rather than a weapon, and nonchalantly said, "Not bad. But it's meaningless, hand over the unbending." After a while, Li Guo solemnly asked, "You are the heavenly demon?" He didn't bother to hide it, confidently admitting, "I was once called that." Li Guo smiled mysteriously upon hearing this. That smile left the heavenly demon utterly perplexed. Feeling he had recovered, Li Guo shot towards him, saying, "Perhaps I've said this before. You will die." With that, he assumed a stance, preparing to unleash a surprise attack on the heavenly demon. Soon, the distance between Li Guo and the heavenly demon rapidly decreased. He thought the attack would be unstoppable, but the result wasn't as he expected. The heavenly demon used his bare hand to block his sword. Not only that, he used it to pull him aside, intending to execute him as he had done before. But luckily, Li Guo broke free and regained his freedom. Moments later, they clashed again before separating. Interestingly, someone bled this time. And it was the heavenly demon, although the wound on his hand was deep, with his powerful qi. He could easily recover from it in a short time. Soon, the wound was almost completely healed. Amidst the howling wind and outside noises, the heavenly demon suddenly spoke, "All right," and a second later, provocatively added, "Let's see another round then." The two figures, having only briefly separated, charged at each other again. The heavenly demon continuously unleashed deadly kicks, while Li Guo's attacks were equally formidable. The heavenly demon's techniques, though barehanded, were enough to give Li Guo a hard time. Seeing that he hadn't recovered, the heavenly demon seized the opportunity to finish him off from above. His descent was perhaps even faster than a charging bull. Below, while waiting for him to land for another attack, Li Guo quickly channeled his qi, increasing its potency exponentially. Thus, before he landed, Li Guo was ready to counterattack. After fighting for a while, Li Guo thought to himself, "Without any weapon, he's already this strong. As I predicted, the heavenly demon is getting stronger, perhaps even surpassing me. But now isn't the time for these thoughts." Meanwhile, the heavenly demon seized the opportunity while he was distracted to attack. His previously favored sword was unexpectedly abandoned. Li Guo, filled with fighting spirit, thought, "If I don't kill him, I'll die, and everyone at the Thousand Sword Academy will die with me." The heavenly demon suddenly let out a sinister smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Their energies collided, creating a brilliant light that seemed to incinerate the space around them. The thudding sound of their blows echoed incessantly. It seemed that fighting a worthy opponent was bringing the heavenly demon great pleasure. Now the abandoned sword was put to good use again. He used his qi to lift it up high and scolded, "What an idiot." Li Guo, on the other hand, also needed a weapon, and he thought of Shahar. Glancing at the sword at her hip, he decided to borrow it for a bit and return it later. The heavenly demon, leisurely at first, suddenly noticed something. This time, it wasn't people fighting, but swords. The two swords clashed with a deafening clang, sparks flying in the air. The heavenly demon, standing below, continuously manipulated his sword to overpower him. But this proved ineffective, so he retracted his sword. The sword rested in the heavenly demon's hand. On the other side, Li Guo quickly grabbed his own sword. After observing for a while, he silently concluded that even the resonance power was quite good. Li Guo was lost in thought when the heavenly demon's voice suddenly boomed, "Is that the unbending?" Before he could answer, the heavenly demon asked another question, "What sect are you from?" Mid-battle, the question about his origins caught Li Guo off guard. While he hesitated, the heavenly demon continued, "Do you know Sandaigang, the founder of the Thousand Sword Academy?" The scene shifted to a very old book. Li Guo recalled a passage mentioning Guo Nhi, a demon. He looked at the person in front of him, though it was hard to believe. Li Guo looked at the person before him with sharp eyes, but what his master wrote in his journal. The person before him was the heavenly demon. Could it be true that the founder of the Thousand Sword Academy was the heavenly demon? The heavenly demon looked at Li Guo. "From the look on your face, you've figured it out, haven't you?" Li Guo was struck speechless, then he countered, "Why mention the founder of my sect?" The heavenly demon chuckled triumphantly, "Indeed." Li Guo pressed on, radiating killing intent. "You are Sandaigang, the founder." The heavenly demon replied, "I am the heavenly demon." He pointed his sword at Li Guo. "The one sword breaks mountain sword technique has 18 moves. From the looks of it, you've mastered it." Li Guo's sword hand pointed towards the ground. He remained silent, his face grim. He seemed furious. The heavenly demon stared back. I never thought anyone could perfectly master my teachings. What generation of disciple are you? Li Guol didn't answer, only staring intently. Then, silently, he raised his sword, pointing it to the side. His sword pointed towards the fallen. Li Guol looked at him. They didn't deserve to die like that. The heavenly demon simply replied, I had no choice. He explained to Li Guol, the consequence of being sealed for so long, to protect my imperfect body, is that I'm programmed to utterly defeat any opponent, even at the slightest threat. Li Guol was completely unmoved. If the founder is a ruthless murderer of innocents, then death is better than freedom. The heavenly demon sneered, agreeing, you're not wrong. Then, he was surrounded by dark purple lightning. His voice was filled with contempt. I've long forgotten about founding the Thousand Sword Academy. The heavenly demon flung his sword into the air. The sword spun several times before falling to the ground with a clang. The heavenly demon, now enveloped in his own killing intent, spoke in a low voice, what remains of me is not the chivalrous spirit of a martial artist, but only revenge. I must have revenge. He clutched his forehead, causing Li Guol to flinch. He looked helplessly at the man before him, another energy deviation. The heavenly demon's hand gathered a mass of killing intent. He stood still, unleashing a burst of power that sent dust and debris flying. A piece of Li Guol's clothing flew away in the wind. He managed to grab another piece about to follow. Li Guol radiated killing intent no less than the heavenly demons. He grabbed the two sides of his lower garment and tied them tightly. Li Guol began to swing his sword, his body enveloped in a fiery golden light. The heavenly demon was not to be outdone, his eyes bloodshot. He commanded, hand over the unbending. Li Guol stood in the golden light, without hesitation answering him, I can't give it to you. He opened his eyes and looked at him with determination. If you want to kill innocent people for revenge, then even if I am the founder of the sect, I will not let you live. The heavenly demon looked at the man before him, confidently speaking those words with a smirk. He raised his hand, palm open and facing forward. The sword seemed to sense the call and flew into his hand. The heavenly demon gripped the sword, flying closer and once again ordering him to hand over the unbending. He swung his sword, attacking Li Guol. Li Guol leaped into the air, swinging his sword back to gain momentum. His blade shone with a golden light. The two clashed in mid-air, causing a massive explosion. The explosion produced an incredibly blinding light. On one side was Li Guol, on the other, the heavenly demon, gold against black. They fought evenly matched. Li Guol parried the heavenly demon's attack while pondering, after hundreds of years, still consumed by revenge, what truly happened. Their blades clashed, creating a blinding flash and a thunderous roar. Seeing the heavenly demon prepare another attack, Li Guol remained lost in thought. He gave up the name Sandaegang, the Thousand Sword Academy, to become the heavenly demon of the blood demonic heavens. There must be a reason. He looked at the man before him, his eyes filled with vigilance. The two continued their aerial duel, neither gaining an advantage. Li Guol remained lost in thought. My master's journal mentions them. What happened between them and the heavenly demon? Sweat poured down his face. No matter what, if I can't stop the heavenly demon here. Li Guol knew that if he failed, the Jianghu would be plunged into chaos once more. I can't let that happen. He charged towards the heavenly demon, unleashing the first move of the one-sword break mountain technique. Even if it means risking my life, I must stop him. He lunged forward like an arrow, preparing to strike the heavenly demon. The powerful downward strike was easily blocked. The heavenly demon scoffed, useless. But then, the heavenly demon realized Li Guol's intentions were different. The sword didn't stop, continuing its trajectory towards him. Li Guol's eyes flashed golden as he muttered, continuing with the second move. Instantly, Li Guol moved like a gust of wind towards him. The heavenly demon leaped into the air, looking down at Li Guol. His eyes were filled with contempt. One sword break mountain, how laughable. He dove downwards, continuing his mockery. One sword break mountain is just one of hundreds of martial arts techniques I've created. Do you think it can defeat me? Li Guol dodged the attack and retaliated. You won't know unless you try. He unleashed the third move, spinning his sword around his body. The heavenly demon easily countered the attack again. He watched as Li Guol continued with the first, second, and third moves in rapid succession. The two fought with earth-shattering force, dust and smoke obscuring their vision. The heavenly demon smirked. So, this was your plan all along. Li Guol unleashed the moves of one sword break heaven, one after another, the 8th, the 9th. By the 13th move, they created an earthquake that shook the heavens and the earth. The heavenly demon seemed to have been struck. He groaned in pain. Li Guol continued his relentless assault, pressing his advantage. The 14th move. The 15th move, they were like two colliding tornadoes. The 16th move, Li Guol swung his sword towards the heavenly demon. A downward strike, his blade crackling with lightning, but it missed the heavenly demon. The attack missed its target as the heavenly demon leaped into the air. Li Guol didn't stop there. He unleashed the 17th move, charging like a golden tiger. He spun, continuing his assault on the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was wounded by this attack. He groaned but still smirked. Li Guol was like a golden whirlwind, striking into the sphere of black lightning surrounding the heavenly demon. Li Guo's sword blade was now ablaze, small lightning bolts were emitted from the holes on the sword body, it was at its final stage. The heavenly demon watched Li Guo's fiery assault. He realized that only by executing the one sword break mountain technique in perfect sequence could the final move be unleashed. Heavenly Demon seemed very excited. He challenged Li Guo to charge. Li Guo officially launched his 18th move. His whole body emitted a dazzling golden light. He created a gigantic sword, the ultimate soul blade. The sword aimed straight at the Heavenly Demon and slashed down. He parried the blow while praising Li Guo's prowess. The Heavenly Demon said to Li Guo, "I never expected anyone to truly reach the realm of the ultimate soul blade." His strike created a deafening explosion. The area around them erupted in flames, incinerating everything. The flames gradually subsided after some time. Li Guo slowly descended to the ground. Li Guo looked down. Although hoping the Heavenly Demon would never wake again, he was still the Heavenly Demon. A hint of fear and anxiety appeared in his eyes. Was that the only move I could use? He agonized, having resolved never to use that ultimate technique again. The sword was enveloped in golden lightning. Li Guo prepared his final ultimate move, reaching the ultimate supreme. Li Guo drew a yin-yang symbol, grand pureness and lesser yang combining into the supreme pole. Thus, the sword is one, the mind is one, though one, it can be 100, hence the name myriad swords converge as one. His eyes flashed and he declared, "Sword of ultimate wisdom." The sword channeled all its power into the yin-yang circle. Li Guo pushed the circle downwards from above, hurtling at terrifying speed. His hand still gripped the hilt, lightning coursing through his arm. The Heavenly Demon's voice echoed from ahead, though he was nowhere to be seen. "To achieve the Taiji King's sword realm through your one sword breaks mountain swordsmanship, I never would have imagined it." Then he appeared, the Heavenly Demon surrounded by a dark purple aura. His voice held a hint of caution, "But I must be wary of such power." He smirked and said to Li Guo, "Let me show you something interesting." With that, he soared into the air, level with Li Guo. The Heavenly Demon's sword hand swung his weapon downwards, preparing to counterattack. He flew higher, his entire body enveloped in dark red aura. Li Guo stared intently. "That's Aura's sphere." Seeing the Heavenly Demon's crimson blazing sword, he thought, only one with transcendent sword energy can utilize Aura's sphere, only reaching the peak can one unleash this legendary realm. The Heavenly Demon smirked, his eyes blazing red. "Let's end this." Li Guo gritted his teeth. "As you wish." The two clashed, creating a blinding sphere of light. Rocks and debris were flung everywhere by the force. The light illuminated the Heavenly Demon's face. He enthusiastically agreed. Li Guo unleashed a flurry of strikes at his opponent. He created smaller yin-yang circles surrounding a larger one. Li Guo swung his sword in a circle, slashing forward. The smaller yin-yang circles, enveloped in golden light, shot forward, all aimed at the Heavenly Demon. He spun his sword to deflect them, his blade moving so fast it left trails of black swirling energy. Li Guo was no less skilled, his sword dances creating lightning around him. They clashed for a while before being flung back. The Heavenly Demon was surprised. "I can't move while using the Great Absolute Aura." Then, like an arrow, he shot towards Li Guo's position. Then, killing the user will do. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon's eyes widened. He'd seen something. Li Guo's sword hilt glowed brightly, even though no one was holding it. He raised two fingers to his forehead, seemingly preparing a new attack. Li Guo thought, resonating tea-offering method. Only then did the Heavenly Demon notice lights approaching from behind, unsure what they were. Turning around, the Heavenly Demon froze, golden scales. These were glowing hexagons hurtling towards him at terrifying speed. The hexagons pierced through the Heavenly Demon, leaving him no time to react other than to fall backwards. The Heavenly Demon was sent crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. He was pierced by the golden scales and groaned in pain. His body was now full of holes and streaks of light. At this moment, the yin and yang images from earlier flew down from above extremely quickly. Li Guo clasped his hands, his eyes shining brightly, confidently declaring the end. Following this, the yin and yang symbols plunged directly towards the fallen Heavenly Demon, creating a terrifying explosion that illuminated a corner of the sky. After the explosion, dust and smoke billowed, obscuring everything. Rocks and earth flew everywhere in the air. After a while, they gradually fell to the ground, piece by piece. The dust and smoke gradually dissipated, and everything became quiet. Li Guo stood firm. He had almost depleted his chi. If he had been a little slower, the loser would have been him. Li Guo looked ahead, pondering, even if he was the Heavenly Demon, he probably wouldn't survive such a powerful energy blast. Suddenly, his eyes widened, astonished by what he saw. In the dissipating smoke and dust, a shadowy figure could be vaguely seen. The Heavenly Demon was still alive, although slightly unsteady. He could still stand. His body was covered in large and small wounds, causing him to groan. Then, he suddenly let out a yell, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Li Guo looked at him and took a few cautious steps back. He was incredibly surprised that he had survived in that state. He stared at the Heavenly Demon. Could he be immortal? The Heavenly Demon could now stand straight. His body was riddled with large and small holes. His eyes and sword glowed a deep red. The heavenly demon smiled excitedly at Li Guo, seemingly pleased to have finally found a worthy opponent. The heavenly demon raised his sword, pointing it towards the sky. Countless golden lights rose from the ground in the direction he pointed. Then, he swung his hand downwards, still smiling and saying to Li Guo, "Go die." Immediately, those lights all rushed towards Li Guo's position. Another earth-shattering explosion echoed, dust and smoke billowed again, and the golden scales reappeared, seemingly descending. Li Guo reached out, intending to control them. But the hexagonal shapes still rushed towards him. Li Guo had no choice but to dodge. The golden scales plunged towards him, hitting the ground. Li Guo avoided them by leaping into the air. He thought, the resonance power is uncontrollable now. While dodging, he thought, the scales are completely under the heavenly demon's control. In that situation, how could he? In the end, Li Guo couldn't avoid all of them. He was struck by the golden scales, causing him to fall to the ground. The wound from the scales burst open, causing him to bleed profusely. Li Guo just managed to stand up when he was startled. Behind him was a chasm. A deep, bottomless chasm, its bottom invisible. The heavenly demon raised his sword, pointing it at Li Guo, his smile still in place. Li Guo couldn't advance and he couldn't retreat. After being injured by the scales, he had no more energy to use. He couldn't avoid it anymore. Li Guo looked up, seeing countless golden scales still falling. Must it end like this? The heavenly demon swung his sword, seemingly preparing a final blow to finish him off. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Uncle." Li Guo turned his head towards the sound. The voice called out again. This time, he recognized who it was. Li Guo looked towards the source of the sound, calling out Shaha. She lay on the ground, trying to tell him not to lose. Li Guo felt his spirit revived. He agreed with Shaha, full of determination. He used his remaining energy to unleash a new technique. Li Guo thought, until now, I've always used resonant power on objects. This time, I'll use it on my own body. Li Guo's hands glowed with a golden light. Immediately, his whole body glowed, surrounded by the oncoming golden scales. They struck like arrows, flying straight towards him. Li Guo suddenly widened his eyes, staring ahead in astonishment. Countless golden rays pierced his body. Li Guo was pushed by an immense force and fell into the chasm. The blow only lasted a moment, but Li Guo was severely injured, his blood spattering everywhere. The scene shifts to a temple at Mount Gawa, a roof with a wind chime, swaying and tinkling in the wind. At the first mountain of the southeast hall of the living Buddha. Inside are two golden Buddha statues with countless offerings arranged around them. Below, Gongwei and Dan Hak are meditating. The wind chime sways and tinkles again. Gongwei heard that and seemed to realize something. He glanced at the bell. He looked out the window for a moment and then sighed. Then he called Dan Hak. Hearing his master, Dan Hak opened his eyes. He answered his master while Gongwei continued to look out the window. Then, turning around, he said to Dan Hak, "It seems you must leave the monastery." Dan Hak asked in surprise. Gongwei explained, "I saw Li Guo. It seems he needs help." Dan Hak was also surprised to hear the name. He continued, "Although it won't be easy, you must find him. In all the world, only you can find him." Dan Hak was a little flustered, but then thought of his master. Then, he brightened, "My cultivation is still not deep enough." Gongwei simply sat there chanting Amitabha Buddha. Dan Hak immediately felt reassured. Gongwei reassured him, "It's all right, Dan Hak." He looked at him. "Based on the tea ceremony you learned from me, and the power bestowed by Buddha, you'll be able to find the missing child. I hope you can care for sentient beings and not commit violence." Dan Hak bowed, showing understanding. He nodded, agreeing to obey his master. Then Dan Hak knelt and kowtowed to his master. A moment later, Gongwei saw him off, reminding him carefully, "It's cold. Wear a few cotton coats." Dan Hak, with his luggage on his shoulder, bowed goodbye. At Mount Gawa, where the temple is located, the sky was clear today. In the hall, Dan Hak asked, "The person who said I must enter the world, I'm a little worried. Will someone like me bring trouble to the world?" Gongwei nodded. "Gong Shizhu, you know you absolutely must not use all your power arbitrarily." He reminded him to remember the Buddhist teachings. Dan Hak nodded, "Yes, master." He smiled and said to Gongwei, "When I was in the mortal world, I was the eldest son of blacksmith Chul Wong. My family always made a living from blacksmithing. Even if you give me teachings as vast as the ocean, I am still me. If I have power, I will use it to work hard. You don't need to worry." Gongwei bowed. "Amitabha Buddha, take care." Having spoken, he slowly raised his head and looked ahead. There was no one there. Dan Hak was gone. Gongwei chuckled twice. He looked into the distance. The Buddha's will is truly unfathomable. How could it be? On a path between two cliffs, one could hear the rest of Gongwei's words bestowing power upon Gong Shizhu. A ray of light flashed across the clear blue sky. On the road, a person was seen leaping in large strides. This was Dan Hak, leaping along. He thought, "It's been more than a year since I left the mortal world. I wonder how everyone is doing. What happened to Li Guo, my senior brother?" Dan Hak remembered those he hadn't seen in a long time. His father, his senior brother Li Guo, Bakja Old Master, the members of the Thousand Sword Academy, and he remembered So Ryong's face. "I miss you, young miss." The scene shifts to outside the Murim Alliance's leaders' hall. A majestic and sturdy hall stands on the mountain. Inside the hall, on the table are numerous letters. A voice says, "These are all petitions from the 100 members of Murim." Sun Pyo continues, "They are all worried about the conflict between the Byok clan and House Major Hyak. They hope we'll quickly send Murim Alliance martial artists there." Wonki remembers Lee Guol's cold face and sighs. The senior has gone to the battlefield himself. Why is no one patient? He pondered, it seems I can't agree with the 100 members of Murim. Then Wonki turns to Sun Pyo, "I've secretly sent a demon slayer to the 5 mountains, let's wait a little longer." So Ryon, sitting beside them, listens in silence. Then she sits with her arms crossed and sighs. Both Wonki and Sun Pyo look at her. Wonki calls her name, and she turns in surprise. Wonki doesn't miss this detail. Stroking his chin, he asks, "So worried about the senior?" So Ryon covers her mouth, embarrassedly denying it. Then, propping her chin, she replies, still slightly embarrassed, "Who in the world could injure my Guol brother? I'm just worried about Shahar big sister and her brother." Suddenly, someone calls the alliance leader outside the door. Then Cheongwon's voice is heard. The old man forcefully enters, followed by a soldier. "It's me, I've come to speak with the alliance leader." Wonki recognizes him and calls him Cheongwon sage. Before Wonki can speak, Cheongwon says, "Jang Kyong, who infiltrated the blood demonic heavens, sent a message." Then, the soldier presents a letter. "Please read this." Wonki takes the letter. After reading it, he is stunned. Sun Pyo and So Ryon, seeing his expression, anxiously ask, "Alliance leader, what is it?" He only sighs. Then he looks at everyone seriously, pauses, and says, "They are all dead." 5 people, standing and sitting, surround the table and the numerous letters. The letter from Cheongwon states, "The city walls were breached, and the bodies of the young patriarch, Byok Hwon-do, were found. The disciples of the Byok clan have scattered. No survivors have been found. We are still searching for the Byok clan leader, Bitch Woo Kwon, and House Major Hyak's master, Hyok Woo Lin. The whereabouts of the great warrior Lee Guol and Shahar Young Miss of the Thousand Sword Academy are unknown. The emergency demon slayer has preceded the blood demonic heavens and is searching the area near House Major Hyak." Signed, Jang Kyong. So Ryon, seeing the contents of the letter, breaks into a sweat, looking startled. Sun Pyo is also quite flustered. "I didn't expect the Byok clan to actually destroy House Major Hyak." Wonki just grunts in response. Cheongwon and the soldier behind stared at them without saying anything. Finally the first sound that came out was So Lyong's cry. She covered her face and cried. Wonki beside her called out to her in confusion, but she remained silent, only covering her face with her hands. Cheongwon said to Wonki, "We must act now." Hearing this, Wonki could only bow his head. The situation was very complicated. Cheongwon looked at him and said decisively, "But it's already a matter of mutual destruction. Whoever can best handle the aftermath is in the right." He continued, "We must act one step ahead of the blood demonic heavens, before the great war between righteous and demonic forces erupts." He also gave Wonki some advice. The danger of the great war between righteous and demonic forces isn't just between the blood demonic heavens and the Murim alliance. The fact that the great Ming emperor doesn't interfere in Jianghu is absolutely not because he lacks the power. Li Guol's image appeared. If the aftermath of the great war affects the lives of the people, or if there are signs of a weakening imperial power, then the army of hundreds of imperial guards could turn towards Jianghu at any time. Wonki said nothing. He simply closed his eyes to calm himself. After a while, he said to everyone present, "Many people have already shed blood for this. We cannot have any conflict with the blood demonic heavens." Wonki walked to the door, then turned back to Cheongwon. "Sage, please temporarily oversee the Murim alliance. I will go and check the situation myself and return." Cheongwon agreed. Suddenly, So Lyong called out to him. She said to Wonki, "I want to go too." He turned his head to look at her. He saw her face, full of confusion but also determination. Finally, Wonki agreed to let So Lyong go with him. It was another clear morning at the Murim Alliance Hall. At the mountain where the martial artists perished, only ruins remained. The wind blew incessantly. Below the precipice were burning hot lava flows. Suddenly, voices could be heard. "The deputy leader has arrived at the 5 mountains as the alliance leader instructed. Hurry up." The leader of the demon slayers, Jang Kyong, addressed his team. "The blood demonic heavens apprentices to House Major Hyak. We don't know when they will arrive here. We must quickly find any survivors." After a clear, simultaneous command, countless figures leaped into action. Jang Kyong stood on a rocky outcrop, looking down. He hesitated, questioning. Looking out at the barren, ruined mountain in the distance, everything scorched. This earth-shattering scene. What kind of battle had taken place here? Suddenly, a groan was heard. Jang Kyong jumped, turning around. He quickly jumped to where the groan came from. It was Shahar. She was pinned under a large rock and groaning in excruciating pain. Jang Kyong discovered her. "Shahar, are you all right?" He sat down beside her and helped her up. Shahar weakly replied to the deputy leader. She weakly called out, "Uncle," but Jang Kyong interrupted. "The demon slayers are still searching the area. Your condition is serious. It's best to speak as little as possible." Shahar leaned against the large rock, wiping away tears. Everyone else is dead. Uncle, please, you must find Uncle. Jiang Qiang was stunned when he heard that, his pupils constricted as he looked at her. He stood up and pondered. The Beck family and House Major Hayak erupted in an unprecedented battle. In the end, both sides were suicide bombers. He looked up at the dark, lightless sky. Although the demon slayers finally found a survivor on the 5 mountains, the site of the fierce battle, only Shahar remained. The sky is pitch black, devoid of light. This battle cost countless martial artists their lives. Affected by this, Jianghu will fall into an even greater vortex. At the Biok clan's grave mound, located in Hobart province. The place is covered in extremely cold snow. Numerous graves are buried under a thick layer of snow. Gong Sunqi, the undefeated immortal, Wi Wu Liang. Kwai Dao Guak Chu Il, Sir Jiang Gong, those who once walked alone in Jianghu, upholding justice, now rest here after fighting alongside the Biok clan. At 2 graves, one belonging to the Biok clan leader, Biok Mu Quan, and the other to the Biok clan junior chief, Biok Huan Du. They, along with 1,000 disciples of the Biok clan, rest here after the battle with House Major Hayak. Before the graves of the deceased stood a figure in a red cloak. It was Shahar, now injured in her right eye. She clasped her hands in front of her, bowing respectfully. I will not forget your deaths. She stood there, lost in thought in the wind, choked with emotion. I will remember. Then Shahar turned to leave, her back a lonely silhouette in the wind and snow. Suddenly, she remembered her uncle. Shahar's eyes clouded as she began to recall. A supreme expert, who obtained enlightenment through observation alone. Li Guo's image appeared. He said to her, you have talent, think carefully. Shahar, images of her comrades flashed before her, one by one. Their battle, Shahar straightened her back, her posture resolute. All the moments you experienced on the battlefield. She looked up, speaking in her heart to Li Guo. Look, uncle, I will protect the 1,000 Sword Academy well. Looking out at the distant mountains and rivers, she silently vowed, I will protect the Jianghu you wanted to protect. At the residence of the 100 members of Murim in the Murim Alliance, at the Murim Alliance Hall of the Righteous. Shahar pushed open the door and stepped into the hall. Upon entering, she saw someone already there. Shahar asked the woman, you here to see Un Solion? She replied, her voice slightly apprehensive, denying it. Then she said to Shahar, I heard you're staying here temporarily. Shahar didn't understand what the woman wanted to know. May I ask who you are? The woman covered her mouth and introduced herself. I am Murongji of the renowned Murong clan. Shahar then realized she was from the renowned Murong clan. Murongji took out a carefully wrapped letter and presented it in front of Shahar, saying, although it might make Shahar female knight feel inconvenient, but I came here to convey my thoughts on behalf of my brother. Shahar was startled when she saw the letter. She remembered Murongchion's face, hesitantly apologized to her. Murongji, seeming to anticipate Shahar's reaction, added, I understand your feelings, esteemed heroine. Then, she moved the letter closer to Shahar, her voice pleading, just once, please read this. Shahar finally accepted the letter. Silently, she watched Murongji close the door and leave. A moment later, Shahar sat down and opened the letter. Inside, Murongchion wrote, Shahar, forgive my audacity in speaking the name that has always resided deep within my heart. Forgive Murongchion's incompetence for uttering a name he shouldn't and has no right to speak. Shahar paused, speechless. She continued reading, when I first saw you, Lady Shahar, winning first place at the Murim tournament. Perhaps it was then that Murongchion etched you into his heart. Although this affection led me down a wrong path, Murongchion dares not hope for your forgiveness. I know that Thousand Sword Academy suffered greatly because of my narrow-mindedness. Its reputation severely damaged. Forgiveness alone cannot undo the harm. Therefore, Murongchion considers keeping you in his heart a kind of sin. The scene shifts to Murongchion kneeling on the ground, trembling and weeping over Huan Du's death. He had thought long and hard. Since the Grand Master of Thousand Sword Academy gave him a new life, he'd constantly pondered how to live. Murongchion yearned to stand upright before so young and Thousand Sword Academy, as the eldest son of the renowned Murong clan, a member of the Murim Alliance, and a righteous knight-errant. Murongchion felt that, perhaps after a long time, they would meet again. Then, he would properly kneel and apologize to her and Thousand Sword Academy. Upon reaching this point, Shahar covered her mouth, bowed her head slightly, and softly whispered, Master Mo Yong. Then, looking out the window, she silently wished him strength, and resolved to strive hard herself. Night fell, the moon high above was partially obscured by clouds. From below, it appeared further veiled by bamboo leaves. The scene was utterly melancholic. 50 wandering members of the League of Renegades, tasked by Song Jiok, were releasing sky lanterns in the forest. One of them looked around suspiciously. He asked the leader, We're so far from Zhongyuan, we still going much further? The leader turned around and said, Almost there, don't complain. The bald man beside him agreed. What does it matter if it's a bit further? We've got 100 silver Niangs waiting for us. The suspicious man still felt uneasy. I know, but something feels off. After a while, they realized something was wrong. A strange mist shrouded the forest at night. The bald man asked in bewilderment, Where's our guide? The others were astonished. The suspicious man said to the bald one, "See, I told you something felt wrong." Immediately, he stumbled backward, bumping into something. To their horror, it was a pile of skulls, which tumbled down when touched. The men screamed in terror. Suddenly, laughter echoed from the forest's depths. Panic-stricken, they drew their swords, preparing for battle. Countless dark figures burst from the bushes. The bald man couldn't tell what they were and stood frozen. Immediately, the men were torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Their screams reverberated through the forest. The scene shifts to the Forbidden City at dawn. A chase seemed to be underway inside. Books and other objects lay scattered everywhere. A voice commanded, "Stop." The pursuer was the tireless messenger, Homan Bakja. He was chasing someone so furiously that objects crashed and books flew everywhere. The person being chased seemed to be Dap Woon. He swiftly dodged Bakja, gently reminding him, "I've told you so many times, I'm not him, I'm Dap Woon." While evading, he taunted Bakja, "And don't forget, I'm the fastest in the embroidered uniform guards." After a while, Bakja was breathless. Drawing his sword, he said, "I'll catch you today." Dap Woon continued to taunt him, "You'll bring down the hall at this rate." Enraged, Bakja continued the chase. "Good, let's just bring this hall down then." He swung his sword, sending everything into chaos, but Dap Woon leaped upward, avoiding everything, and mockingly said, "Even if this place collapses, you won't catch me." Nearby, Yo Bum Suk, the Grand General of the Imperial Guard, watched the chaotic chase speechless. He cleared his throat, subtly reminding them. Dap Woon bowed upon seeing him. Bakja, behind him, looked flustered. Bum Suk smiled and asked Bakja, "How did the matter I assigned you go?" Dap Woon had escaped unscathed. While Bakja was still panting, he replied, "Although Li Guol lured me here, if I'd known it would be this tiring, I wouldn't have come." PHMTHCS laughter echoed through the hall. "I apologize, but after this, your name will be etched in history." Bakja sighed, I know. Bum Suk placed a letter on the table. Bakja quickly asked, "What's this?" Bum Suk told him to read it himself. Bum Suk continued, "It's from a young woman named Shahar, from the Murim Alliance." Bakja took the letter, astonished and questioning how this was possible. Bum Suk's expression turned serious. "We must find Li Guol quickly." The scene shifts to northern Yongyang, a dark, windswept place with little light. In the Zhongyuan region, Dimyeong was known for its bitter cold. From a cave in a cliffside, an eerie laughter echoed. At the cave entrance, there was a bit of fire, and the voice still rang out, unexpectedly. The ancient martial arts of the Thousand Sword Academy were so strong. Sitting in the cave was the heavenly demon. His body had countless bleeding wounds. He was still holding fire in his hands. The heavenly demon glared forward, a sinister smile on his face. "It seems my power hasn't fully recovered yet. Once it does, I'll take my revenge." He then looked at a box placed before him and chuckled. Inside the two boxes, side by side, lay the corpses of 200 families' martial artists. He looked at the corpses with a cruel expression. "I wonder if these fellows will amuse me." His laughter echoed throughout the Zhongyuan region. Amidst the sharp cliffs, below was a rushing waterfall. Wind whistled through the crevices of the rocks, creating a loud, roaring sound. Beneath the water, a figure was slowly sinking. It was Li Guol. He was severely wounded and had been thrown into the waterfall. The longer he remained in the water, the more his memories returned. He remembered his past recognition and the words that had once echoed, "Please stop, General." He kept remembering the one known as the General, and more. It seemed there was always a voice urging him to give up. Countless times, Li Guol recalled the three words, "Gong Bek Bek." And he seemed to remember the day he paid respects at his master's grave, praying for his rest. His first encounter with So Lion also appeared before his eyes. The deeper he sank, the more he remembered his past. A voice urged him, "Child, you must go to Guol." He told himself he wouldn't return to that bloody time. Li Guol seemed always to face life and death on the battlefield, and ultimately, he returned to solitude. "My junior brothers, leave me," he proudly shouted. "Bring out the blood demon lord." He sank deeper. Li Guol remembered fighting, a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time. "Is there anyone in this world who can match me?" Li Guol thought of those who had journeyed with him. As he sank deeper into the water, moments with many people flashed through his subconscious. He recalled Bakja standing there, saying he wanted to be by his side. Li Guol, even in death, wouldn't forget Ryo's face. He remembered No Il kneeling before him, stunned, his voice trembling. "Is it really you, senior disciple?" When Shahar respectfully called him uncle, and when Wonki nervously asked why he was there, he replied, "Wait until I've dealt with them, then I'll explain." When Wonki introduced him, Sword Ruler Tan Wonki, greets Senior Li Guol. The depths were now almost completely shrouded in darkness. A long silence enveloped Li Guol's mind. He still vividly remembered his own words, "I am General Li Guol," and then, another, "I am not the martial artist Li Guol." He exhaled his last breath, his eyes slightly open. In Murim, there existed three major forces: the Murim Alliance, representing the Orthodox path, the Blood Demonic Heavens, representing the demonic path, and the League of Renegades, belonging to neither. Maintaining neutrality, they received intelligence, undertook assassination missions, and handled other dirty, shameful tasks. Although they wielded swords, they were bought and sold, wandering individuals unrecognized as martial artists, treated as lowlifes. The League of Renegades Masters were considered the first generation of wanderers. They built this powerful force, gathering other wanderers, to ensure these tools, the wandering mercenaries, received fair compensation. The League spearheaded efforts to establish the value of their unique organization. Simultaneously, they thrived in the gap between righteousness and evil, becoming a force not to be underestimated. Jianghu remained peaceful to prevent large-scale conflicts and the resulting massive casualties. As mercenaries, the League traveled throughout the four directions, and their status was absolutely not to be disregarded. But at the same time, Na Yuing slammed her fist on the table, her voice filled with furious indignation. "What did you say?" She leaped from her chair, her burning gaze sweeping across the faces in the room. "Not 1 or 2 people, but 50 have disappeared, and you just stood by and watched. Is that reasonable?" Faced with Na Yuing's powerful demeanor, Guakuan became flustered. "Young miss, please calm down." She glared at him. "I've told you, don't call me young miss. I am the Junior League Master of the League of Renegades." Guakuan's face turned pale. He quickly bowed his head. "Yes, Junior League Master." Na Yuing took a deep breath, her voice deepening but remaining sharp. "Tell me everything from beginning to end." He sighed and began to recount the events, his voice trembling. "A little over 2 months ago, someone commissioned us to set off fireworks," Guakuan truthfully reported. "We assumed it was some rich man's son trying to impress someone. They only asked us to make a few lanterns, and the payment was quite generous. Winter was slow, so we accepted the job." Na Yuing's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. "And who commissioned you?" Guakuan carefully studied her expression. "Wealthy individuals rarely reveal their identities easily. They likely used 2 or 3 intermediaries to find us." Immediately afterward, a thunderous bang echoed from the table, shaking the entire room. Na Yuing's voice resonated with severity. "Something that happened over 2 months ago, and you only report it now. Are you trying to hide the fact that 50 members have disappeared?" He tried to explain. "How could we, Junior League Master? My face was drained of blood. I intended to handle it myself. Sending someone from headquarters would take time, and besides, I'm more fluent in Siamsio than anyone else." She stared at him. "More fluent than anyone else, and this is how you handled it?" At those words, Guakuan trembled uncontrollably. He felt a pang of resentment. He remembered the year he had traveled with the leader, searching for wanderers, carrying the young Na Yuing, who had lost her mother, begging for milk. It felt like yesterday. Her mother was considered the most beautiful woman in Zhongyuan, yet this child only resembled her mother in appearance. How did she become like this? At that moment, Na Yuing's mind seemed to be lost in another space. Suddenly, she stood up. "From today on, I'll take command of everything." Guakuan quickly tried to stop her, but, "Junior League Master." Na Yuing unceremoniously closed the door. "My decision is final, there's no need to say anything more." Only after confirming she had completely left did the others dare to relax. Seeing this, Guakuan angrily scolded them. "What are you all standing around for? Get to work." The sun slowly set below the horizon, golden light shining on the cliffs. Na Yuing walked alone on the sand. She kept muttering because she felt strange. Na Yuing felt something suspicious. Since the founding of the League of Renegades, there had never been a case of so many members missing without explanation like this. She gazed into the distance with a pensive look. This river flows along the Jinju section, which is on the other side of the Great Wall. The missing members probably wouldn't have crossed the Great Wall. At that moment, Guakuan appeared behind Na Yuing. So, it was him. Now, her stern expression softened into a bright smile. "Uncle, you're here." He smiled kindly, a smile that brought back memories of the past. Na Yuing let down her guard. "I'm truly sorry just now." Guakuan simply nodded. "I understand. After all, you're a Junior League Master. You have to maintain a strong presence." He continued to flatter her. "Don't let my rough appearance fool you. I'm actually quite discerning. Otherwise, why would the leader entrust the young miss to me?" Na Yuing couldn't help but laugh heartily. At that moment, a corpse appeared in the river. Guakuan shouted a warning to the young miss. The atmosphere became incredibly tense. She didn't dare look directly ahead. Could it be a body? Seeing this, he quickly approached the person. "Let me go see." Na Yuing anxiously reminded him to be careful. A moment later, Li Guo was brought ashore, his body covered in dried bloodstains. She stepped closer, carefully examining Li Guo's face. "Is not one of ours." Guakuan nodded in agreement. "I've never seen him before." Under the dim light, his body trembled slightly, as if struggling in a delirium. Na Yuing wore a look of regret. "He's quite handsome. Such a pity." He bent down to check Li Guo's body. "He's not dead yet. His pulse is still faintly beating." His pale face caught her attention. "He looks about the age of a young man just entering his prime." Na Yuing felt a pang of sympathy. With so many wounds, what exactly happened to him? At that moment, Li Guo's eyelashes fluttered, and he gradually woke up. Witnessing this, she jumped back. Guakuan quickly ran over to her. A soft groan escaped Li Guo's throat. He looked around, trying to orient himself. "Where am I?" Na Yuing anxiously approached him. "Are you all right?" She smiled kindly. "This is the lower reaches of the Tanhor River, Siamsio." Li Guo just kept muttering about Siamsio without answering her. Seeing that he wasn't fully conscious, Na Yuing asked cautiously, "What's your name?" Li Guo frowned slightly. trying to recall something familiar. He lightly tapped his head, his eyes showing confusion as he muttered. She looked at Li Guol in bewilderment. He doesn't even remember his name. He recalled a vague memory of a fierce battle, a war that had erupted. They had defeated the enemy, but their allies had been captured. To save them, Li Guol was forced to venture alone into the steppe, continuously fighting his way through enemies. The last memory he had was of a heavy snowfall covering the battlefield in white. The next morning, in a peaceful village, children were running and playing, their innocent laughter echoing through the peaceful atmosphere. On the other side, Guak Huan suddenly smiled kindly. Seeing Na Yuing, he bowed. "You're here?" Guak Huan asked with concern, "Looking at your expression, I guess you didn't have any luck today." She looked disheartened. "There's still no news from Uncle's side." Na Yuing's eyes showed sadness. "If we keep hiding this, the missing members will be so pitiful. The Di Huang Lian has a responsibility to protect its members." Guak Huan's face was filled with helplessness. "Sometimes, things are truly difficult." Na Yuing's gaze deepened, as if lost in a distant memory. "In my memory, it's always about the future of wanderers. My father never compromised with reality. At the very least, I have to find the bodies of those members." He wanted to comfort her but felt powerless. She suddenly changed the subject. "Right, is he still the same?" Guak Huan immediately understood. "You're talking about that young man." He looked in one direction. "As far as I can see, he spends most of his time looking at the Tanho River." An invisible sadness covered Guak Huan's face. Each word was like a helpless sigh. Now, he's forgotten even what he remembered on the first day. Na Yuing quickly approached Li Guol, but his expression was extremely dark. Seeing Li Guol's gloomy appearance, she sighed in frustration. Na Yuing turned to signal to him. "Uncle, go back first. I'll stay by the river to get some fresh air before returning." Guak Huan reminded her. "Don't be too late. My men had a hard time bringing back some meat." Then she slowly walked towards him. Na Yuing leaned close to Li Guol's ear, speaking excitedly. "Do you remember anything?" He quickly denied it. She patiently asked again, "Is the food to your liking?" This time, Li Guol nodded. Seeing his disrespectful manner, Na Yuing was almost ready to erupt in anger. But she just patted her chest. Hold it. He's lost his memory. He's a pitiable fellow." At this moment Na Yuing sat right next to Li Guol. "I have something on my mind. Can you talk to me?" He coldly agreed. She stood silently, her eyes looking to the farthest point. "I have many missing family members. I can't find where they went. Because of finding them, other family members have to suffer. If this continues, maybe others will look down on me. But I have never wanted to give up on finding those missing family members. Am I doing the right thing?" Li Guol seemed thoughtful, listening to Na Yuing's confession. Immediately after, he declared firmly, "Even though I've lost my memories, I understand this. Family must be protected. You can't give up." A serious look shone from Li Guol's eyes. "If it were me, I would definitely continue searching." Na Yuing smiled softly, her eyes gentle. "Is that so? Thank you for telling me." He mumbled, "I'm just saying what I think." She suddenly had an idea. "That's right, I'll give you a name." Li Guol looked doubtful and asked. Na Yuing continued to complain. "You always have such a cold expression. Because you don't remember your name, I don't know what to call you." Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. "A new name during this time. It's good." Na Yuing looked directly into Li Guol's eyes, as if hinting at something. "Aren't there many things you want to thank me for?" He looked dubious. "Why should I thank you?" She erupted emotionally. "Why else? I not only gave you a name, but I also saved you." Li Guol still denied it. "Guak Huan saved me." Seeing this, Na Yuing argued, "That makes me unhappy. If I wasn't at the Tanho River, Uncle Guak Huan wouldn't have come looking for me. If he hadn't come, I wouldn't have seen you." Li Guol let out a long laugh at her playful expression. Na Yuing stopped arguing and looked up at him. "Hey, you smiled. You just smiled, right?" At the same time, Na Yuing rushed out. "Headman, I'm leaving." Seeing this, Guak Huan hurried after her. "Young miss, no, Junior League Master, eat your meal first." Despite this, she turned and left. "I'll eat when I get back." Above, the sky stretched out like a smooth, blue silk cloth, without a single cloud. In that vast space, only Li Guol sat silently on a cold stone. Na Yuing tilted her head to look at him, then smiled softly. "I'm going now, Joha." Li Guol's voice held curiosity. "Where are you going?" She readily explained her plans. "I heard the owner of the Northwind Daedong Tea House might have heard news about the members. I want to ask him personally." Having said that, Na Yuing hurried away. "I'm going then." Li Guol mumbled happily to himself. Joha, does it mean looking towards the river?" At the same time, she glided across the water, each step as light as a touch on the air. His eyes widened, his breath catching for a moment. Na Yuing's jumps were agile and powerful, her body moving gracefully as if she were one with the water. In a short time, Na Yuing successfully crossed the river. Li Guol stared intently at Na Yuing's figure. How can she jump on the water? His eyes didn't blink once, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Then, Li Guol slowly placed his foot in the water. He concentrated on his feet. "I can do this too, right?" However, before he could do anything, Li Guol plunged into the water. He quickly pulled his foot out of the cold water. Guak Huan stood with his arms crossed, his expression half curious, half dubious. "Hey, Joha, what are you doing?" he quickly replied, "Now Ewing can walk on water." Li Guo's eyebrows furrowed, his face showing a hint of displeasure. "Why can't I?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Guo Quan immediately understood. "Okay, that piqued your curiosity." He leaned close and whispered, "Don't let Na Yuing's young age fool you. She's a top-tier martial artist. With martial arts training, you can walk on water." Li Guo looked bewildered and asked him. Guo Quan turned away and chuckled. "Actually, there are poles under the water to make it easier for the secret society to come and go, but not telling him is more fun." He then turned and left, leaving him alone. "It's a pity you don't show any signs of having learned internal energy. If you really want to learn, I can teach you. Don't waste your effort." Li Guo's expression turned serious. His eyes were now dark, deep, and cold, like a bottomless abyss. Li Guo stood by the shore, his eyes fixed on the calm water. "Why do I feel like I can walk on water?" At the Nortwind Daedong tea house, people were moving back and forth. Inside, the tavern owner tried to recall. "Yes, I think I did hear something about lanterns. I think there was something like that, but I don't remember clearly." Na Yuing stared at him, seeming impatient. Then she took out a pile of gold coins. "Will this help you remember something?" The tavern owner smoothly snatched them. "You're too kind, thank you." He quickly recounted what he knew. "I remember they said they had released the lanterns at Hobak and were preparing to return. They also mentioned an unusually high payment." The tavern owner emphasized the word unusual, looking at Na Yuing. "An unusually high payment." Seeing this, she produced another pile of gold coins. "Did they say where they were going?" As soon as the gold coin flashed before his eyes, he quickly reported, "Look at my memory, I finally remembered. I heard that they wanted to cross the Great Wall." The tavern owner mentioned a very important detail, saying that he was going to get the reward. Na Yuing tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on a point as she pondered the Great Wall. The tavern owner added, "Probably just the north." Her eyes sharpened as she considered her next move. Unexpectedly, they really crossed the Great Wall. If their location is known, reinforcements can be deployed. Outside the tavern, a peaceful atmosphere prevailed. Na Yuing bowed slightly, her eyes sincere. "Thank you for taking the time to tell me all this." The tavern owner waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me." He carefully put the money he'd just received into his clothes. "I should be the one thanking you. To think I could make some money from such a small matter." As soon as the tavern owner went inside, he was noticed by a group of people. One of them approached the tavern owner and shouted. Immediately, a hand, quick as lightning, clamped over his mouth. The tavern owner struggled, but was completely helpless. Then, he was thrown forward. The tavern guests fell into chaos. "Who are you?" The thugs facing them glared, their eyes like predatory beasts. "Leave no survivors, burn it all." The air was suddenly ripped apart by screams of terror. Returning to Na Yuing, she walked slowly down the long dirt road. Na Yuing looked up, her gaze toward the distant horizon. "I heard there are strange rumors near Daedong." She recalled what she'd been told, explosions from the 5 mountains, and thunder. "They say a volcano in the north erupted." Na Yuing's heart felt heavy. "Normally, I wouldn't pay attention to this, but I feel uneasy for some reason." Suddenly, she stopped, her feet rooted to the hard ground. In the thick darkness, a vague figure appeared and disappeared. Na Yuing looked questioningly at Li Guo. "Isn't he always meditating here?" She stared at him, wondering, "Isn't he cold?" A playful smile gradually formed on Na Yuing's lips. She picked up a stone from the ground. Then, Na Yuing crouched low, her steps light as a cat stalking prey. Excited, she hid behind a rock. "Should I scare him a little?" In the dim darkness, Li Guo's eyes suddenly flashed brightly. He suddenly stood up and moved toward the riverbank. Seeing Li Guo's strange behavior, Na Yuing felt a little frightened. Immediately afterward, he dashed toward her. Na Yuing couldn't help but feel that she really wanted to do that. Li Guo's feet moved effortlessly across the water. Each of his movements rippled the entire river. Witnessing this, Na Yuing's mouth fell open in astonishment. She couldn't believe her eyes. There are no stilts. How can he do that? A thought suddenly struck Na Yuing. Could it be the art of the water-leaping stride? However, she quickly dismissed the thought. How could that be? Johan not only lacks chi, but also has amnesia. How could a man his age use such advanced martial arts? Li Guo approached her. Na Yuing fell backward, her eyes wide with shock. Before her stood his strange appearance. Na Yuing quickly regained her composure. "You remembered everything." Li Guo hung his head. "My head feels more and more complex. I don't know why my body is different from others." He looked at his hand, which was constantly emitting energy. "Even though I don't remember the martial arts techniques, my body can still use them." Li Guo confessed that every time he dreamt, he saw scenes of bloody battlefields littered with corpses, with a mysterious man standing in the middle. These dreams woke him up in a sweat, constantly questioning his past self. He wondered if he had ever been a cruel person, massacring innocent people. His eyes gradually became empty. "Am I a monster who can't coexist with humans?" Na Yuing softly called his name, Joha. In the silent space, she slowly approached him. "Didn't you once say you must protect your loved ones? You cherish your loved ones so much, you can't be a villain." Na Yuing unexpectedly took Li Guo's hand. "Look, what kind of monster has such warm hands?" This image triggered a fragment of his memory. Someone had said the same thing. Uncle, look, what kind of monster has such warm hands? At that time, Li Guol had unconsciously grasped that person's hand. Returning to reality, Na Yuing kept reassuring him, your past self was surely a good person, believe that. Comforted, Li Guol softened and thanked her. The story continues the next morning. On the riverbank, Li Guol is playing water splashing with the kids. The smile on his face was a mixture of innocence and handsomeness. Meanwhile, someone stared heavily into the distance. Na Yuing was worried and wanted to confirm again that Zhouhe had never learned internal energy. Guak Huan explained that even with a complete dantian, the inside was empty, and the meridians were more rudimentary than others, so it could be certain. But she remained pensive, because she had witnessed the water-walking skill with her own eyes. Naturally, this also made him thoughtful because the art of the water-leaping stride was impossible without internal energy. Because of that, both of them suddenly fell into silence. They just looked at the scenery and sighed like that for a long time. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over to call the Junior League Master. It turned out that there was news from headquarters, an order from the Wolf King himself. That title simultaneously startled Guak Huan and Na Yuing. The letter read, House Major Haiyak, one of the 7 great clans of the blood demonic heavens, had been annihilated. The Biok clan of Hobart province suffered the same fate. The final battleground of both sides was the city of House Major Haiyak. Today, the eyes and ears of the Murim Alliance and the blood demonic heavens were gathered on the other side of the city wall. Although the reason for their annihilation wasn't revealed, based on the current situation, a second major righteous evil war was likely to erupt. Therefore, all Tai Hoang members were strictly forbidden from taking action. After reading the letter, Na Yuing still didn't understand why the situation had become like this. Beside her, Guak Huan sighed slightly because Jianghu was about to experience another bloody storm. At that moment, she suddenly thought, what about outside the city wall? Were those missing members related to this? Li Guol also heard their discussion. This was a little strange. For a moment, his emotions also subsided. On the other side of the city wall, the gloomy scene was like escaping from hell. Suddenly 2 dark shadows appeared on the nearby cliff. The scene evoked a feeling in Li Guol. Remembering his own loss, he instantly understood the importance of the other members. Na Yuing spoke thoughtfully. I don't remember what my mother looked like. She passed away when I was very young. Perhaps that's why I don't want to lose anyone else. After a moment's thought, she corrected herself. I don't want to lose anyone, not my father, nor Guak Huansuk. Though slightly embarrassed, she added, and everyone else. Li Guol smiled reassuringly, saying that no one else would be lost. After putting on his hat, he urged her to go to Dongxiang. Na Yuing relaxed considerably, a bright smile blooming on her face as she agreed. That evening sunset witnessed their conversation. As night fell, the atmosphere became quieter. From the inn, a welcoming voice called out, welcome, guests. Na Yuing led him inside and explained, we've traveled all day, we'll probably reach Dongxiang tomorrow, let's rest for the night and continue our journey then. But after walking for a while, she spotted So Lion sitting with Wanqi. Immediately, Na Yuing wondered why they were there. Wanqi's expression was somewhat melancholic. While So Lion gazed pensively into her teacup, she still can't understand that it's Murim Alliance leader Wanqi and Palace Master female So Lion. It seemed like she had already figured out what to do next. Na Yuing quickly pressed herself to the side, avoiding detection. She was about to sit down, but she remained apprehensive. As the letter stated, the blood demonic heavens and the Murim Alliance were currently in a highly tense period. She wondered if she could glean any intelligence from them. Li Guol noticed Na Yuing's strange expression and asked her what was wrong. She immediately covered it up, saying, it's nothing, what do you want to eat? He didn't answer, but reached into his green robe to search for something. For some reason, Li Guol said he also wanted the same drink as Wanqi. The reason he chose it was because he felt a strange sense of familiarity from the tea's aroma. He toyed with the teacup before setting it down. Na Yuing concernedly asked him how he was, but his answer was rather vague. Meanwhile, So Lion seemed to have also noticed them. While Wanqi was still tipping the waiter, she kept glancing over at them. Na Yuing saw them leave quickly and felt a little regretful. Unexpectedly, she made eye contact with So Lion and flusteredly looked away. Noticing her strange expression, Wanqi softly called out to her. It turned out So Lion had misunderstood. We're not that kind of relationship, don't stare at us like that, he explained. Unexpectedly causing such a misunderstanding, Na Yuing flusteredly nodded in response. Then, Wanqi's voice echoed through the inn, let's go. The two of them left calmly, one after the other. He noticed her strange expression and inquired, So Lion sighed softly, sorry, I was a little sensitive just now. Then he mentioned something else, that man who was sitting next to us, did you feel anything? After thinking about it, she felt a bit of familiarity, as if he had Li Guol's aura. Wanqi gently interrupted. Even though he looks very much like the senior, I didn't sense any of his aura on that man. But aren't we heading to the 5 mountains, the senior's place? Li Guol brother is all right, right? So Lion hesitantly asked. Wanqi reassured her, you know how strong the senior is. He'll definitely be all right. So Lion unconsciously repeated, he must be all right. Once they were out of sight, Na Yuing let out a sigh of relief that scared me half to death. It's the first time I've seen such terrifying eyes. Li Guol honestly said, that woman seems as strong as you, and that man's martial arts are unfathomably deep. Na Yuing felt a little disdain at being compared to So Liang, but he calmly continued. But that's not important, I have a feeling I know them. Na Yuing immediately panicked. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's not too late, quickly, let's chase after them. But Li Guol was very lazy, because he figured they would meet again soon. He was still pondering, unable to determine their relationship with him. Na Yuing involuntarily replied, then there's nothing we can do. Li Guol didn't answer, but simply sat down. Seeing this, she highly doubted whether he truly intended to sleep in that position. Yet, Li Guol honestly said that he found sitting to be a very comfortable sleeping position. Na Yuing didn't bother with it anymore. I'm going to sleep, we still have a journey tomorrow. He quickly closed his eyes afterwards. But his mind began to ponder, what exactly was the qi circulating in his body, what was the incantation echoing in his head? Focusing on controlling the temperature in his 5 organs, permeating through his bones to expel evil qi, using the qi to enter the state of samadhi. Li Guol's entire body seemed to merge into a new dimension in his consciousness. Actually, he initially intended to help Na Yuing, but now he could sense that. Once he reached Dongthang, he could find something related to his old memories. At the same time, at the Major Hierarch house in the capital city, Jian Chang exclaimed in utter confusion, the head of the Biok clan's junior chief, how did he get here? What is Hyok Wu Lin doing here? The subordinates immediately trembled in response, we don't know why the Biok clan is attacking. The weapon on his body was smashed to the ground. The 2 guards heard more scolding, I give you 1 day. Investigate everything related to this for me, or I'll behead you. Then Jian Chang dispatched another group to investigate the battle outside the city, arranging everything properly. He sighed softly to calm himself. But looking at the devastated scene, he still felt a sense of lament. It was hard to believe that the Biok clan had beaten House Major Hierarch like this. Right when the demon god was in seclusion, this happened while the captains were missing. Before that, House Major Hierarch had relentlessly deployed the Black Storm Cavalry, causing a demonic calamity in autumn. What were they ultimately plotting? The next second, Jian Chang was informed by his subordinate that there was a place he needed to inspect. According to the investigation, more battle traces were discovered 100 miles to the east. Jian Chang was shocked upon hearing this, because as far as he remembered, 100 miles to the east was the 5 mountains. Seeing Jian Chang's clearly panicked expression, his subordinate asked, my lord, what's wrong? But right now, he only had one question, would the heavenly demon seal not be broken?